few moments, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura will step into the play zone. It's going to be a razor-sharp battle. Fabi's impeccable calculation against Hikaru's unbreakable resistance. This is the grand final. Welcome to the Chessable Masters. How on earth does he save this position?
Wow, Magnus just widening his eyes. They're shocked by this last decision.
He is showing no fear whatsoever.
London is nice. Man, we got kids watching this.
This is checkmate incoming. And then king goes to a6 and there are no checks on the board.
Wow, he's just blundered a pawn. He's gave away the pawn and he's lost.
He's given away the game.
His nerves are kicking in. He's throwing a thorn into the white side, holding on here for dear life.
He's walked away. Did you Oh my God.
So the king goes to d3. You see the bar go back to equal. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful tactile awareness.
It's over. We have a winner. It's the day that we've all been waiting for. The grand final is here. We are so pumped to see two incredible fighters bring in their best today. And so that you can sit back and enjoy the show, we will be bringing exclusive insights in the studio. As always, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty.
We here.
And Grandmaster Robert Hess. We've got a big matchup coming up on day 3. Fabi knocked down Hikaru Nakamura to the losers bracket. Day 4, Hikaru eliminated the world champion. David, is there a big favorite today?
I'm not going to choose sides here, Tanya, but I will say Hikaru Nakamura is coming into this match on a high after that dramatic victory yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. Momentum is on his side.
Yeah. He's got to be feeling very confident today. James, Hikaru has been your pick from the very start. What will it take to get by today?
Of course, the big fella swinging. He's just going to have to relax, and I literally don't care, right? And then he's going to have to sit there and do what he does, right? He's on the momentum swing, and hopefully the momentum shift works in his favor.
He will be playing one of the best players on the planet. It is a fight against Fabiano Caruana. Robert, how difficult is it for Hikaru psychologically to know that he has to beat Fabi twice today?
Revenge is a dish best served cold. Unfortunately for Hikaru, Fabiano Caruana is a cold-blooded calculator. I don't think that Fabiano Caruana is going to make much of the win over Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Great for Hikaru Nakamura, but Fabiano, he took down Hikaru 2 days ago. Why not again today?
It's going to be a lot of fun. The story could have been very different. Magnus Carlsen was so close to taking that Armageddon, but Kaisa had different plans. He is thinking currently in the position. He's burnt the clock, and he does it! He does it!
Oh my God!
What a guy!
LeBron.
He plays at a6.
Trick from Levon Aronian. He throws in a check if this knight is captured by the white bishop. Black's rook is actually on the third rank, going to come and take a pawn with check, attacking multiple pieces. Look how well coordinated they are. The white knight protects the white bishop. The white king is marching either side forward now. The white pawn in the center just doing a fantastic job. Black is stuck.
Magnus taking the first game in his mini-match against Levon. Yeah, and the bishop still isn't attacking that kingside pawn anywhere, and you've got to find a way. And he says, I'm going to get my king to safety. Levon immediately grabs, and it's a big blunder because you lose the g3 pawn and you lose the game.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
Levon Aronian, he looks at his position, it's hopeless. The game is over.
Hikaru offers a draw. Magnus accepts it, and with that, we are heading into an Armageddon after 2 very exciting draws.
This looks like a massacre. It should end in a checkmating attack.
He does it. He goes for it. Robert, you called it. He finds it, and Hikaru immediately hates the fact that Magnus found this move.
Really nice defense. He's actually trying to slide his king back the other way. And the black rook and the black queen are actually lined up, so watch out for a counterattack against the white king later. It's all about the clock now. It's a winning position for white, we think, or at least a better position, but is it enough on the clock? Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus mouse slipped, blundering into that queen. What an end. Wow, it was a dramatic day of chess in the losers final. We started with 8 players, and this is how far we've gone into the grand final. Magnus ended his run in the Chessable Masters with a mouse slip. David, how heartbreaking was that?
That would have been devastating for Magnus Carlsen. Not only was he knocked out of the Chessable Masters, but that was his final game, his final move as a reigning classical world champion. Heartbreaking stuff, and you can see how much it meant to him, that game.
Magnus Carlsen feels invincible at times. And in this tournament, Robert, he's been knocked out. He's been defeated twice. How brutal is this format?
It's the format and the field. This second event was even stronger than the first. Vladislav Artemiev was Magnus Carlsen's first round opponent, and Artemiev beat him. So I'm not surprised by the results from the very start of this. I said we would not have a Magnus Hikaru showdown in the grand final. We're not seeing that today.
Yeah, Magnus had definitely a great run, obviously. I mean, being world champ and doing what he does, right? But I mean, here you had a tough competition. Artemiev took him down, right? So he let you know, hey, we all are swinging here. We all can fight. Even Nakamura lost, right? So it's very tough in this format here. And how obviously Nakamura's got to bring it to Fabi today.
Yeah. That's going to be the big one. It is all eyes on Hikaru Nakamura taking on Fabiano Caruana. Look at that achievement list. Of course, we could bring up 20 more slides and still not fit everything that Hikaru has achieved. But this time, it will be a big battle. We see there 5 times US champion. He did win the Speed Chess Championship against Fabi as well. What a match that was. What is it, James, that makes him such a beast in these formats?
He plays so much chess. I mean, remember the ICC days, Internet Chess Club, right? He was Smallville. Who remembers that, right? The guys back home, Smallville guys, Superman, okay? He'd been playing so much chess before chess was internet chess, you know what I mean? So many games, so much experience like that. The guy is an absolute beast, and he's going to try to show that today, and hopefully he can beat Fabi twice. If not, of course, Fabi's just going to take it. He's playing very precise chess this time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just part of his daily routine winning, Hikaru. He might say he's not a chess professional, but day by day, he's winning hundreds of games. So this is just normal for him. And you can tell he's just in the zone all the time. He's such a monster when he's in good form, Hikaru.
And he cares, right? That's the thing, is sometimes his shirt says otherwise, but he does. He puts his all into every game he plays. He may not be preparing as much, but that's been useful for him. He's the world champion of a game that doesn't start like regular chess. Fisher Random, he won that world title. He is playing some great chess.
Yeah. And David, you mentioned that Hikaru's made it a bit of a habit of winning, but Fabiano Caruana, he has been unstoppable in this event so far. He's undefeated.
Yeah, not just in this event. This year in Rapid Chess, he's just upped his game and he continues to do so. There we see he did win Division 2 of the Chessable Masters a couple of months ago. And yeah, he's a man in form. He's already beaten Hikaru once. He will believe that he can do it again. He's so close now.
Guys, think about, look, let me actually, look, pull this up. My phone, my screensaver actually is Fabiano. Did y'all know this, right? But actually, on it, it's a quote from Fabi. It says, chess players have very complex styles. There are stereotypes, which is natural, but most top players are very universal. There are slight stylistic differences, but those don't manifest so clearly in games. Because mainly, often, the main tool is the calculation. They calculate. He calculates, bro. Fabi's a calculator, the human calculator himself, right? So, of course, I'm always a fan of Fabi because of that calculation and what he brings out.
Yeah, and we see Fabiano on screen. He's just trying to figure out his settings here. But whatever he's been doing has been working. And they say save your best for last. If his best is to come today, that is a scary proposition for Hikaru Nakamura because Fabiano's play has been stellar. And if he has his best remaining today, good luck to you.
Well, the two have played each other a bunch of times. We've seen this matchup. It's a classic in the chess world. Most recently, just 2 days ago. And it all ended very abruptly. Look at Hikaru. He refuses repetition. He says game on and is taking big risk here.
But what's happening if you just shuffle across? Look, you're pinned along the A file and you're pinned on this diagonal.
Oh, wait, you're right about that.
Whoa. Fabiano's actually closing things down.
Brilliant, because the pawn A4 is stranded. It's gone too far.
Fabiano cannot lose this game. He's a pawn up.
10 seconds, David.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Wow.
But a horrible pawn structure.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might...
Oh my god!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in one, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentators curse.
A 1-0 checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match. It's a rematch between these two. Last time they played in the winners' final, Fabiano Caruana wrapped up that match in just 3 games. David, is revenge extra motivation for Hikaru today?
It certainly is, and also he is in the flow. Fabiano had a day off yesterday, maybe he lost a bit of momentum. So Hikaru knows this is his chance to strike. But he, of course, as mentioned, he needs to do it twice today. And that's the difficult part. Beating Fabi once is almost impossible. Beating him twice, that is a Herculean task.
Of course, like the Newton's law, right? You know, in motion, it stays in motion. That momentum, as we mentioned here, he's in the momentum swinging, right? He's swinging. And of course, hey, Fabi might have slowed down a little bit, but he also did have that break, and that mental clarity can definitely help Fabi today. Just having a day off, relax, watch everything, prepare correctly, and maybe I can swing it at Nakamura today.
You know, a lot of these top players, they say, I need a break. This is such grueling chess. But it actually is helpful for them to play every single day. And for Fabiano, we know he was watching the chess, but playing is a whole nother story. So for Fabiano Caruana, you better hope that he's ready to play when the clock starts ticking.
Yeah, Robert, it's such a big task to know that you have to beat an opponent like Fabiano Caruana twice. And there are a few names that come into our mind who are capable of pulling something like that. And I would think two come to mind. Hikaru is one of them. Would you agree?
I definitely agree, because Hikaru Nakamura, he is somebody who, doesn't matter who he plays, he is going to be that resilient, tenacious defender, and he does not go down without a fight. So I feel like for Fabiano, he needs to be careful. His clock management, that is something that Hikaru does better than anybody, is keeping a lead on the clock, and even in the waning seconds, he plays great bullet chess.
Yeah. It will come down to those critical seconds when there's a mess on the board, and that is going to happen. There will be chaos, there will be mess. The players with those extra seconds on the clock, that could be a very decisive. It's an exciting day of chess coming up, and we are also so excited to bring you the trophy at the end of the day. Chess Champs is providing the official NFT trophies for the Champions Chess Store. Each trophy is unique and created by a digital artist. This one, it is by Daniel Salzberg, and as always, there will be two trophies. One will be given to the winner of the Chessable Masters, while one will be put on auction for the fans on chesschamps.io. That is chesschamps.io. The owner of the trophies will be invited to see the stars play in person at the season finals. How exciting is that, James?
That's exciting. I mean, wow, you get like a piece of art here. I mean, you get like look how cool this looks. You know what I mean? Like, wow, I'm still looking at it. It just is. I mean, you can see the little spaceships in the back there. Like, you got the trophy there. This is really cool. You can stare at this for like 5 to 10 minutes and still like, oh, look at that. I didn't even see that. And I looked at it for 10 minutes, right? It's a very nice piece of art here. And of course, the crowd gets to be a part of it as well.
Yeah. That's going to be a lot of fun. That is the big aim. The golden ticket today to the winner is to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour season. This is the format for today's grand final. Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana will first fight it out in a best-of-4 mini match. If Fabi wins, he wins the tournament. But in case Hikaru wins the first match, then we will have another grand final reset, which will be a best-of-2 rapid game with 15 minutes and a 3-second increment in that one as well. In case any of the matches are tied, we will have Armageddon to decide, and the winner takes it all, will win the Chessable Masters and punch his ticket into the grand final. Robert, there is a lot at stake.
There certainly is. I mean, you know these players, they want to win here and now, mark their stamp toward the playoffs the end of the year, win $30,000. I mean, what more is there? Well, a rivalry. These two players, they just want to say, I beat the other.
Yeah. There is a lot of glory at stake as well. And we see Hikaru Nakamura looking very chill, but this time he doesn't have the literally don't care t-shirt on.
Yeah, what does the t-shirt say there? I knocked out a pro? Mm-hmm. Wow, boasting about his win over Magnus Carlsen yesterday, clearly, Hikaru.
Of course, yeah, I knocked out a pro. I mean, he put his hands on him there, as you can see. Wow, and he did his thing there. That's a nice shirt. I like this. So let me see where I can get that from. That's probably gonna have to give him a call. Get that shirt from him.
Yeah, and Fabi has been sort of struggling with the shoulder injury. We saw that heat pad last time as well in his match against Hikaru. Is that something that's going to bother him today, Robert?
Well, mouse speed is essential here in the Chessable Masters. But Fabiano, he showed stellar mouse speed when it came down to the wire in game one. But you could see him nursing that shoulder. We typically don't talk injuries in chess, but it seems to be bothering him quite sincerely because it's the second time in a row we've seen him with a heating pack on his shoulder.
The clocks are ticking. We are about to have the first moves very, very soon. What are we expecting with white from Fabi?
E4.
You beat me to it, James.
You know what I'm saying? E4 all day, baby. You already know. Come on now.
Yeah. When these two play each other, they don't alter their styles that much. Hikaru.
Oh, what was that?
That's how you feel, Fabi? That's how you feel, bro?
Is that a surprise on move one? How big of a shocker is this for Hikaru? He was definitely expecting 1e4 as well.
Yeah, but I think it's a smart decision by Fabiano Caruana. You don't want to have a target on your back. You don't want your opponents to be able to prepare deeply for you every single time. So playing a queen c2 Nimzo, which is what we're seeing here, it's a good idea. White already has secured the pair of bishops, and this intermezzo by Hikaru, just kicking the queen away, this is all standard opening fare. Neither side has played a novelty. I like the choice from Fabiano, but I like the reaction from Hikaru.
Yeah, I will say that Hikaru Nakamura is very predictable in this variation. In the Queen C2 Nimzo, he sticks to his repertoire, never kind of moves it up there. And Fabi, he would have been studying this exact position beforehand. You see the speed of the two players at this early stage. Black is so well mobilized. Look at all of Black's pieces centralized. Black is castled. Fabi still needs to catch up a bit, but long-term, White is doing great. Extra central pawn, 2 versus 1 in the E and D files there, and the bishop pair. We talk about it a lot, but it can be vital later in the game. So Fabi just needs to survive. He needs to get his king to safety, and the middle game will be promising for White if he is given time. But Hikaru, of course, will have something to say about that, will have studied this position as well previously prior to the match.
Against 1d4, the queen's pawn opening, the Nimzo response is an aggressive line to choose. Is Hikaru making his intentions very clear that he wants to go all out from game one itself?
I don't think he's really going out for a win in this game, but he doesn't want to be ground down by Fabiano. Fabiano, when he gets a stranglehold on the position, he does not let loose. So what Hikaru is doing is he's trying to claim some space for himself. You notice that Black is safely castled. Black has all 3 minor pieces developed, a rook in the center. White lacks development. That knight next to the king hasn't moved. The king is not castled, but what White does have is the pair of bishops, a very healthy pawn structure, 2 pawns in the center compared to just 1 pawn in the center for Black. So the dynamics are such that Black is ahead in terms of activity, but in the long run, White should have the advantage if he can stabilize.
Yeah, James, we've been talking about that kingside knight. Fabi, having a think, where do you see that coming out? Which square would you move it to?
Yeah, what concerns me right here is actually Fabi's thinking already.
Yeah.
And in fact, like, this is why maybe you just stick to your guns, right? Of course, he usually doesn't play as much d4 like this. I mean, he has, and he's even played c4 and other things, but playing this way, I mean, usually Fabi's more a calculator. He likes more, you know, sticking it to you, really just being not aggressive, but semi-aggressive, I would say. Not super hyper-aggressive, but definitely aggressive enough and very well prepared. And, you know, a prepared Fabi is a very scary Fabi, and it doesn't seem like he's very prepared here right now. As he's thinking, he's already down time here. Need to figure out, obviously, where to move this knight. Of course, you do have a grip on the e5 square, so maybe knight to f3 is what I like to play here. And then at some point, maybe put a knight on e5. And try to get rid of the knight on c6, maybe put some pressure on the c7 pawn. Also, of course, I like to play g4, so I do want to play g4 at some point. But so I am thinking about knight e2. This is probably what he's thinking about as well. Don't want to go knight e2, don't want to go knight f3. The knight on e2, actually, I need to figure out where I'm going from there. Do I go to g3? Like, what do I do? So it is definitely something to think about here, but I think Fabi definitely should have had this in his repertoire already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he makes a decision. It was definitely going to be a knight move. There were threats actually in the air, and he brings it to f3. So the first idea you mentioned there, James, and maybe hopping in to the center a bit later on. I actually prefer keeping that square free for a pawn. The other option, bringing the knight to e2, would have given you the option of kicking away Black's knight. But yeah, it's a matter of taste here, and Fabi's happy to play the long game. Next move, he is going to try and castle, and we will see the game take a slower pace. But I would take White here, unless Hikaru has something immediately, I would say. I don't really see any immediate plans for Black. That's the issue. Unless you start throwing pawns towards the white pieces, opening up maybe the Black king, but that comes with a risk attached as well. So I do expect Hikaru to take a pause himself, just like Fabi did just there, and try to work out what to do next.
And I know you're not just saying that to make James happy, that Black might throw some kingside pawns forward. That actually is a standard plan in this position. And one of the oddities in the position is that Black queenside knight. It's in front of a pawn. Usually we want our knights behind pawns because pawns will stare into the center. If you can imagine that c7 pawn up 2 squares, it would immediately put pressure on the white center, the d4 square. But as it sits on c6, the d4 pawn is now protected. The bishop on f4 is staring through that knight, and that knight can't really move very easily. You would drop a pawn there. But as David said, perhaps it's time to throw kingside pawns forward with g5. Hikaru says no, but it is an option available to him.
Yeah, watch out for this pawn push happening later. And here, I don't think you can be greedy if you're Fabiano Caruana. We talked about this pawn, but if you go and take it, you will live to regret this immediately. The black rook just slides across, hitting the bishop, and when the bishop moves out the way, there will be a discovered attack. For example, knight takes pawn, and the rook unleashes against the white queen. So don't be greedy here, Fabiano. I do expect him to simply castle kingside. Still a very stable position, but watch out for those black pawn pushes later on.
And we saw in the chat earlier that it was pointed out that it is a huge advantage for Fabi today, as he needs to win only one of the 2 matches. But the feeling is that if Hikaru does take that first set, the momentum shifts completely for the best of 2. How important is it for Fabi to actually try and close this match in the first set?
Well, I would say in general, in terms of momentum, it depends how you lose a match. If you just get crushed, you may feel dejected. But if it's a really tight match and you blunder like Magnus did yesterday with a mouse slip, sometimes you're like, okay, this happens, we reset. The second match, if there is a reset, is only 2 games.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about a whole another 4-game match we were filling out of it. It just would be 2 extra games with potential Armageddon. So I feel like that's a long ways away from now. Fabiano, he's not thinking about that. He's really just taking this move by move.
And it's important for Hikaru as well not to focus on that and just take it 1 match at a time, 1 game at a time as well. And we see right now he's the one who's gone in a bit of a think. James, how seriously is he considering the idea of G5?
Absolutely. In fact, this is a very common. In fact, you will see it in the, which variation is this? It's like the Queen C2, Knight C3, E4, classical variation is what they call it. In the classical variations of the Nimzo, which of course you can actually get from, not Seth Thorman, from Surya Ganguly's Part 2. He actually covers it in depth with these G5 lines. You've even seen it with Jeffrey Zhang. Wesley So has played it too as well with the black side of this. Playing this G5 move, it looks absolutely crazy. But it is part of it because you are playing aggressive. You put the king on H8. You play G4 at some point, and it's very strong stuff. Now, of course, Engine doesn't like it now. There must be some tactics here. Maybe like, I don't know, Bishop G5 or Knight G5. Knight G5, and after Knight G5, Bishop F5. So right now it doesn't work. But G5 definitely is something to consider at some point. Just right now, the timing is not correct. So maybe you have to prep it with maybe an H6 to play G5 from there. But he is definitely in the think tank here. I wonder what else he wants to play here, David.
I'm not sure either, actually, James. I think it's a really difficult moment for Hikaru. It's all about this pawn as well. At some point, Fabi might get greedy and be able to take this. So will Hikaru have to take a timeout and move his rook? It's not the type of move you want to play. It's not a happy move for his pieces, but sometimes you need to do what is necessary, and at least that would shore up his defenses, and then he could switch his focus to James's plan there of throwing pawns towards the white pieces, towards the white king. But yeah, Hikaru now thinking deeply. And Robert and James, you're from the US. Is there a hierarchy, do you think, in terms of these super grandmasters in the US? Now you have so many of these world-class players.
All right, I guess I have to be the one to bite this bullet here. I think that hierarchy is not the right word for it because they're so close in terms of rating that you see the players, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, who we just saw yesterday here in the Chessable Masters, Wesley So, he got eliminated the day before. All of these players, along with Lenier Dominguez, you have Sam Shanklin, former U.S. champion. There is so much respect amongst that crowd. But when it comes down to it and they're playing against each other, there is a rivalry. Sometimes it's healthy, probably not always so healthy because you're just trying to take your opponent's head off. I think between these two, there is a ton of mutual respect. In fact, they get along quite well. They don't work together in terms of sharing chess ideas because they are mostly opponents. But Knight D6, I think Fabiano, he is happy about that move. Seems a little friendly, as the eval bar suggests.
Yeah, so you'd call them frenemies, these two.
Frenemies, yeah.
Friendly rivalry. And, OK, yeah, the evaluation bar does react to this knight retreat, and that does hint to me that it must be something concrete, because it is a very kind of slow type of position. If it's just about maneuvering, white having a small space advantage, then the evaluation bar might not react so much. But, OK, Fabi just shuffles his rook across. I thought maybe he could go pawn hunting, trade off some pieces there. Fabi says, no, I'm not going to kind of engage in any complications here. I'm just going to improve my pieces. And suddenly, actually, I don't like the placement of Hikaru's knights. Those 2 black knights are completely frozen. If they ever move, some pawns might drop behind. So nice move by Fabi there. And Hikaru really struggling to come up with a productive plan. Look at Hikaru's face. He's not happy at all with his position, I've got to say. Calculating that.
Yeah, he is good.
He's really surprised right now. And rook c1 is not the kind of move that will take that you've got to have that expression for, but something Hikaru doesn't like about his position. And potentially, could that be the fact that Fabi can also jump into the central square with his own knight? We see that the bishop pair advantage has been neutralized. Is now Fabi wanting to come over to the opponent's side, bring that knight to that central e5 square?
Yeah, maybe a threat on the board, Tanya. If Black just takes a timeout, plays a very logical type of move, we mentioned this earlier, just either supporting a pawn push or taking control of some key squares, then the knight can potentially jump in. And I think the reason you're highlighting this, Tanya, is because there's a threat. You want to take this knight, win a pawn, or at least wreck Black's structure. And Black, of course, cannot capture in the center because of this double attack. Costs material. And, okay, Hikaru defends against that potential threat of the knight jumping into e5 by plonking his own knight in the white half, and okay, eyeing up this pawn potentially, and that whole idea is white cannot kick you yet, or maybe you can, but at least it would come at the cost of this rook's pawn. Really complicated stuff. It looks like the knight is trapped, but maybe no way to catch it.
That's weird, because after rook a1, I was like, can't you just trap this? But then he plays like queen e7, and then just stares at you all crazy through the camera. Like, I got a pawn, and like play a6 and knight b5. Like, weirdly enough, you can't trap this knight yet. That's such a crazy idea, but yeah, knight c4 is such a strong move, and obviously Hikaru is an absolutely strong player here. So it's a really annoying move, right? He crossed into the halves of the board, as we talked about before. Robert talks about this too as well, with halves of the board. Knight to c4. Black's knight is very, very annoying on c4. It's in white's half of the board here. It's attacking b2, and I'm going to take it and go right back home like nothing happened if you don't do anything about this. So you may have to make a defensive move here, like rook to c2. Not too bad. But rook to c2 is actually something, maybe double the rooks from here. But it's kind of annoying that you have to respond to this right now.
Yeah, and Robert, would you ever consider even sacrificing getting rid of this knight? Or do you think white does have to take a timeout and maybe play a defensive, passive move to defend b2?
Yeah, it's one of these moments where I want to feel inspired and sacrifice, but I know I shouldn't. I think that you could actually bring your knight back from f3 to d2, offer a trade of knights, because you do not want to take this pawn on b2 just yet.
Why not,
for
Robert?
Hikaru. I'm going to move my queen, say, to b5, for example, and I'm going to hit all your pawns. It doesn't matter which square there. David, you lead the way, hitting the knight, hitting all the pawns in Black's position, and they're going to fall. So I think that for Fabiano, he can try to kick that knight out of there. James, you made a good point. That knight is frustrating to deal with, so maybe retreating your knight and trying to trade off. Or I'm wondering now, if your knight takes b2 isn't a threat, can white steal the c7 pawn? He answers it.
There it is.
Wow.
He's like, yes, Robert.
He takes it, and the whole idea now is if the knight does grab this pawn, as Robert points out, very strong reply, queen to b5, hitting everything, hitting the knight, hitting the pawn, and another very important pawn on b7. So a nice move there by Fabiano Caruana, and the evaluation bar does agree with his decision. Looking good for white, unless Hikaru comes up with something a bit magical here. What does he have in store?
Well, he's not blitzing out his reply, which is a bit strange, because when you just give up a pawn like that, you would think that Hikaru has something up his sleeves. You guys pointed out that the b2 pawn can't be picked out. I'm struggling to find an idea. Does he just simply want to slide in with the rook and start targeting that bishop?
Yeah, the bishop will do a smash and grab, though. It's taken a pawn, and it will just run away, retreat to safety. And any time that black knight goes to capture white's pawns, the white queen breaks free and starts attacking things. So I'm taking white here every time. I think Fabi's had a great opening. Definitely
something that Hikaru missed here as he's just kind of looking here. I'm down a pawn, right? So he's thinking, puts his head to the side here. What do I do here, right? I am down a pawn. I think he just missed the idea of queen to b5. Knight c4 definitely was a nice move. But after knight takes b2, you do have this queen b5, and it's very, very, very annoying. I'm going to take a b7 pawn. c6 will be hanging. The rook's on the file, too, as well, right? You have two knights versus the bishop here. The bishop is, grab and go, like a grab and go bag at the grocery store here. I'm going to grab this pawn, and I'm just going to go back home and really just tell you to prove that you're down a pawn. So you're going to figure this out, and you need to figure it out fast right now from Hikaru.
Yeah, I like that in the Twitch chat, Hikaru calculating 100 lines right now. And you mentioned 100 lines. Yeah, Hikaru is pretty much having to pick his poison here. Okay, he does kick back the white bishop. And what does white reply? I think just drop that bishop back any safe square, and you're happy. and Fabi chooses immediately.
Terrible position for Hikaru. No, I'm not, trying to overdo it. I mean, he just lost the pawn, and he's not getting it back, right? So White has the pawn and the compensation, as Ben Feingold likes to say, and I just don't like Black's position because White has a bishop, White has extra material. If you take this pawn on b2, the rest of your position might collapse after it. So I think Hikaru understands that his opening has completely backfired. He was playing quickly. Fabiano sat and thought, but not because he was uncomfortable, because he was like, wait, is this really the way Black should be playing these variations? And now Hikaru is resorting to a queen trade. He needs to dig deep, because if he, after the queen trade, isn't able to stabilize, he'll be down a pawn, and that should be sufficient for Fabiano to push for a win.
And shall we have a vote? Are the queens coming off, or will they stay on the board? Which one is Fabi going to go for? Hikaru asking that big question right now.
That's a good one. Let's think about this. Is he going to take that boy or not? Calculate. Let's see. COE, COE, COE.
How do you calculate here, James? Queen takes queen?
Queen takes queen. He takes towards the center always. Well, not always, obviously, but take toward the center. And then I have to deal with the b2 pawn. So, I mean, rook c2. I mean, I could endgame you, but I don't feel like doing that. Like, I just don't want to. I feel like the queen is actually weirdly placed on g6. So I'm actually maybe going to move the queen. But the question is where? If I go queen e2, I do want to go to e2.
Ooh. And, OK, this is the current scoreline. Still
right.
0-0,
There they go.
0-0. But, yeah, the other option, drop back to this square. Maybe you can slide across, defend your pawn, and attack at the same time. But, of course, you have to deal with potential knight jumps. These black knights are really annoying, I've got to say, these two pieces. Especially the knight on c4. Fabi chooses to use this square because he doesn't want to get attacked. But this knight is Black's compensation. As long as it remains there, Black has chances.
And look at Hikaru. He's a little surprised by that decision by Fabi. He's shaking his head. It does look a bit dangerous just placing your queen on the same file as Hikaru's rook. Is that him just unhappy with his position or unhappy with Fabi's last move?
Unhappy with everything that's happened in this game. Look at his clock. He's down on time. Look at the number of pieces. He's down a pawn. You see Fabiano making accurate decisions, not trading queens. The evaluation bar has stayed the same. So I feel like Hikaru, I mean, he's found a Fabiano in fantastic form. And in just a couple moves, that knight on c4, Black's best piece, it might be kicked out of there. And you could see he's rubbing his eyebrows. He's like, doesn't even want to look at this position because he's sliding his queen back and forth. And I think White can make progress.
Yeah. And the last time these two played, it's not just the score, but the scoreline. In just 3 games, Fabiano Caruana took that match. And that's definitely going to be something that's on Hikaru's mind. He can't be feeling too easy. This is Fabi in the best shape of his life.
Yeah, the last two, these met when Hikaru had black. Fabi won. And what a move by Fabiano, kicking back that black knight immediately. He's on a winning streak of 2 games in a row with the white pieces against Hikaru. Could it be 3 now? I don't see what Black can actually reply to this move with. If you take that pawn, you would have got trapped. Let's just show this. Hikaru, oh, not a move he wants to play. He retreats, and now it's just a clear pawn advantage for White. But if he had been greedy here and grabbed a pawn, then there would have been consequences. OK, the knight would have been trapped. But, yeah, Fabi now just moved the white queen off the line of the black rook, and White has an advantage. Just to show that here, knight takes pawn would have been met by the very strong queen to c5. The knight is trapped. No escape squares.
David, what happens after queen e7? Oh, sorry.
I was going to ask the same question. And I think the bishop would step in then.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right,
wow, nice line, David.
And pick up the knight. So Hikaru had to retreat, but Fabi, firstly, you can take this knight and just simplify the equation, up 1 pawn long term, or you just move your queen out the way, any safe square, and yeah, you're a pawn up for later. Black's pawn in the center, isolated at 2. Looking good for White.
And Fabiano Caruana up on the clock as well. He does have a very healthy extra pawn, but what is progress from here? Hikaru jumping in with the knight, so still trying to keep control over the center. How do you improve further from White here? Do you start advancing the queenside pawn? What's the big plan?
I think I would try to trade knights because Black's knight on e4 is super frustrating for White. At some point, there could be a fork if you're not looking out for it. So maybe even move knight forward for White up to g5. That hits the black queen. If it puts the knight in contact with one another, and it may just swap them off. We didn't want to take the knight with our bishop. We prefer to keep our bishop on the board because our bishop is a long-range piece. That knight on c6 can't go anywhere forward. So I think that knight g5 is the move I would play here. But I do like Hikaru's chances. I mean, I'm not counting him out. I haven't liked his position. I still don't like his position. But I think that he is the type of resilient. When he's only down 1 pawn, he can make his own chances, and that could be a problem for Fabiano down the line.
Yeah, Hikaru's definitely not out of this. We would all take white here. We know that objectively, according to the engine at least, and this one should be a winning position for white, but so far to go into this game. It might come down to an endgame grind, and we all know Hikaru, with his defensive skills, almost impossible to beat if he's feeling tenacious, if he's really, really focused. And Fabi as well. 6 minutes, it is enough time, of course, but he might start to get nervous if he can't make progress. Often when you're a pawn up, you feel a burden, you feel pressure to convert it immediately, to kind of hammer that nail in and win the game. But you have to play it slow sometimes, and this is one of those positions.
Yeah. You know, I'm thinking about Fabi from the 2018 World Championship match, and there in the tie breaks, in the rapid, it was just so one-sided. And now there's this other Fabi version 2.0, where he's been undefeated throughout the Chessable Masters. He won the second division of the Athens Masters. Robert, he's put in so much work in speed chess format, and that couldn't have been easy for him.
No, because he loves classical chess. Because when you play classical chess with the longest time controls, you're often playing your best chess. So for Fabiano to switch, I mean, COVID was not an easy time for him. You saw his classical rating dip quite a lot. He was struggling in most of the terms that he played in, but he played a lot online, and he has had success in various online formats. Of course, in the Speed Chess Championship, he lost very badly to Magnus Carlsen. It was a very lopsided match. But Fabiano, he has his podcast, the C Squared podcast, and he talks about it. So he's very open about some of his struggles, but also his triumphs. And he has given new attention to rapid chess. And look at his results. They speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking about trading pieces in the position. Well, he has decided to trade one pair of rooks. Another pair of rooks have been offered for a trade. Is Fabi going to go for just the queens on the board, or do you see him? You can't really let go of the c-file. You can't allow the black rook to come on to the first rank.
Yeah, all the rooks are disappearing. It's as simple as that. It's just Fabi trying to make sure it happens on his terms. He wants the rooks to come off, but as long as he keeps control over the open c-file, ideally with his queen. I think the question that Fabi's asking himself right now as well is, do you want to trade one set of knights, for example, as Robert pointed out? That idea is still on the board. Maybe you have to give the white king some breathing space at some point. There are a few things you need to sort out in your own position. Whenever I play chess, when I'm a pawn up, I just think, okay, let's keep everything nice and safe. What are the opponent's counterplay chances? Let's shut those down. So first, he realizes that black's knight in the center on the juicy e4 square was the best piece, was the MVP, and he wants to trade it off. Logical play, logical last move. But again, if you imagine the rook's coming off, the queen's coming off, even one set of knights coming off, if it's just bishop versus knight, it is still a bit blocked, so white's extra pawn will not be easy to convert. I think Hikaru will bank on his chances in that type of endgame. And what do we think?
Definitely not easy. Yeah, definitely not easy to convert. I actually like this knight d2 move, of course, because you're keeping the tension. You didn't have to take and give him the file. So rook takes c8 would just allow black to have the file kind of for free. And you have back rank problems yourself on c1. So knight d2 is a very nice move. It attacks e4. I can also play f3 at the right moment. Believe it or not, I can even put the king on f2. It's a strange move, but also it's the fact that, hey, we're getting closer to an endgame. I'm up a pawn. So if I play f3, I'm going to threaten to actually play e4 at some point. Bishop versus knight. My king is closer to the center. This is what you want in endgames, and I'm still up that clear pawn that you're down. So, of course, yes, practical chances are there for white as winning, but also practical chances for black too as well to try to make some type of draw, maybe even get the pawn back. Just because I'm down a pawn doesn't mean that the game is losing, right? So it is difficult to still make this happen. You have to be precise, practical sense here. So knight to d2, very nice move from Fabi here, and now it's up to Hikaru to figure this out.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he looks slightly less emotional than he did earlier when he was losing that pawn, when he was really hating his position. He knows now it's a purely defensive task, and sometimes that's easier for a player. We talked about being a pawn up, what the mentality is. When you're a pawn down, you know, in this type of position, you're just playing for the draw, but actually that kind of helps you focus. You know, you have to just think about which pieces to exchange, and okay, he doesn't want to exchange any. He's throwing pawns forward. James, what do you think of this?
That's g5. Oh, that's g5 all day. Wow, my man's just swinging. He definitely bringing the fireworks here. You're supposed to play that early in the game. In fact, not when I'm down a pawn here. But, I mean, I guess he's just fighting. g5 is a very aggressive move. So, of course, oh, I see what he's saying, though. So what if you take on e4 while you lose a piece? Dang, that was nice. So you have to go bishop g3. So the idea here is I think he's going to take on g3 and just say, okay, yeah, you got the pawn, but like it's doubled. Your pawn is doubled. Maybe he's going to take on g3. It is possible to double the pawn, but I could end up undoubling it as well. I also maybe could go knight f5. There's lots of things to it. What do you think, Robert?
Yeah, no, it's a big question here, and I was just reading the chat. I think about hurting my shoulder if it helps me play chess this well. That was pretty funny. Don't hurt yourself. Please don't do that. But what white wants here, what white is angling for, is perhaps having a pure knight endgame. The reason why the bishop can suffer in some endgames is restricted to its own color complex. So that means that if it's just the dark square bishop, that the black knight can sit on a light square, and there's nothing the bishop can do about it. So that's why I'm a bit nervous for Hikaru here as he decides, do I take this bishop on g3? That's a long-range piece. That's got good activity, especially with queens on the board. But if I take the knights off the board, that means in certain endgames, white will not be able to push a pass pawn through because white will not be able to compete as well for the light squares. It's a big moment for Hikaru Nakamura. g5 was a perfectly good move, especially with the limited material. His king is not going to be in danger, but the follow-up here is critical.
Yeah, I would expect Hikaru to throw some pawns towards the white bishop just to ask the question, actually, where are you escaping to? For example, if you push this pawn now, I'm not sure whether you trade rooks first, then this bishop certainly has questions to answer. I'm not sure how you get it out, actually. You might be forced to play a move such as f3 just to retreat the bishop, but no, I see that this would actually, okay, I see why. Be a mistake. Suddenly rook takes rook, the knight takes the bishop, and next move, queen takes pawn. Suddenly it's black in charge. So that was the move I was expecting. First, Hikaru puts his rook on a square, a very solid square where white can capture, but it would improve the black pieces. I think this move is coming next, or at least over the next couple of moves. Fabi has to watch out for that one.
Yeah, and there's only one open file in the position. Hikaru Nakamura also perhaps planning to sometime fall back with his own queen and double up on the c file to try and get control of the only open file on the board. So Hikaru still trying to find that compensation for the pawn that has been lost out of the opening, but he can't be too happy with black to get this kind of position where you're just basically struggling for a draw.
Yeah, you're groveling for a draw at this point. It's not the type of position he wanted, and I've said it from the very beginning, but I love his defensive resourcefulness. I mean, he's making this look like a battle. It's not just clear-cut, Fabiano using the extra pawn, pushing forward, creating a passer. Not at all. As you said, Tanya, the queen can slide back for black, compete for that open c-file. White's next move isn't particularly easy. Any pawn push you make can weaken other squares. And so Fabiano, he's deep in thought, but now he's down on the clock, and that is dangerous territory for him. He's not the best with just a few seconds. He did prove to be quite sturdy 2 days ago when he beat Hikaru Nakamura in game 1 in mutual time trouble, but that's not where he thrives in typical chess.
Yeah, this is what Hikaru does, right? When his opponent is really low on the clock, that's when he starts to create these dynamic positions and the pawn breaks come in and suddenly there are threats all over the board. So when you're playing against Hikaru, you need those extra seconds to navigate all these complications on the board. But luckily for Fabi, he does have things in control. It can't get too messy in such a position.
Yeah, it can't get too messy, and he's saying with his last move that he just wants to defend everything. I mentioned one variation where one of white's pawns might fall off if you get too hasty and play the move f3 to kick away that black knight from the center. Fabi's saying, okay, I'm defending my bishop now with my knight. I'm defending all my pawns. My white king is super safe, and he will focus on maybe those piece exchanges next. And you guys mentioned it. Hikaru, every time I watch his streams, he does end up in bad positions just like the rest of us do. He is human, but it's how he handles those bad positions that kind of set him apart from the crowd. And here I do expect him to actually hold this game suddenly because white is forced to retreat. Yes, it's a solid move by Fabi. I like it. But somehow it doesn't feel like it makes any progress. And I could well see that good knight versus bad bishop scenario that Robert highlighted earlier. Okay,
and a
tricky
big threat
move
on the board. That's a trap, David.
Yep, a very tricky move. There's an idea of knight takes bishop, black's knight. If it jumps out the way, taking the white bishop now, it will actually win a piece because there's tension between the queens. White's queen undefended. Loose pieces drop off, as they say, and white needs to put that queen on a safer square. How to react to this threat?
Queen b5. I'm thinking about it, but maybe he has h5. I have f3 now.
Let's show this.
Take with the h pawn, maybe.
So you want to move the queen, potentially
Yeah,
just to show the idea, James. Knight takes bishop is the threat because the queen takes queen now would be met by a return, a knight capture, and therefore we need to move. And it's in this position that we're thinking not queen to e3, but maybe queen b5. Whoa.
Whoa. What the heck is the move?
This looks natural. I was just showing the move you mentioned. I wanted this too, James.
I have no idea. What is this?
How would this lose for white? This is
knight
incredible.
c3?
Knight c3, and maybe after
Queen
queen
b7, knight e2, queen a b1. Oh my goodness. Queen a. Wow. Yikes.
Well, okay, he didn't fall for this, but he's actually under pressure. This shows that Hikaru's turning things in his favor. He jumps in with the knight anyway, but Fabi did find a safer square for the white queen. The queen is the king's best friend when it comes to defending. Just tuck this queen away. I'm not sure where you go now. Maybe you're safe to step forward. Just don't allow any checks. Hikaru, he's asking these questions. Look at Fabi's clock, 1 minute, and actually it is Hikaru who's creating the threats. This is so unexpected, and now he's going back. He's happy to repeat the position, or at least ask Fabiano to continue playing on. Momentum black, I've got to say.
Yeah, the good news, though, for Fabiano is he sees what those one-off threats are. So that was a nasty tactic, but Fabiano says, my king is not the safest. Let me keep my queen, eyeing along the second rank. So Fabiano, he is doing a good job. Hikaru needs to prove that he can hold this game move after move. That's the tough part. He's pressing forward. That looks good. It's threatening maybe to trap the bishop if white's not looking out for it. But, of course, Fabiano is going to be focused on that side of the board. All that said, Fabiano's clock is ticking down to 1 minute at this point. That's really not good news for Fabiano.
Robert, he played h5. How you feel about that?
I like it because we live. But I think that Fabiano, he knows what's coming next.
Right.
He's just trying to figure out a way to deal with it.
Right.
And if I'm Fabiano, I might start thinking about trading pieces ASAP so I don't get into time trouble and lose this game.
Yeah.
And 40 seconds for Fabi. How difficult is the time situation to actually handle this right now? Hikaru coming with a threat after threat on every single move.
You got to start doing the same thing back. Just play f3 right now. He played h4. That's a scary-looking move.
Brave stuff from Fabiano, not defending passively, he's defending actively here. He's saying, okay, if you want to come for my king, you might have to ruin your own pawn structure or give me control over some squares. In hindsight, I do think Fabi missed a trick earlier, not trading off his bishop for a black knight when he had the opportunity. Feels like those black knights are so strong. But how does Hikaru keep things going? Shaking his head there, Hikaru, for the first time, really, in a while.
I think he wants to take the pawn with his pawn, but he's nervous at the resulting pawn structure. If black does capture the pawn, his remaining pawns are all on isolated lines. You see, pawn takes, bishop takes, h5, f7, d5. Those are not pretty sitting there, but we see the eval bar reacting. Maybe there's a queen g4, pawn h4 type of maneuver. Get an attack going. It looks like, what attack? How could you possibly attack that very safe king? But you only need a few pieces, a queen, a knight, and a pawn. They can do some serious damage.
Yeah, queen and knight are the dream attacking duo. They work so perfectly together in harmony once they get going. But, okay, he does block it up. Normally, block positions are good for knights, so I totally understand why Hikaru did this. But now it's harder to get to that white king. Suddenly, the king side is closed, and the white king will breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, he's coming around with the other knight, Hikaru, trying to get more pieces into that side of the board. 20 seconds for Fabi.
Needs to make a move. Oh, my God. Does he try and trade those knights with knight g3? Is that an idea that Fabi should think about? Get pieces off the board.
That way he never loses. So he could make a knight trade and he will never lose the game. But he wants to win. He's up a pawn. He does trade the knights first. That doesn't give away his advantage. You see the evaluation bar still suggesting white is better. And that white king can go up to h2 perfectly safe there. So a good start to this attempt for a win for Fabiano.
Yeah, and if this was an Armageddon game, this would be perfect strategy. You just put that white king on h2, never get checkmated. You can pre-move on the other side of the board for the rest of time. And look at what he's done. White king, super safe. Of course, this isn't Armageddon. There is increment, so he still needs to win on the board, Fabi. But okay, he's achieved step one. That white king, super safe. And whoa, weird move by Nakamura there, giving away all the dart squares.
F5, bro? F5, definitely. I mean, the bishop is definitely an extremely strong piece now, but the queen has no entry squares. So this is actually very nice from Hikaru here, but there's no entry squares right now. Oh, yeah, he stopped the queen b5. Yeah, that's nice.
I think he's trying to set up a fortress, Hikaru. He's totally blocked the light squares. The black knight is the only piece on a dart square right now. Everything controlling those light squares, the breakthrough. And how does the white queen get in? Fabiano kind of wincing there, and the black knight is coming around.
He's threatening e4
Oh, yes,
now.
he is. He might play it right now. It's a good chance. He can give up a pawn in the center and go for the dark squares. He says, why give up material? He's doing the same thing, but Tanya, I was in the same wavelength as you.
Yeah, but the dark squares, that's what we've been talking about. The queen is entering. It is coming to the other side of the board. Hikaru has to stop that at any cost. Fabiano Caruana down to 14 seconds, but he's got all the trumps in the position.
He does, but he still needs a breakthrough. If Hikaru shuts the door and stops that white queen getting to the top of the board, if you stop her entering, it's still extremely hard for white to win. But the evaluation bar says, yes, it is winning. Why is he putting pieces on dark squares? It's against his strategy. The white bishop now sneaking in, trying to break through, and black creating counterplay. Suddenly the white king not so safe anymore because the white queen is so far away. It's so distracted. OK, that's a check. Do you take this bishop or not? What do we think?
Sheesh.
Knight takes bishop or leave it on the board. He says no, Hikaru.
Okay.
The white queen's coming in.
Queen d8.
Threatening checkmate in one.
Is trading the queens
trade
or queen
them
d6? That's the big question. Black is down a pawn. Hikaru goes for it. He understands that this endgame should not be bad for him. That knight can actually attack the white pawns on the queen side. Fabi has to be careful.
Yeah, Hikaru's going to be optimistic about this endgame. Look at the black knight. It drops in, double attack, attacking 2 pawns. It's level material now. Anything could happen.
Is it advantage Hikaru now with the queenside passes? Is this going to be a difficult position for Fabi to defend in 10 seconds?
Yes, he could lose this game.
My God.
He's allowed Hikaru to have a pass pawn. There it is. All of a sudden, it's winning for black. The bishop cannot handle that pawn. The knight's going to move out of its path, and that pawn's going to promote.
Yeah, there's no path back. There's no path back. You can't even find a diagonal to put the bishop on that is going to stop this pawn from queen.
This position is winning. How does Nakamura finish it off? Knight takes
my
pawn.
goodness.
Classy move. You cannot take this knight. It's poisoned. The black B pawn will run and make a new queen. You have to bring the white bishop back, but it's going to cost you time. It's going to cost you pawns.
There it is.
And, OK, you got the bishop back. You stopped it, but suddenly Hikaru's a pawn up. He's going to win this game. White is totally stuck.
Unbelievable.
Magician. He's a magician.
Yeah.
100%. Now, of course, we talked about this before with the time, right? When you get low on time against Hikaru, it's almost over. Every game, it sucks.
Yeah, this is brute force, what he's doing. Just move after move. You can't pick up that pawn with the king. There is a fork to follow, and it appears on the board. And Hikaru there throwing his hand. I think he can't believe it himself what has just happened in this game.
No, because he was worse all game until Fabiano got in time trouble.
Yep.
And once that happened, Fabiano, he stumbled. Hikaru took full advantage. That's a well-earned victory for Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, my God. That was a total roller coaster game 1, and we are just getting started. So many twists and turns. It is time for our Lisaweta learning point.
And what we've learned today is to not get in time trouble against Hikaru Nakamura. Things will never end well. Actually, Fabiano Caruana played a perfect game up to this point. He still had the advantage, white with an extra pawn, but this next move lost control. He underestimated the strength of the black knight in the endgame. He brought his queen to the top of the board, allowing Hikaru to trade off the queens with a nice check. White's king is hit, the queens had to come off the board, and if we fast forward a few moves later, we saw this position with the black pawn running down the board. The black knight doing such a good job, and here, the killer move after king takes pawn was knight takes d4, taking away a key pawn and winning the race because this black pawn is so strong. After bishop to a5, the pawn was stopped, but the black knight keeps the white king in a cage on the edge of the board, and this was the finishing touch. Pawn to f4, trying to create another pass pawn and a nasty check because after king takes pawn, this knight fork won the game. Knights so tricky, just as Hikaru Nakamura was in that game.
Hikaru Nakamura has to beat Fabiano Caruana in 2 matches to take the grand final, but he has a dream start, winning game 1 with the black pieces. That was an extraordinary start to our day. And of course, we've got a Twitch break coming up, but on the other side of that, a big game 2.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
He is the chess streamer of the year. Levi Rossman has arrived on Chessable. You want to know how to counter the Sicilian, the French, the Caro? Levi shows the way. With 1e4, he brings masterful technique to bring in those wins with white. Head over to Chessable and start upping your game today. Use the command Gotham Chessable in chat to master 1e4. Wow, we've had such an incredible start to this grand final with Hikaru Nakamura taking that first game. David, Fabiano Caruana was the one who was dominating game start to pretty much the finish. How difficult is it for him to make a turnaround now?
I think for mere mortals, recovery would be almost impossible, but these top chess players, they are well-versed, they are well-trained in these types of tournament situations when the stakes are extremely high. So I do think Fabiano will recover, but it won't be easy. He needs to get some fresh air, splash some water on his face, anything to reset.
Yeah, he's just got to keep this behind him. And for Hikaru, now, the margin for winning is 2.5. Do you think with the white pieces, he's going to push a little more, or is he just going to shut down any tactics from Fabi, just keeping it solid?
I would just step on the gas if I'm Hikaru here. Hey, pressure you on the clock. Now, of course, he moved a little bit too fast. That's how he lost the pawn in the first place. So you have to, like, readjust. Hey, what did I do in that last game? Oh, I dropped the pawn. I was moving a little bit too quick, but I was up time, and it made him blunder. So maybe a little bit of the same strategy of moving quickly, but you're going to have to be a little bit more accurate in calculations.
And Robert, what about you? What did you think of the form of these two players coming into the grand final from that game one action we just saw?
Well, Fabiano played superbly until the end game when he was in time trouble. So I think both players actually played well. Fabiano played well at the start, and Hikaru played mesmerizingly awesome towards the end. So I think they both are in good form, but Hikaru got the dub, and that's all that matters right now.
Yeah. Hikaru Nakamura snatching that win from a position we thought the best result would be to get a draw. How Hikaru does it is a mystery. His chess in these difficult positions is from another planet. David, Hikaru starts with the white pieces. What are you expecting in the opening from him?
Oof, it's hard to call. Hikaru can, of course, play anything. He can play 1b3, he can play the Bong Cloud, he can play 1e4, and I do expect him to play something solid. We know Hikaru, he doesn't really push himself unless he really needs to, or unless the opponent gives him the opportunity to strike. Look at Fabiano, meanwhile, just hatching up a game plan here. Look at Hikaru, just really, really calm. I think he'll play solid and wait for Fabi to come at him.
Yeah, Hikaru looking really chill there. Robert, you know Fabi really well. What do you think is his mindset between the games? What is he doing to just get ready for this game too?
Well, I know what he's not doing. He's not putting his camera up. Come on, get yourself centered on the screen for all of us. But in all seriousness, I feel like for Fabiano, he knows his preparation is superb, and he actually, I think, can take that into game 3. He needs to hold here in game 2. He will have his chances with the white pieces.
Yeah, it's really important for Fabi to stop the bleeding, to not let the match go out of control, so not take too many risks. Well, Hikaru starts with the king pawn opening. Are we going to see a Berlin?
I don't think so. I expect Fabi here to kick away this bishop. Oh, he's paused. There we go.
Okay.
Throughout the tournament, he's played this opening with success. Mainline Spanish rather than the dull Berlin. And here we see, okay, the bishop comes out. James, chessable courses on this one?
Oh, there's a ton of them. But, of course, the one that I like the most, this is the most aggressive one. Fabiano, he actually references this in his course, which is a SP Thorman, actually. In fact, he has very aggressive intentions, semi-Slav course, black with E5. He has the E4 part 1 and 2. He also got the Janus, whatever that is, Janish, whatever, how you say that thing. But it's a very cool one. In fact, the Archangel is very strong and very aggressive. One of the most aggressive ways to play the Roy Lopez for you fans out there that want to play it from the black side. But that's SP Thorman here, and the ideas are very strong. I mean, even Fabiano has many games here that he's played in the Archangel Roy Lopez. The most aggressive intention here, you can play moves like H6. Here, knight takes D5, rook to B8 is a move, right? It's very flexible. You get the bishop outside the pawn chain. In usual Roy Lopez is you put the bishop on E7 and play D6, but that's more passive. So bishop to C5 is nice. You get the aggressive intentions here. It almost resembles a... what is this? Which is in the course as well, an Italian game. An Italian game where actually the bishop comes out quickly. You play A6 or A5, you play H6, but the difference here is that the pawn is on B5. So far, so good. This is mainline theory.
Yep, still very standard stuff. Hikaru there just pushing a pawn, taking control over the center. Watch out for later white stepping forward in the center, gaining even more space. But I do notice Hikaru staying really flexible. He hasn't castled the white king yet, so I do wonder whether he's got ambitious intentions on that flank, on that side of the board. Hikaru looking away, frowning. Maybe this wasn't in the notes. This wasn't in the course. Has Fabi switched up his move order here? What has Hikaru got in mind? He's saying wait. He's saying, come on, wait.
Wait a
come on,
second.
chat. Wait for this. Watch this. And he's going to do
I don't think that's right,
great.
Chad. I don't think that's right, Chad. I don't think that... wait, the juicer here? No, I don't think that's right, Chad. Wooden shield?
But sometimes you can trick yourself, though, you know, when you're like thinking, oh, my opponent made a mistake, I could take advantage, but he is going for the attack. So, James, you're probably thrilled right now, but I think Fabiano should be happy about this move. Even if it ends up being good for white, it gives Fabi some chances.
Absolutely. Rook G1 is a very interesting one here. I mean, this is the files are very deep in the Archangel Roy Lopez here. Very, very deep. I mean, that's a thick course. SP Sithorium, I think that's his first chessable course was 1E5 with black. So it was so much material in there, and it's very, very aggressive. But G4, G5 is coming here, but I don't think it actually works the way that we want it to. I mean, you can even play G5 yourself here. If it's black, G5, I'm like, I'm going to play it before you do, right? G5, and then maybe G4, maybe H5, and all kind of crazy stuff. Like, that's a crazy line, by the way. G4, G5, H5? Takes G4? What the heck is going on, bro?
You want to play H5 as black?
Exactly. I just want to see if it works.
This
right?
poor black King James.
But also, I mean, you can't move the knight yet. I guess you just go bishop E3 right after H5 or something. Take it and then G4 and then bishop E3. And it's like, you have nothing, right? So, I mean, some aggressive stuff here from both sides, but definitely aggressive intentions from Hikaru playing rook to G1. That is out of book for sure.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. He has put his rook on G1 rather than castle. And look, G4, chaos has been initiated. Yes, there's been a trade of light squared bishops, but Hikaru is going all out for the win here. Despite a draw being a decent result, he's going for the black king on the G file. Look where this white rook is placed, and this is a hook on H6. You use the hook to break open the position by force, and okay, he's going to start throwing pawns up the board. Maybe the knight will come into F5. I've actually seen this idea before. It has been analysed out there. I can't remember if it's some books or some video courses, but as James says, dangerous stuff for black to face.
I love it. This is such a fun opening and some committal choices there by Hikaru Nakamura when he's already leading the match by 1 point. Rook G1, he is going for Fabiano Caruana's king. Fabi has to keep the clock under check as well. David, you pointed out the knight is jumping onto F5. Black really doesn't have a way to stop that knight from coming there, but you can't allow it to survive on that square for too long. Are you expecting some knight trades to follow?
Possibly. Black's knight could retreat, just preempt white jumping in, but any knight trades might open up this G-file for the white rook. Hikaru can get away with this kind of this counterintuitive setup just because the center is blocked. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi just says, okay, you try checkmate me, fine. I'm going to blow open the center and take my chances there. Like you say, Tanya, maybe retreating the black knight is the most solid, but he will also want to not allow this to turn into a one-sided game. He will look for counterplay Fabiano. That's how he defends.
And it depends how much he believes Hikaru, because Hikaru is on the attack right now. He's on the prowl, and Fabiano's looking like, okay, that knight is hopping in. That looks scary, but oftentimes the best way to counter an attack is by striking in the center, because if you just shell up, the attack may still break through, and you're going to be in trouble with more open lines. But D5, as David is highlighting here, that is a standard way to play. The white knight is trying to jump into F5. You can't stop that. You're not pushing pawns in front of your own king. But if we swap pawns in the center, bring a rook to D8, yes, the white queen lands on F3, but all of a sudden you have to think for white, is my B3 pawn hanging? Can black steal that one? I know it looks very scary here, but the eval bar says black's actually doing quite well.
Yeah, and it still takes a while for white to break open towards the black king. It looks like it's going to end in checkmate, sure, but black can close this line down. I'm also looking for tricks like the black knight jumping into this square, the black knight jumping into this square, with the white king not safe either. So he has gone for this active defense. That tends to be the recipe for these world-class players, and it's not one-way traffic here. Hikaru needs to be careful himself, especially in this situation. A win for Fabi would be disastrous. Hikaru will have blown all of his good work in the previous game.
D5 is a very strong move here, and actually another, of course, you got chessable courses on chessable courses, right? But this is this actually reminds you of a black lion. In fact, you can actually do it in reverse. Black lion actually comes from Simon Williams. It's you have the tame lion and you have the risky lion, right? That's what he says in the course, right? But you can play it for both sides. I have students that actually do exactly that. They play it for black and they play it for white. It's actually an aggressive Philidor, in fact. You just always just play G4. The knight comes around to F1 and G3 and F5 very quickly. Very so much resembles a black lion in reverse here. But lots of times you do actually put this knight on f5, you play g5, you're just all out attack. The king actually sits on e1. Lots of times you can go queen c2, bishop e3 or d2, and castle queenside, because the king actually is in the center. It could also sit on f1 as well. But it is difficult here for white. You're going to have to, if you get this aggression off and you're able to get this attack, then you're good. But of course, Fabiano striking with d5 is definitely going to make Hikaru think, as you see his hands on his head, he is in the zone, calculating like a machine, looking at all the lines that he can find right now.
That's not a very typical Hikaru pose that we see. This is such a critical moment in the position. It is a race to each other's king is what it seems like, with Fabi striking in the center. Hikaru lining up all his pieces for a king-side attack. Big moment here, and we've got a big update from Division 2, Robert.
We certainly do. We know one of our 4 contestants, at the very least, in the 3rd event, Division 1, that will be Nodirbek Abdusatarov, the Uzbek teenager, Olympiad champion, former world rapid champion, now Division 2 champion here at the Chessable Masters. He takes down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 4 games. He wins $10,000, and he earns the right to be in Division 1 in the next event.
Yeah, fantastic performance, and we can't wait to follow his games next month. Abdusatarov, meanwhile, back to this one. Nakamura is going straight for that black king. He's not messing around. What do we think of this? James, it's your type of position, going for checkmate.
Absolutely, G5 and we live, of course. And again, if you go through the black line course, I highly recommend. It's very fun, but as you get stronger, you're going to get your head cracked against some very strong players, okay? Because it's actually not supposed to work like that. Even as the eval bar says, yeah, G5 looks cool, but it's not going to actually work, right? So, because, I mean, you need more pieces here. You're not all the way developed. Look at all, you got 4 pieces on the back rank, right? So it is very difficult still as well to actually make this attack work. But G5, you're going for this, and the black lion is all about attacking. The risky lion is what they call it here. You just have to attack, and you have this position. This is exactly what you need to go for. You got to take. Maybe if G6, we have a queen H5 there. Maybe queen H5 immediately, but then there's king H7, right? Yeah, this is not good. Like, so, I mean, he can just play G6, and you might be in some trouble here, as from Hikaru. Maybe you have to take on E4 and allow a rook to D8. I mean, this is chaos, but that's what you actually get in all the risky lion positions. It's very risky, to say the least.
Very, and I love this idea that you pointed out, James, of actually the black king, either now or in the next few moves, parking itself in front of the white pawn. Yes, white has won a pawn. Yes, white has opened some lines, but the black king still super safe. And white's kind of just neglected the rest of his position, pursuing this attack. And Hikaru doesn't go for it yet. He doesn't open up the lines. He does capture on e4. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a black rook land on the open line. And, yeah, counterplay for black. I'm not sure who's better here. I'm not sure who I would pick, but it's complicated.
But I think it's very instructive that you keep choosing the f8 rook. And actually, there's multiple reasons why. For starters, the a6 pawn of blacks is under attack from the rook on a1. Don't forget about that. You may want to play rook a to d8. That may be the tempting move, but you'll likely blunder a pawn down the line. You see the evaluation go up towards white. So I think that if we go rook f to d8, we also open up the f8 square for our bishop. Our bishop will come back to its home to defend the black king. So I think it's an important, instructive moment to point out why we're bringing the f rook, and he actually brings the a rook as soon as we're saying that.
Wow. Okay, we jinxed him, Robert. Commentator's curse has worked a bunch this tournament, and now I'm expecting the white queen to move, but where? Hikaru, big question for him. I don't think he wants to go in this direction. Yes, you keep an eye on this b pawn that might be vulnerable to the black queen, as we pointed out, but the white queen will never participate in the attack on the other flank. So it's going to be, I feel, one of these 3 squares. I'm not sure which one.
Oh, we're not going to G4, David. Don't even highlight that square, big fella. Don't even do that. We ain't even about to trade queens, but we do have queen H5 and queen F3 are the only possible moves in this position. Now, of course, queen E2, maybe. Okay, what the heck is that doing?
So one of these 3,
right,
James.
Yeah, right. F3 or H5. I think queen H5, it doesn't work for some reason. But queen F3 just seems like that is right. It just feels good, but engine doesn't like it. But queen F3 just feels good. I mean, yeah, B3 is hanging, but I mean, that definitely moves the queen away. And you don't have an immediate threat. I mean, D1 is actually covered. I can probably take on H6. I mean, there's, take on H6. This is getting crazy.
Crazy.
My goodness, right now.
Let's give the players some time to work out this total mess on the board. But I do expect Hikaru to go for the attack, or I want to see him go for the attack.
Right.
He can offer a queen trade. I don't think that's actually too bad for white, but it depends on his mood now. Hikaru Nakamura, will he go for glory? Will he go for checkmate, keep the queens on the board? Or will he trade off and play it safe in light of the match situation? Big question.
Well, considering he's up 1-0, I think, the match situation calls for him to not take too much risk. He could potentially win this game with an attack, but I think his own king stuck in the center. He can't castle kingside. He's already moved his rook. He's definitely not castling queenside, but he chooses to go for the attack. I think that Fabiano should be happy about this. He may lose the game. I said that earlier, but at least he has his chances. And if he plays as accurately as we know he's capable of, he could, in fact, win the game. You see the evaluation bar in his favor right now. The white king is in the center. It's not just about the attack against the black king. White's king may be attacked first.
Yeah, this one is chaos. I think I would need an hour or two on the clock during a long classical game to sit down, put my head down and try to work out what's going on here. This is not the type of position you would be evaluating either. If you're Fabiano, if you're Hikaru, you're not worrying about who's slightly better here. It's just pure calculation. Attack for white versus black's counter threats. And Fabi knows that if he plays it too slow, if he plays it too passive, then white will break through anyway. So he might as well go for it. And how is he going to do that? Maybe it is queen takes pawn, that black queen. I'm just staring at that juicy white b pawn and thinking, OK, I have to take it at some point. But is it now or is it in the next?
It's chaos. It's straight up chaos. Because, of course, you can't. Oh, whoa. H5? Oh, my goodness, that's sick.
The bar likes it.
That's sick. Takes you play G6 on me like that? You gonna do that, Fabi?
Just throwing a pawn off the board.
Fabi? Wow, takes and just play G6 and just look at you all crazy after that. Queen H6, Queen B3, Bishop D2, Queen B2.
Yeah,
you're calculating,
Knight
James.
F5 takes, bro. I'm in the tank right now, but then the queen might be trapped, bro. What is this?
If you put the queen on this square, it's definitely getting trapped.
Right.
At the very least, I might just move my rook and drop the bishop back, try to trap you. I think the queen has to fall back, but the job is done for Fabiano. I'm not sure where the queen goes. Next move, you happily grab this pawn, and black is doing okay. Look
Big
at white's
Fabi.
attack. It's gone. This king's super safe.
And one of the big issues is after the move H5, white wants to play G6 in the live position. Don't do that. Look at that rook on F8. This is why Fabi chose to move his A8 rook. He prevents G6 in this position. So he saw that this is not possible, which means his king will, in fact, be safe. And now it's Hikaru who needs to be worried about his own king.
Wow, that is quite a long vision there by Fabiano, moving that A8 rook, sliding it down to D8, when the more obvious move was with the other rook, but just preempting that you would need this position to counter G6. This last move by Fabiano, is that just saying that it is less dangerous to open the H file than it would be to open the G file?
Yeah, that's where white's rook stands right now, the G file, and that's where the black king as well is also situated. So really classy move. I've got to say that's a world-class move.
Yeah.
It would take me way too long to even consider it, but Fabi spotted it very, very quickly. He knows he's not materialistic. He knows it's worth giving up a pawn if you can totally shut down your opponent's activity.
Yeah, and we look at Hikaru. I don't think it was on his
bro.
radar either. He was not expecting this one.
Yeah,
Not at all.
Great move.
That's a sick move. I mean, that is just sick. I like rook A6 here, but that's a sick move.
Is that
from
knight
Fabi.
D4?
Ooh, knight
Are
D4
there
there,
tactics?
Tanya. Ooh, that's
Tactics in the air. If the
that's
knight
like
jumps in, this
hitting.
could maybe be taken. Tanya, you mentioned this one, attacking the white queen, attacking the white rook. If the queen is captured, this is a check. And here you win material, you win the white rook at the end, so you're up the exchange, up rook for knight. But I guess this knight could be captured.
But then bishop b4?
Ooh, I'm scared. I'm scared
That's
of this
some
king.
heat.
And then I run away, and you take my
You
rook.
take the rook, and then
Total mess.
This is chaos.
Good for black, though.
A
maybe.
mess, but
like that
probably
knight
only for
D4 though.
Hikaru in that position. So rook a6, what does he want after knight d4, David?
I'm not sure. Maybe he's bluffing Hikaru. He's just forcing Fabiano to think.
I think he might be trying to minimize the damage because we saw Magnus attempt this against Hikaru yesterday, going down in exchange but saying my pieces will be on good squares. In the event of knight d4, he, I think, will have to take this queen on e6. In the line we were looking at, where black gets the knight taking the queen with check, then white takes back. We see the king step up to e2 potentially, and it doesn't look good. It's not good for white, but black's pawns are not on good squares either. Double and ice in the center. White has one pawn and a knight for a rook. That means you're not down too much material, and I feel like this is the type of position Hikaru is going to try to hold. At this point, he's all about minimizing the damage.
Yeah, and there we do see the stockfish suggestions, the engine suggestions, and actually for black, 3 strong moves give the advantage. The top choice here, incredibly difficult to find. Just pushing a pawn.
He goes for it!
He goes for the most natural move, but it wasn't one of the top 3 suggestions by the computer, and now white still back in the game if Hikaru goes for the line that Robert mentioned. Rook takes queen will lead to slightly better endgame for black, but not winning yet. for Fabi.
Head shake.
So tempting to play this move, knight d4. And that endgame that we were looking at, it still feels like Fabi will try and grind that one out. He's going to have his chances. It kind of feels like quite a dream start for Fabi when he's trailing this match to get this.
As soon as the move rook g1 was played, I'm looking at the opening as a success for Fabiano. He has winning chances from the start. He definitely has winning chances now. And
did you see that, Robert?
No, I didn't.
I think Hikaru just missed it. He was in disbelief. He was shaking his head at knight d4.
He definitely didn't miss knight d4. I think he might have missed it after the knight is captured. This check from the black bishop, as you pointed out, Tanya, as you spotted. Otherwise, the black bishop would have been captured along the way by the white pawn. It must have been something down the variation. Nobody at this top level, I think, would miss knight d4 as a one mover, but you might miss something further down the variation.
Well, sometimes top players miss checkmate in one, and sometimes they miss knight d4. So we don't know what he missed, but I agree with you, David. I do think it was farther down the line. But what I will say is that this isn't so bad for Hikaru, and he is very resourceful. It's not going to be fun, but at least he has a pawn and a knight for a rook that's not too little material, and black's pawn structure is not very healthy. So I think that Fabi has the lead on the clock, he's the lead on the board, but Hikaru certainly is not out of it.
I'm going to say one thing. If that's the line that he intended to go for, and that was his first intention, he would have played it by now. If he wanted to go for that endgame, David, I think you're on point that it is very possible that that bishop b4 intermezzo after white captures the knight could very well have been the move that was missed here. But Hikaru Nakamura currently in big trouble, and we are going to be heading into that endgame where Fabiano Caruana will have the extra exchange. But is this closer to a draw or a Fabi win?
Ooh, that one's a tough one to call. I would say, if it was anyone else in the world, that black has a winning advantage. Yeah. But we know Hikaru Nakamura's defensive skills. It's going to be hard to break him down here. White is still relatively solid for now. He's using his rook to defend his knight. The pawns are kind of holding together for now, but if Fabi can strike before white's bishop, white's king get to the optimal posts, then then he'll have to go for it.
You said before he could do something, and then maybe think of the move before. So thank you very much for that. I was listening to your words very intently, and I think black has the move b4. And the point of this move is that you're trying to open up a second wave of attack. Where it currently stands is black has pressure on the f file, but Hikaru's last move defends his knight. He is not moving that knight because the f2 pawn will be snagged by Fabiano. So I think b4 is a very nice choice for Fabiano to open a second wave of attack. He instead moves his rook over to a8. That's as natural as it gets, but at some point he needs to make progress on the queen side.
Yep, he's trying to invade using the open file, trying to create this really nasty pin. Also very logical, we've got to say, similar to your idea, Robert, switching focus, and you've got kind of this two-pronged attack right now, and looking very good for black. Against anyone else, I would say this one's over. But Hikaru, can he find a resource here? He needs something magical in order to hold off Fabi. And, OK, steps forward with his king, but still, what is the answer to the black rook coming the whole way down the board and starting to attack this white bishop?
That's tough, because, I mean, once you attack the bishop, then I can move, you're gonna move it or defend it, but then b2 is going to be loose, right? So if you have some extra pawns you're banking on, or you're saying, yeah, I have pawn islands, but yeah, you have a weak second rank, and you can barely even defend this b pawn. I grab that one, the b3 pawn falls, c3 is probably going to fall too. I have a passed b pawn, we're pushing it all the way to the house, right? There's going to be a problem here. I have an exchange. The rook on g3 is doing what? Just defending the knight on f3, which you still can't even move right now because of rook f2. So it is a very, very ugly position for Hikaru at this point.
Yep, so many targets, so many weaknesses. Maybe his idea after the rook infiltrates is to just slide back with his own rook now that his king is protecting his knight, but it's hanging by a thread here for white. Just if it's the type of position, if the wind blows, it might just all blow over. The position might just be destroyed. And, OK, can Fabi knock him out here? Hikaru Nakamura, he's thinking, Fabi, you've got to bring that rook in. Or maybe that b4 move that you mentioned, Robert, before it's too late.
Well, also part of it is, remember in the earlier tactical position, b4 was somehow the moves that Stockfish suggests. So I'm going to keep throwing out that move, hoping that Stockfish agrees with me. But in this position, white can hardly move. Trades, not going to be helpful because the queen side, those pawns are vulnerable to black's rook. And I feel like if Hikaru's response to rook a1 is bring his own rook back, his rook was there before, which actually shows that he made an inaccuracy, and Fabi does push the pawn.
You called it before he suggested that move.
B4.
Nice one, Robert. And still looking good for black.
Yeah, and it's on the board. Wow, Hikaru Nakamura in trouble for the second time in this match, but we saw what he's capable of in game one. It is not over till it's over when it is against Hikaru. But right now, Fabi also up on the clock, dominating position, but he still needs to convert this. I'm going to make a prediction. I think Fabi will strike back in this one. With the black pieces, he's up in exchange. I don't see the harmony in White's position. This is going to be an uphill task for Hikaru. This is a huge opportunity for Fabi.
And the clock, that's a huge difference from game one. Remember that Fabiano was in time trouble when he started making those mistakes. Here he's up a couple of minutes. Hikaru's position is more difficult. But look at the evaluation bar. It's suddenly creeping back towards the center. And before it looked very logical, White's pawn structure is ugly. That pawn on e5, the knight looks like he can jump and take it, but not yet. And Hikaru's moves are very difficult, so I do think that Fabiano will ultimately win this game. But I just never count Hikaru Nakamura out.
It's impossible. A bishop trade has been offered. David, what do you think? Should Fabi keep that bishop, the dark squared bishop? It looks like a strong piece in his position.
It does. However, the white bishop might become very strong if you avoid this trade. It is a dilemma for Fabi. You want to keep your piece, especially when you're material up. This bishop, as we mentioned earlier, for example, it would target this pawn, totally tie down the white knight. However, White's bishop now will plant itself on the c3 square, maybe not in this exact move, maybe next move, and not only does it attack this weak pawn, but it also holds together these pawns on the queen side. It defends everything, it's on an anchored outpost, and Nakamura here would live to fight another day. If you do trade, however, then it's the white knight that will become a strong piece. The white knight is actually going to sit on this c4 square. For example, now, if you try to attack these pawns, white has a nice square with which to defend them, but also counterattack later in the center. So some level of stability for Nakamura. The bishop trade was declined, and here we do have this position. Can Fabi strike? That is the question. Otherwise, the pawns might start falling, and we might, well, see another turnaround later in the game.
I think he can bring his rook up, right? That bishop was covering an important square. If that black rook jumps into White's camp, the e4 pawn, that one is hanging. So I do feel like there it keeps happening, right? I say a move, and it ends up being played by Fabi. But rook f4, it makes very natural sense. You're hitting this pawn on e4. You're getting active. You can double on the f-file as well. So this is a good decision for Fabiano. Hikaru's position is just not easy to play.
Yeah, that's the problem for Hikaru. Maybe on a better day, if he had a bit more time, he would be able to cling on there a bit longer, but you just make one slip, as he has just done, allow that black rook in. He played a very natural move. It was the move I wanted to play as well, moving that white bishop away, but now things are falling apart. Those black rooks have got active, and luckily for Fabi, this rook isn't trapped. There's a couple of safe squares to use. You can go over to b4, or you can use the g4 square, offer a trade of rooks.
He's going for the pawns.
Going for the pawns.
Give me the pawns, right? I'm just about to take everything, right? I mean, there's lots of problems. I mean, look at the rook still on g3, right? It's hard to move anything right now. Very bad position for Hikaru at this point. I mean, double pawns on the b file. I can double there as well. Have everything under control. Looks good. Now, c7 is something to maybe worry about slightly, but I mean, Fabi has this one in the bag as long as he doesn't get in some serious time trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely key. We've seen enough players mess it up against Hikaru when there's no time on the clock, but currently absolutely dominating Fabi. He's not only hitting the king side pawns, but he's not only hitting the queen side pawns, I was going to say, but that bishop on c5 is also targeting the f2 pawn. Where do you see Hikaru is going to try and create something in this? Where are his chances here?
His chances are in the next game. I'm looking at this position, but Fabiano keeps making great moves, and you could see he's locked in. He's got his hands on his head. He's focused just strictly on the board. He's also focused on those B pawns. They're doubled, they're isolated. Pawn's best friend is another pawn. Because if you connect the pawns and you could put that B2 pawn one square over and keep them defended, then White would have some chances. But without that, all of White's pawns are hanging from Black's pieces. I just don't see how Hikaru can survive this.
Too many open files for the rook here, David. That is the compensation that you want when you can block the activity from your opponent's rooks. But I don't see that happening in this one.
Yeah. By analogy, yesterday, Robert mentioned it earlier, Hikaru Nakamura was the exchange up against Magnus Carlsen, but wasn't able to break through there despite his rook for bishop advantage because White's pieces contained the rooks. Now the black rooks, they've just been let loose. They've just been told that they're free to roam and they will break through, win this game. Hikaru using his king as a defender here, but it shouldn't hold. The two black rooks at some point will line up and double up against some of these white pawns. All the white pawns are weak. That's the issue as well. If you have some level of stability, maybe you save this game, but not here. I think this one should be quite straightforward for black.
Yeah, he can do that now. Double them up. Hit that b3 pawn.
Yep.
I think he can play rook b7. I was like, I think he was setting a trap, but rook, double the rooks, bishop c7, you play rook b7 and not do anything else. Rook takes b3 check might be some type of trick, but maybe you could just take it anyway, then play rook b7. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yep. just
tricks.
anything here. You attack the bishop. Next move, you gobble up this pawn, and everything starts falling. And he has played this move. The problem for white is the only way to defend here, to drop back your knight, to hold on to this pawn. This will be, okay, it's on the board. This will be refuted by bishop takes rook. Bishop takes pawn, attacking the rook. And when the rook moves, you create a nasty pin. You pin, and this time you definitely win. So I think this is the killer blow. This will force resignation over the next few moves. Hikaru looking away from the camera. He knows bishop takes pawn now. Bishop diving to the bottom of the board. That's it. The white knight will be eliminated and the defenses collapse.
Let me try one last trick. We're on rook d7. You know, like, come on, man. Can I get some counterplay? Yeah, he not letting it happen. Yeah, he didn't let it happen.
No, it's a good point, though, because sometimes you let your eyes off the prize and you let your opponent get back in the game. But every move Fabiano's playing is with purpose. So James was looking at that pawn in front of the black king. That's why Fabiano kicked the bishop out of there and said, no attack for you.
Are you expecting Hikaru to try and fight this out, or are we expecting a resignation from him soon? It just looks like there are no chances for white in this position.
Yeah, I don't think he should resign. It's not a good example to younger players, to newer players, to resign games early. Only when you know your opponent's guaranteed to checkmate you or guaranteed to win the game, then do you press that resign button. Then do you give up. You should fight till the end. He learnt his defensive skills, Hikaru, by playing onto the bitter end, especially online. You never, ever resign unless you really have to. So he's fighting, but it should be in vain here. Black's king coming, adding a third piece to the party. This one looking good for Black.
Yeah. And good news for Fabi that he's still up on the clock. The moment you said, David, that he needs to fight on, Hikaru just leaned into the camera. I was like, yes, David, I hear you.
And then he shook his head.
I'm going to fight this out till the end, but it looks like it's going to be a bitter end for Hikaru. Wow, that would mean if Fabi is able to close down this game, he would level the score and 2 wins with the black pieces in this match so far.
It's the Chessable Masters. That's what we've seen all event long, is players are winning somehow with the black pieces. They don't do this in classical chess, but here the Chessable Masters, in this rapid tournament, we have seen the player with the black pieces win in many different games. And in this game, it's just white's pieces are tied down. If you're going to try to survive down some material, you need activity. That white rook, it's saddled defending both pawns on b3 and h4, and look at Fabiano go, bringing his rook to more active squares. His king can get involved if he wants to, but he's just taking away all opportunities, all 4 jumps from that white knight.
Yeah, dominate the white knight and you dominate the game. Nice play, and Hikaru's reduced to waiting moves here. He just has to yo-yo back and forth with the white king. Sooner or later, that black central pawn, the e pawn, is going to start running, racing down the board. Material count is still rook for knight, but white's 2 pawns on the queen side, doubled pawns, don't make a great impression, whereas black has the most valuable commodity here, that pass pawn. Push it, and there we go. He does. This one. He's getting closer, step by step.
He just needs to watch his time, that's it. And of course, because it is getting a little lower. Now, of course, he is still up time, but that's the only thing that would, be a factor here of him botching. Maybe, watch out for forks, and also, watch out for your time.
And don't mouse slip, as Magnus found out yesterday.
Too soon.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Magnus. Yeah, I don't expect any mouse slips here, but that is one way to ruin these games, or to spoil your chances. Okay, the knight going back and forth, the black king nicely centralized now. I would try and activate that black rook over on b5 potentially, just slide it towards the center. Nice square there. White is stuck. There we go.
And there it comes. He could look at potentially hitting that knight on c4 as well. Is it time to start pushing that e-pawn forward next?
Yep, he's fully ready now. He's mobilized. He's put his pieces on perfect squares, Fabiano. All defended, no forks here, and ready to push.
b3 looks good. Rook d4, yeah, he's just gonna push them. Well, okay, he's moving quicker. Definitely got to move fast. You get the 3-second increment.
Pick up that h4 pawn?
Yeah,
he says, why not? Give me a free pawn. Now he's got a pass pawn. So he's got 2 different pass pawns. He can bring his rook towards the center. He just doesn't want to give white any hope. He's not giving white any material. And now he can push his pawn where it's defended by not 1, but 2 rooks.
Yeah, that pass pawn now is basically tying down that white rook forever. And Hikaru breathes out. He knows he's just playing on inertia here, but okay, he's going active with the king. It's instructive for everyone at home. Don't give up. There's always a little bit of hope. Even if it's a 1% chance of saving the game, you might save them. And imagine if he does. That's pretty much going to be a psychological blow that Fabiano can't recover from. But whoa, knight takes pawn. That trick doesn't work. The knight will just be captured. And Hikaru does resign.
Yeah, and David, you can just pick up the knight, and after a rook check, the rook blocks the check, so you save your own rook, and Hikaru makes the final blunder, realizes it, doesn't even wait for Fabi's move, and with that, Fabi makes a comeback in the match immediately in game 2. Momentum is so important, and I think it could not have gone better for Fabi. Black pieces come back immediately.
No, of course it couldn't have gone better. He won the game, and at the end of the day, dubs are what matter. So for Fabiano Caruana, he got a great opening. It is Hikaru who's the one who decided to fight for a victory. I think Hikaru is going to regret playing so aggressively.
Yeah, that move, Rook G1, you've got to take it a little slow when you're playing against a player like Fabiano Caruana. But of course, Hikaru, we're expecting more aggression, more fighting chess. Let's take a look at our scoreline going into game 3. It is level, but it hasn't been peaceful at all. 2 decisive games. Hikaru Nakamura takes the first one. Fabi wins the second game with the black pieces. That's just the kind of action and chess and match that we're going to have today. Of course, there's a lot more left on the other side of this Twitch break.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top grandmaster from the Netherlands. The lines and the recommendations that I give are well suited for players of all levels. So I really explain a lot of concepts, but also a lot of basic things. Now it's your move. Don't waste any time. Hit that buy button.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Go to meetup.com/chess to find your local chess community. And it is a big time for the chess community as the FIDE World Championship starts on Sunday. We will have a new world champion by the end of the month. It does feel like an end of the era of the Magnus era, at least for now, as he begins his next chess journey. We are very excited to see what Magnus will bring on with that, but also it's been very special, his contribution to the next generation.
I think the most important thing that I realized over the years is that a lot of people fear me. Once you realize that your opponent is not like mentally prepared to play for a win, then you can take a lot more chances.
It's good to get some young players here. I try and inspire them. We have good trainers, of course, here who try to teach them properly as well.
The main reason why I came here because I wanted to know how he thinks, because in my opinion he's a genius.
He relies more on his intuitive thinking and less on his calculation, which was very interesting for me because I'm like the other way around.
Yeah, it's just very interesting to be here and see like how he prepares for like the World Championship and his psychology in general.
I really had to force myself to say that you have to continue. You have to you're not better by any means, but you have to continue to play. I've won so many games that way over the years.
Do you feel yourself that this is the end of an era? No, I mean, I don't think sort of the era is over quite yet. No.
He has already won so much that I don't think he has so much motivation now to win World Championship again.
It's of course sad, I think, for the chess world that he gives away the World Championship title, because it's clear to everyone that he's clearly the best player, and he has been so for the last 10 years.
Like, kind of understand, because I've been fed up with preparing for matches.
There have been many times, even later in my career, where I was thinking where I've suffered a bad loss, and I'm thinking yeah, maybe I just lost it. Maybe I don't have it anymore.
Who do you think will be the next world champion? Who do you hope will be the next champion?
I don't care.
I haven't got any plans right now to follow the World Championship, whether, I mean, I will probably follow, but I don't think I'll go out of my way to watch the games live, but I will check out the games for sure.
Peter Heine also in his talk, he showed us how much work it is, how many months in advance you have to prepare for a match, so yeah, I can understand it, but hope to be back, that he will be back.
I've said several times that I'm not completely ruling out coming back to the World Championship, especially under a different format, but as a fan I wouldn't hold my breath.
Magnus has been an inspiration for so many players, and especially the new generation, the next generation of chess. But right now, we are also expecting inspired play at the World Championship. Round 1 is set to begin on Sunday. And we've got our very own senior journalist from Chesscom, Mike Klein. He's joining us from Astana. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Tanya. Great to see you. I was with you in person in Dubai, but I'm happy to talk to you here remotely.
Yeah, wow. It's so nice to have you there and here with us. What's the atmosphere like in Astana right now?
Well, it was very warm the last couple of days. It just got very cold today. Now, I was with both of the players yesterday for about an hour. I was sort of part of their live photo session. Basically, I was just holding the lighting gear, but I got to see their mood up close and personal, even make jokes to a couple of the players. I have to be honest with you, Tanya, neither of them are that comfortable during a photo session, but I would say at least Nepomniachtchi's been down this road before. I think he got a little bit looser as things went on. I wouldn't say Ding was any more uncomfortable than usual, but it just wasn't his scene acting out in different poses that the photographer wanted. But that's just all part of being a World Championship challenger.
Wow, that's so cool. So the players seemed very comfortable just days before the World Championship. That's not very common, Mike.
Yeah, it really isn't. And in fact, something else is not very common, Tanya. Not since 2014 have both players been staying at the same hotel. I talked to some of the organizers, and it would be very disadvantageous for either player to not be here. So there's actually even a chance that they could run into each other at breakfast. In fact, my first morning here, Tanya, I saw Richard Rapport at breakfast. I invited him over. He declined. And then 5 minutes later, Ding joined him. And, well, it was pretty clear what was happening. So we can pretty much confirm Richard Rapport is on Team Ding. He is second Ding, if you can apologize for the pun there. But that's one of the first major revelations, is that the seconds aren't as secretive as they used to be.
Wow, that is really exciting and interesting news. And have you bumped into any other players that you might feel are part of the teams for the two challengers?
In fact, I have. I ran into Nikita Vityukov in the elevator, and as a way of confirming some of the rumors, I said to him, good luck to you and your team, and he accepted my udachi, practicing my Russian here. So I think that pretty much confirms that he's on Team Nepomniachtchi. They've been longtime friends, so we have at least 1 second known for each team.
Yeah, and we also hear there are a lot of other activities and events planned around the matches, around the World Championship. How pumped is the city of Astana for this big event?
Well, they almost got the president of Kazakhstan to come to the opening ceremony tonight. That didn't quite happen. Instead, somebody read a letter on his behalf. But I was walking around Astana yesterday filming lots of different scenes, and most of the locals that I talked to in my broken Russian were at least aware that the event was going on. In fact, I randomly ran into several chess academies. So this is a chess mad country. I mean that in a positive way. And I think that there's going to be a lot of nationalism, sort of built around this tournament. So I'm expecting some pretty big attendance. And by the way, Tanya, I just got back from the opening ceremony, which was partly in Russian, partly in the Kazakh language, and partly in English. So they're very prideful of their local traditions.
Wow, you were at the opening ceremony. You've got to tell us about that. Do we know which player starts with the white pieces?
In fact, we do, and I know you've been in the studio watching this fantastic match, but on my Twitter, I revealed a video. They actually had a robot choose the pieces. I think you have to go to my Twitter to see exactly what we're talking about here, but the robot had a bowl of white and black pawns. It accidentally picked up a white and a black pawn at first. But anyway, once they had a second attempt, the robot picked up a white pawn, and that was on behalf of Nepomniachtchi. So Jan will play white in game 1 on April the 9th. I know as far as the Chessable Masters is going right now, white is not an advantage, but in classical chess, I think, Jan's going to try to take advantage of those white pieces on the first game.
Wow, thank you so much, Mike, for all these amazing insights directly from Astana. Thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy your time there.
Thanks so much, Tanya.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi starts game 1 with the white pieces. We will be bringing you exclusive coverage and the action for the World Championship match. And it will be Jan taking on Ding. Exciting match between two tremendous fighters. Robert, is it advantage Jan to start with white?
That is a great question, and I feel like the last bunch of world champions, at least before the previous one, they were tied. They went to tie breaks in rapid play. In the last one, well, the first decisive result wasn't until game 6, so I don't think that the first game, the color you have there, is necessarily an advantage.
I actually think it is sort of some type of advantage having white, but also just the experience. And we talk about this a lot, even streaming everywhere, Twitter, like just talking about World Championship, biggest event of the year here, right? With white, actually, you have the white pieces, so you want to try to take advantage of that, but definitely Nepo having that experience of being at a World Championship before. This is his second one. The nerves, the psychology there, especially, I think it'll favor Nepo there.
Yeah, he's got the experience, but he also has the better head-to-head score in classical rapid and blitz against Ding. So I think Nepo, small favorite ahead of that match.
Yeah, wow. It is going to be a very fun match, but this one is all focus on this extremely fun match as well. 2 punches by both of these players. Hikaru starts first, then Fabi, and Fabi sticks to the queen's pawn opening. He did get a good position, even though he lost the first game.
I think sometimes we get distracted by the result, players included. But Fabiano says, I had a fantastic position. I won a pawn against Hikaru Nakamura. It was not the opening's fault, so don't blame it. It was time trouble and miscalculation deep into the game. So I think it's a good choice from Fabiano. We'll see how Hikaru improves, because the first game did not go his way, even though the result eventually did.
David, isn't this the exact same position from game 1?
Almost. In that game, slightly different move order. Black's bishop had already come out to the f5 square. White's bishop also developed too. So clearly Nakamura's done his homework. He, as Black, was the first one to switch things up, and he's also thrown a pawn forward in front of his own king. Knight's off the board now. This one, chaotic position. What do we think of this, James?
Ooh, chaotic. I love some chaos here, especially from either side. But of course, G5, G4 is a very common idea. You see it in the Nimzo Indian, especially the modern Nimzo Indian these days. G5, G4 is very aggressive. Now, you do actually open up your king in many cases, so you have to be very, very accurate here. But it's very, it works. In fact, you have to put your king sometimes on H8, and the rook goes to G8. Most likely, white will castle king side, but it is possible to castle queen side as well. So we'll see what happens. I do like the bishop F5 move here. Yeah, and bishop D3 blocks right. So maybe king H8 at some point, queen D7, queen G5 too as well. All these moves come out. The reason for queen G5 would be to actually go back to G6 as well and defend some things. So lots of positional ideas here, but it's also aggressive because of G5, G4. So it's very, very crazy, chaotic.
Yeah, just to put some of the moves you mentioned on the board. Okay, I was going to say queen G5, one of them, shuffling the king into the corner, very logical. Instead, he drops his bishop back to a defended square. Also very logical with Hikaru Nakamura, but evaluation bar does not like it at all.
What is it? What do they want?
Maybe it just loses a move. White now does have the opportunity if he wants to start castling. I'm not sure which flank. That's the big question. But Fabiano will have done his homework. What do we think, Robert, of this position?
I think that White would love to make the move pawn to H3 to open up the rook and launch an attack. And Fabiano makes the move before I could say it. Bishop F4. Because if you played H3 first, that would have shattered your own pawn structure. That would have been terrible. You see the evaluation bar drop completely because White's pawn structure is awful. You're going to lose most of your pawns there in the center. So I think the move Bishop F4 is excellent by Fabiano Caruana. He could play H3 in the future. But Hikaru is holding nothing back. He throws that pawn forward with C5. We say it time and time again. The best way to defend your king if it's being attacked is often to strike in the center.
Yeah, really nice move. So now this little pawn push would be met very strongly, I think, by pawn to C4, kicking away this white bishop. You can't break the tension along this diagonal, really. You can't step out the way. Black's bishop will eventually hit the white queen. So after a trade, suddenly we compare pieces, and I think Black's bishop is the strongest piece of all. Here, looking at both sides of the board, advantage Hikaru Nakamura. Still, of course, not one-sided. The black king a bit open, but this is his plan. Pawn to C4 next move, and Caruana does not react to this immediately. He instead castles. Now this pawn push may be less effective because after a trade, white will happily just move the queen out the way, maybe slide across and start attacking some loose pawns. Opposite color bishops, but anything but drawish this position. Wow. I'm really liking it, I've got to say. I'm surprised Hikaru went into this because he hadn't prepared it for the first game. He only had, what was it, a 10-minute break in between to study this. But yeah, he's showing courage to enter Fabiano's preparation.
He's showing courage every game. He's like G-pawn and with white, G-pawn with black. It doesn't matter. Like every game, I'm pushing this G-pawn, says Hikaru. And he's doing it again. All right, now I do like the center, or at least the control we have, being able to play C4. But the opposite color bishops, I mean, it does kind of deter me a little bit here. Not the biggest fan. I'm kind of it there. Maybe we play something like F6 too to try to do something about that. Maybe queen takes F6, but I have no pawns around the king. I do need to develop still as well. Rook to C8. I mean, these positions are very difficult to play for black with accuracy. You guys go for C4, and it looks like we're going to have opposite color bishop game.
Yep, and that knight has been eliminated. Opposite color bishops, but whose king is safer? Normally, with heavy pieces on the board, queens, rooks, opposite color bishops, they do favor the side who can attack, who has targets. Here, if black is able to attack on the light squares, white won't have a reply on that color complex, and likewise, if white can initiate an attack on the dark squares, black will struggle. But for now, it's hard to imagine either side delivering a checkmate. Black's king more open, but the white piece is unable to kind of profit from that for now. Watch out for later.
Yeah, David, with opposite color bishops, attack, like you mentioned, is absolutely key. If the heavy pieces get traded off, this will end in a draw. But Hikaru has to do everything to make sure that white's queen and rook doesn't get active, because then it's the black king that'll come under fire.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, you take it. This is your type of position, James.
You know me, my guy. Look, I'm looking at queen H4, right? I want to, well, this is what you want. You want to play queen H4, and you want to get this rook to H6. I've even seen lines from, honestly, Surya's course. Just remembering, he also has tons of games. I think one of his, it's one of the greatest courses on Chessable, like just period, for Nimzo Indian work, right? Queen H4, but Rook G6 and trying to go for mate here. But there's a reference chapter that he has in his book. Bro, it's like 100 plus games, all from the black side of the Nimzo Indians. You can get lots of ideas from there. It's important to have ideas, but Queen H4 is very strong. We do want to, and obviously he plays Queen E2 here, or he plays Queen D7, but you do want to go for some type of kingside attack. I mean, the bishop is aiming at G2. If we're able to get in there, then, you know, obviously we'll have some, white will have some problems, but Queen D7, I mean, this is getting kind of boring now, right?
Well, there is a big threat on the board, though, James. Black is threatening to secure the queen with the bishop jumping in one square ahead on D3. So Fabi needs to take care of that right now.
He does. We could see an exchange sacrifice because this position is about the safety of the king. And if you sacrifice your rook for a bishop and pawn, that could be enough compensation. I don't love the thought of it because that gives black an open file to work with. If we do, in fact, take this bishop here, you'll see the C file become open. What do rooks need? Open files. The black king is not that unsafe where I'm worried about being checkmated right away. But if that white rook on F1 somehow gets into the game, maybe pawn to F3, even to open up that rook, there could be an attack, but I just don't see it working out. I don't think Fabiano wants to go for this kind of position. I don't think it's quite double-edged enough. I think it's actually one-sided in Hikaru's favor. Either he goes on to win that type of position or he makes a draw.
Yeah, this is the type of thing you play in a blitz game if you really want to risk it. If you're in a must-win situation for white, sacrifice and then open lines towards this black king. But here for Fabi, it does feel a bit reckless. So I do expect him to actually move the other rook here, maybe move this rook out the way, for example, and now bishop d3 can come, but at least it won't win material. Now you can just move your queen out the way. Again, not sure which square, maybe just reposition her in the center, and the game goes on. It looks very balanced to me, but that doesn't mean a draw. That just means chances for both sides. He has indeed moved his rook. And no threats, no breakthrough, just who can outmaneuver the opponent over the next few moves. Bishop d3, hitting the queen.
Yeah, and you called this, David. Now, a big question to Fabi. He needs to find a way to get that queen into activity. Of course, Hikaru is not going to make that easy. The score is currently level, but the feeling is that it was Fabi who was also pushing in game one. With the action that we've been seeing today so far, does it just feel like Fabi's perhaps played better in this match today?
You know, he's playing all right. I don't like how he's playing in this game. So you picked the wrong moment to ask me the question because I think Hikaru is the one who has all the chances. That black king, even though there are no pawns in front of it, there's no G pawn, that one's run up the board. How are you going to get at it? That bishop on D3 for black stops any progress for the white rooks. And oftentimes you need multiple pieces, not just one queen, maybe not even just a queen and bishop. You need the rooks to get in the game as well. So I think Hikaru, he had a bad game 1, and then he won that game, and then he had a very bad game 2. But here in game 3, I think it's a different version of him.
Yeah. Hikaru here. James, following your idea, the rook lift on the board. He wants to try and create some chances against the white king. David, this is such an interesting position because aesthetically, just looking at it, it looks like it's the black king that should be under fire. But is the white king also feeling the heat a little bit?
Yeah, your king is only weak if the opponent's pieces are active enough to take advantage of that. And look how passive white's pieces are. White's queen is blocked, white's rook is blocked, all by a single black bishop. So, yeah, for now, there's no chances. It's a distant dream that white can attack. Whereas Nakamura, his pieces, they have potential. Yeah, that black bishop, it's like a small little plug blocking up a whole river. And white's pieces just can't break past it. I just love Nakamura's position. Also, if we look at both sides of the board, if we look at the queen side, which we've been neglecting, black has a pawn majority there. I wouldn't be surprised if the black rook, do you even lift that rook? It's going to slide actually over to the other side of the board, and the black pawns are going to start running forward. I don't see any productive plan for Fabiano. I've got to say, both rooks stuck, the white queen stuck. The position looking a bit rough right now.
Of course, that's what you say. Do you even rook lift, right? I mean, at home, do you even rook lift, right? Rook to e6. Now, this is a very nice rook lift. The bishop on d3 is very strong, but I'm very annoyed by the bishop on f4 as well. I mean, if I can get queen h4 and rook h6, there's huge problems, right? But there also is the problem of this bishop on f4. Really, we can probably play b5 and a5, as you mentioned, and maybe play rook b6, try to push the pawns. That's where the pawn majority is. The rook lift looks nice. We may even see, because how strong the bishop is, doubling the rooks and rook takes e5. Maybe just we do our own exchange sacrifice and then go back around and actually be able to do some type of kingside attack where, like, your rooks don't help. In fact, especially if we get the bishop, we reroute it back to e4. We set up the rook to h6, and we actually go with queen to e7 over to h4. There's lots of nice plans for black. And as you mentioned again, I mean, white really kind of has nothing. We're kind of just sitting and waiting. We need to break this open. He might be trying for maybe b3 now, but that doesn't even do anything. Like, we don't have to take it. We can also play b5 here. So I think chances are definitely all in black's favor right now.
Yeah, push those pawns, maybe even swing the rook in this direction and try to pile up against this backward pawn, this weakness long term. I'm liking black, I've got to say. But still early days, and the evaluation bar roughly in the center. So Fabi may be solid enough to stem the tide, to hold the balance.
But the position is very clogged, but only for one side. White's rooks staring into black's pieces. Black's rooks have more space in front of them. The grass is definitely greener on that side of the board, and I feel like Hikaru can start pushing his pawns forward. The one thing he can't lose sight of, if he puts all of his attention on the queen side, the king could be open. And don't count out Fabiano to sacrifice some material. Maybe that exchange sacrifice later in the game can give him enough play, but his position is passive. He doesn't have any sort of active ideas. There's no strategy to employ here. I think he has to shuffle.
Yeah, and we actually heard Mike Klein talking about seconds for the World Championship match. I just want to shout out to Hikaru's second, who was clearly doing the work, clearly studying this opening between games. And he was the one who must have fed Hikaru the opening knowledge to get this type of position, because game 1, he was pretty much busted out of the opening. He was losing. Now it's black. He has an advantage out of the same exact opening, and he definitely didn't have time in the break to study it himself. Someone, his second, I'm expecting, was doing this work for him, and clearly it's paid off. Great
Chris
position.
Littlejohn is his name, right? Yeah. Chris Littlejohn. That's such a cool name. Littlejohn. Right.
Yeah,
That's
important job at the top level.
That's a great point, David, that you make, because game 1 started very similar to what we're seeing right now, but it was Fabiano Caruana who had the big advantage out of the opening. And then Hikaru coming with the same opening, just a little twist, a little change, which was prepared during the break. And now it is with the black pieces. Hikaru pushing this. Still the opposite color bishop. How much poison is there really in this position?
There is a lot, and I think Hikaru is trying to find a way to keep this game going, and he just played rook to g6. Maybe there are some attacks on the king side on the agenda for black, but I just don't see the clearest plan for Hikaru either, and that's what he is trying to come up with. He's looking left, right, center, where does it come from? But for now, I think that Fabiano can shuffle, and if black goes too far, there could be that exchange sacrifice, that rook taking that bishop on d3 at some moment, opening up lines that could be useful for white's pieces.
Yeah, you've been advocating that sacrifice. Well, that bishop is very strong. David, is there a potential for the h-pawn marching forward to try and break that king side? Is that what Hikaru wants?
Yeah, I think he's preparing it. I think you're completely right, Tanya. If white just does nothing, let's say white makes a just useless passive move, it's hard to find anything productive, anything better than this, to be honest. Then black will simply march this pawn down the board. Again, if white waits, the pawn comes even further, and you can't really keep it locked up anymore. If you try and bypass, if you try and block this pawn, then suddenly the black queen has a route in. This is why opposite color bishop positions are so treacherous. Here, the white pieces cannot guard against an infiltration on the light squares. So definitely a long-term plan. He's at least floating that idea in Fabiano's mind. He's saying, okay, you have to worry about this pawn stepping the whole way forward. If it gets there, your king is in big trouble. So Fabiano needs something over the next 2 or 3 moves. Of course, he won't just waste time, bide time, and pass the move to Hikaru. He'll try and do something, maybe just move his queen forward, as Robert's indicating, at least floating the idea, again, of sacrificing the exchange here, opening things up. But yeah, definitely I would choose black, because white's plans are less intuitive. Yeah, looking good.
James,
Definitely.
you'll be happy to see h5 on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, h5, h4, that's the whole plan there. h5, h4, play h3, queen f5. It looks good there. You can also take on g2. I mean, how do you even stop the plan? h5. I mean, I don't think you can stop that plan either. h5, h4. You're shuffling as white already. I mean, you have to do something now. Wow, what a positional domination it feels like. I mean, the bishops, yes, they're opposite color, but you can tell the difference in the bishops. The bishop on f4 just almost feels like a pawn. It is okay stopping a rook from coming to h6, but we're not even going to use it. I mean, in fact, it's funny how black has literally everything on the light squares besides the a7 pawn. And also in vice versa, in that one position you show after h5, h4, and then they end up going g3 and shuffling, everything was on the dark squares, right? So it's kind of funny how these opposite color bishops here in these type of positions, everything's on light, everything's on dark, and look at this. Like, this is a crazy position, right? But white is just, I mean, black is completely winning, at least strategic, from a strategic standpoint. Feels like white is just 100% winning, or black is winning, and white has nothing to do. Queen c3 actually is now played with, looks like he's probably going to sacrifice on d3.
Yeah.
Yep. It's definitely in the air, but I'm not sure if it's a threat right now. And if it isn't a threat, Hikaru will get on with his own business, start pushing his pawn forward. You can maybe guard against the idea of a queen, of an exchange sacrifice, sorry, by bringing the queen forward, just defending the square one more time. Again, passing the move back to Fabi, saying you can't sacrifice now, so your pieces are clogged up. These two white rooks just impotently staring, actually unable to contribute to this position.
Not fun. Really not fun for Fabiano. When you asked me the question, and I was like, you asked me at the wrong time. I'm looking at this game, and I'm just like, Fabiano can't do anything. He is trying to bring his queen to the center. Maybe he can poke and prod, try to stare at some pawns in black's position, but you see Hikaru confidently bringing his queen forward. He's also well ahead in the clock at this point. There's going to come a moment where Fabiano may only have one move to survive, and it's not going to be easy to find.
Yeah, when there are direct threats on the board, it's easier to handle in chess. You've often only got moves, but here Fabi has to face a big plan that Hikaru is planning to execute, creating more weaknesses on the light square. Fabi trying to create a break on the other side of the board, strikes with the pawn. Is this something that Hikaru can just ignore?
I think so. What's the threat, after all? To trade a set of pawns? Is that so scary for Hikaru? No. And, okay, he jumps in with his queen. What is the idea here? Is he going to try and checkmate white somehow?
And is this the moment that white tries to offer a queen trade with perhaps capturing on c4 and then placing the queen on the center of the board? Is that something that Fabi should be thinking about right now, David?
Normally, I would say yes. I would love to get the queens off. But actually, after white's last pawn push, black is guaranteed to have at least one passed pawn if the queens disappear. Let's go in and examine this. If now we do see that very obvious move, pawn takes pawn. Black will recapture with his own pawn. Watch out for this one, promoting later. A queen trade here. I think he might just say yes, Hikaru, and after the rook slides across, the white bishop now is tied down. Black is going to start pushing these pawns, and I don't really see a way to fight against this. Again, this one bishop is holding up 2 whole white rooks. This rook can actually swing the other way now, go for this lone pawn. Feels like one-way traffic, this endgame. Miserable stuff. Yes, you were suffering in the middle game, but do you want to suffer in the endgame as well? big question for Fabiano.
But that's why I really like Fabiano's last move. He brought his rook up to the second rank. You need to use the dark squares so that now if he captures on c4, his rook can slide from d2 to b2 using a newly created open file. You need something to do if you're Fabiano, and black is still going to be better pretty much no matter what, but at least there is some sort of plan.
Yeah, and you've got like 3 moves to do it because Hikaru's coming. H4, H3, mate on G2. He's got a very clear target on that G2 square in front of White's king to deliver checkmate there. At some point, Fabi has to offer that queen trade.
At some point, but he'll hope to delay it until a moment that helps White or that suits White. Meanwhile, Hikaru, I have a feeling he's going to play on both sides of the board. First, he activates his only bystander. That rook was doing nothing in the corner. Why not bring it to the party? Invite it in. And, okay, Hikaru reacted not very happily there. Maybe he thinks he could have been more accurate, but still looks pretty good for black to me. Looks like he's playing very logical chess, Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, it looks fine here. I mean, I even like the rook h6, so you can just try to, increase what you want us to do here. But maybe, yeah, rook h6 is nice. Maybe he'll go there now, because now e5 will be hanging if you do something like bishop h4. Rook h6 is just threatening to play h4 here. I mean, you're just defending with white. And this is very cool to see, a position like this where, it's almost like kind of same material, but we have opposite colored bishops, and black is just the one dominating in this game.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Fabi at least tries to get one piece active, as Robert pointed out. Not capturing pawns yet, but that white rook is about to find an open file or semi-open file. Hikaru, I think he's going to push one of his pawns to a safe square on that queen side, and then he'll switch focus back towards the white king.
Patience. That's
yeah.
nice.
No, patience is definitely what Hikaru needs. But the problem is, for Hikaru, is that Fabi's not going to sit and do nothing. He's going to keep pushing pawns, try to open files. He desperately needs to do that. So when Hikaru pushes a pawn on the queen side, Fabi's going to do the same. He wants pawns in contact with one another so he can trade them and open lines for his rooks, because that pawn on c4, that bishop on d3, black's pieces are just dominating white's rooks, and bishop is a less valuable piece than a rook. So I think that for Hikaru, he's doing the right thing. He's taking his time right now. It is a critical moment. He wants to figure out how to properly defend this pawn on b7 that the rook has in its sights.
Yeah, it's still fascinating. That pattern you pointed out, James, I can't stop looking at it. Nearly everything for black is on light squares, nearly everything for white on dark squares, and apart from a couple of pawns, which might well move. It's just classic opposite color bishop strategy. Just put all your pieces on one color complex, and they call it like ships in the night, just passing each other. But here, if black's the one breaking through on light squares, which it looks likely at the moment, then Fabiano can't react. There won't be a defense. Just move a pawn. I think Hikaru needs to just stay patient. He's looking for a breakthrough. You can tell right now on the camera, he's spending a bit of time. He's looking for something direct, but maybe that direct breakthrough doesn't exist, so why rush? You've got all the time in the world right now. Fabi still doesn't have too many direct threats. And, yeah, looking good for black still.
Rook h6 just seems right? I mean, can't you just play it? Let's see what happens, David. Let's hop into the board here. What happens on rook h6, right?
Yeah.
The engine goes up a little bit, but I mean, it's a practical move. It's threatening h4, right?
Yeah.
And if you do want to take an in-between move, pawn takes c4, I can take back with the pawn first, defending b7. So the rook move, I don't even care about your little rook move on b2. It doesn't do anything, right? Because I'm defending, and then you have to respond to h4 once again. So bishop f4 is with tempo. I'm a big fan of tempo. So, okay, bishop f4, but then I can just back up. Rook h7, maybe.
Can you go h4 anyway? Do you really want to care about that, rook?
Anyway, first think later, Tanya? That's how you feel?
I don't think so. I love the idea. The execution will only take Hikaru's king's head off. So I think the problem with h4 is you can take the rook on h6, and after h2 you play f3. You solve your problems along the second rank, and unfortunately too much material sacrificed.
Yeah, so black does have to time the attack correctly, but I like the ideas. Yeah. And James, I would love it for Hikaru right now to go for the attack. I think he will at some point in the next couple of moves.
I mean, he's spending a lot of time on this, as he should. It's a critical moment. You spend your time in critical moments when you need to, right? And it looks like he's going to make a move here as he reaches for the mouse.
He's been in the think tank for about 3 minutes right now.
Right. Big time investment. He's blown all of his clock advantage in this one position. So it must be something special that he's planning, Hikaru. If he takes the time out now and just plays an innocent little pawn move on the queen side, as we're expecting, then he will regret having just tanked for 3 minutes, having thrown away all of that time that could be useful later. I think Fabiano kind of gaining in confidence as well in his defensive efforts if Hikaru doesn't find anything.
It's on the board, James. Your idea is on the board.
Jedi. Jedi.
And wow, Fabiano unfazed. That was a very quick capture on c4. He brings the bishop up, rook g6. So if the bishop goes back to g3, Are they going to just rinse and repeat? I don't think so if you're Hikaru.
No, I would be so disappointed if we get a repetition here because this position is about to blow up once the bishop falls back, but it has to, right, James? Otherwise, finally, the h-pawn advances. If the bishop falls back, do you think Hikaru is just going to go for a repetition?
Well, you repeat once, right? Like the strong Russian G. Whoa, you tripping. He lost his absolute on national television. What is this? E6 is not a move.
Just throwing away a pawn.
I'm just going to grab it. Eat it. Look at Hikaru perk up there. Like, bro, what is this? Is this just a pawn?
It can be captured 4 different ways, and not a single white piece is defending it. So I think we're all shocked, but what piece do you capture it with?
That's a good question.
He wants to activate his rook on the 5th rank, I guess.
Oh.
Look at this. Okay, the pawn is captured, and white's rook is going up now. And actually, is white the one trying to attack? This must be the only way you would throw away a pawn for free. Okay, he's gone for it. Big, big threat on the board. Rook takes pawn. And suddenly, if the rook gets there, this would be checkmate. The black king would come under fire. Whoa, what an idea from Fabi. And, okay, Hikaru, just like he did in the first game today, threw his pawn forward to f5. And look how weak this king is suddenly. Really nice idea from Fabi, but he needs justification. He needs compensation. He did throw away a pawn. He's a pawn down. Any endgame now is clearly winning for black. Fabi needs to checkmate Hikaru, otherwise he's going to lose this game.
He needs his rook to move like a knight. He needs his b5 rook to get up to the 7th rank. That's where you need to cause some damage, but it is a bit slow. Black will react accordingly. But what an idea. You give up your pawn where 4 different black pieces can take it. You did not have the square defended. He desperately wants activity, and that's what top players do. They would rather be down material for active play, and he plays rook c5. He wants that rook up into c7 where he'll threaten checkmate.
Yeah, I think, Robert, that's a great point, that it is about activity and a practical decision there by Fabi in a very passive position, just trying to create a mess. The eval bar hits it, but who cares about the eval bar? Hikaru offering a rook trade, and we immediately see the eval bar say that things are getting more complicated in this position.
Yeah, this is not one-way traffic anymore. Earlier we were saying, okay, it's black who's slowly advancing at will, at his own leisure, at his own pace. Now at least there are counter chances. If Hikaru slips, he might be the one getting checkmated. So from a practical point of view, that's what we talk about. It's ease of play, whose plans are easier. Actually, the stakes are just as high for black as they are for white right now. So I think from a practical point of view, great move by Fabi. Yes, he's a pawn down, though, so he needs to keep that type of energy in his next few moves.
Robert, did you hear me say he said at his own leisure? Did you guess that one?
Leisure.
Yeah, there you go. You caught that one. Leisure. I was like, what? Oh, leisure. Oh, okay. That's what he meant.
You're calling me out, James. Every time.
And I'm here trying to think like James. I'm not trying to sacrifice all the white pieces, go for an attack. I'm thinking, can white push this pawn to f3 to open up the g file at some moment? Come on, James. I'm trying to, I'm trying to do you a solid here. Jeez. I'm trying to look for checkmate. That is the goal of the game. So, for example, if you trade rooks on, wow, after the eval bar didn't budge. Okay, okay, here we go. So if you take on f3, I was going to try to trade rooks because I can't allow your rook to hit with check. You take back with your queen, so your pawn structure intact. And I was just trying to take back on f3. And if you take with your queen, my queen gets into f6, and I was thinking I might just have enough play.
Dang.
Whoa.
Wow.
I love it, Robert. Whose king is weaker? It's unclear. Probably it's just a mutually, it's just a balanced position because there might be some perpetual check ideas in the air. Okay, he doesn't go for this. He tries to get his queen in anyway. Also eyeing up this pawn in the corner. And watch out for this one later. I love it, Robert. Just giving away pawns. Pawns don't matter in this position.
It's coming.
David,
it's
just all
coming.
About checkmate.
I know we was related. Don't me and Robert look alike? Don't we look alike, y'all? Put us on the camera. Don't we look alike like brothers, don't we? Yep. See? You see the resemblance? You see it? Yeah, I know. We look just alike. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
1 week sitting next to each other and
yeah.
just osmosis. The chest stars blending together.
Yeah, that's my brother.
Wow. But right now, it's a really big moment for Fabi because Hikaru has a massive threat, and perhaps the only way to counter it, you can't allow more light square weaknesses. You will get checkmated. Fabi goes for h3. Eval bar saying black's doing great here. How dangerous is this for white? And does black capture on h3? How do you react with black?
Well, I think you have to capture. If you don't, then what else? Hikaru's shaking his head. He doesn't like his position. But the evaluation bar disagrees. It says black is almost winning.
Yeah.
I think you have to take this pawn.
I mean, you have to. I mean, I wonder why he's shaking his head. Like, you just take the pawn. You threaten mate, first off, right? Threaten mate, and then we do something like rook e6, just to swing the rook over. I mean, it defends the 6th rank there. Takes, like, first of all, you have to defend it. So maybe we do rook e6. Is there something wrong with this?
We're about the check on d8. So suddenly the queen goes up and steals the h4 pawn. Yeah, that's a critical pawn to drop.
Can you do James' idea, but just sidestep the king to h7 instead and bring the rook to g8 or f7 as you're pointing out?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful stuff. There's no checks against the black king, so it's actually black's turn to attack. Maybe this is what Hikaru hasn't spotted so far. That's why he's leaning in now. He's realized he can move the black king out into the open to actually make room for the black rook to go for the white king. And crazy complicated position, but looks good for black.
It's so incredibly unclear because when you're visualizing this in your head, even if we continue just 2 moves, bishop g5 to block the file, rook g8 and pawn to f4, your queen is stuck on c6 because your queen leaves, that white queen infiltrates. So suddenly both sides have chances. Hikaru's looking at this like, how do I win this position? My pawn on h4 is in a dark square, it's under attack, and is my king really any safer than white's? This is really a mad dash for each other's king.
Just chaos.
Yeah, total chaos. The reason I believe black is better is because simply black can play with a rook, whereas white's rook is just unable to enter the action. But yeah, Hikaru still has to work out this variation, still very complicated, despite the evaluation bar's assessment there. Still, anything could happen.
This is a super critical position, and the players have got 2.5 minutes to figure it out, and the line is on the board. Rook g8 is a big threat. Robert's idea of blocking that line with the bishop and then reinforcing the defenses with the pawn, will we see that? It's kind of hard to imagine an alternative here. You've got to find a way to close down, to shut down the g-file. Fabi goes for a king sidestep.
Wow, so checkmate threatened on the board. The black queen is threatening to slide down on the diagonal to g2 next to the white king. Checkmate. There's only 2 ways to guard against that. You either bring your own rook across as white and offer that rook trade, but endgames favor black, or you throw a pawn forward. The white pawn can go to f3.
I was like, what's the other way? Like, you can't be another way. Like, what do you pawn f3?
I don't think you can take it if the black queen ever moves. Just as Robert pointed out earlier, the white queen is going to go give some nasty checks to that black king. So there we go.
Don't pick up that pawn, Hikaru.
The heat.
Queen d7 would be a big check.
Yeah. Poisoned pawn. You cannot capture this one. The black queen is stuck where she is, actually as a defender. So nice creative defense there from Fabiano. Oof.
Man, this is crazy. Oh my goodness, chaos here, and there's not enough time. This is, I'm glad we don't got to pay to play this position here, man. This is crazy. You don't know. Queen takes, check, 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 check. I don't think I'm mating. Yeah, I'm not getting mated. Bishop e2, nice move.
Yeah, beautiful play from both sides, I've got to say. 2 geniuses here. Meanwhile, the black bishop does jump in, attacking that lone white pawn. If you put pawns on light squares, they'll be eaten up by this black bishop. Now Fabi needs something. How does he get that rook into the game? That's the question. No checks. The black king's safe for now. That's the big problem for Fabiano. I don't see it. I don't see what white can try.
Yeah.
Do you start targeting the f5 pawn, perhaps, Robert? Is that an idea?
He did it. The engine didn't like it, but I was thinking the same thing, going after this pawn. It's that difficult of a position to play, because if Fabiano trades pieces, he's already down 1 pawn, likely going to be down 2. So he goes after the f5 pawn, and Hikaru trying to figure out where his queen goes back to d7, and it might slide all the way up the board to d2. This is scary stuff for both.
Again, evaluation bar reacts. This is crazy. They're playing very natural moves, very logical moves, but it's so hard to handle with only a couple of minutes on the clock. Mistakes are guaranteed. It's just about who makes the final mistake at this point. If you make a slip, you will get checkmated, and that's true for either side right now. How does Fabi keep up the pressure?
Fabi about to go under a minute, and as the time gets slower, Fabi honestly gets worse. It's like, I mean, it's hard. I mean, not just Fabi, but like many players. Of course, Artemiev Grishik is different, right? They get stronger when the time gets slower, but not for Fabi. As we've seen, it's just been proven in this tournament, when he gets low on time, he makes more mistakes. So he is lower on time. We know how much of a bullet beast Hikaru is, and it's scary, you know, when you are low on time like this, especially against someone as strong as Hikaru is. Mistakes are around the corner for both sides, but really, Fabi's under some pressure.
He needs to make a move. He's down to 30 seconds, and the position is really starting to heat up. You will need to find some critical defensive resources, and to be able to do that in seconds will be very tough. 20 seconds for Fabi. What is he doing?
Did you see Hikaru? Hikaru's eyes were darting away from the board. He was looking at the clock. He knows Fabi's ticking down now. He's going to try and hustle him on the clock now.
Bishop
Hikaru.
f3. It's just, you just take the pawn, right?
Yeah, there's one pawn hanging, and Fabiano desperately wants to trade queens, because without the queens on the board, his king feels safer, but not that safe. The white king will have no legal moves if the bishop takes his pawn f3. This is bad news for Fabiano.
Maybe he goes for e4. This is desperation. This is absolute desperation.
What if you take that one too?
He's trying to open up lines for his rook, that white rook, but this pawn could be captured. 3-pawn advantage for black.
But he's probably eyeing that d2 square, but there are sacrifices everywhere on the board. Even if the rook slides down to attack the queen, Hikaru can potentially look at a queen sacrifice in that position and sliding up with a rook to g2.
Yeah, there are too many options for black here. He can just move his queen away, he can sacrifice the queen, pick up a rook and bishop for his troubles, and we see that the bishop can capture, but as Tanya was saying, queen takes d2, bishop takes back, rook g2 check. The king can only slide in the corner, and it's still better for black. You could take this bishop with check, and black has what? A bishop, a rook, and 3 pawns for the queen? That's too much material.
Yeah, eventually it feels like this pawn should promote. This looks very strong for black, but maybe he wants something safer. Maybe he doesn't want to give up the queen. Here, it looks forced. Rook d2, not this square, but you have to move your queen. I'm wondering whether you can run away to this side, one of these squares. I'm not sure where you go. You are 3 pawns up. It feels like you, with a few accurate moves, you win this game if you're Hikaru. But Fabiano, he is trying, and this on the board now. The black queen attacked. Where does she find safety?
But Hikaru also doesn't have that much time, right? So both players are about to get in a scramble.
Ooh, nice block.
Yeah, blocked there. Rook comes on to line up against Hikaru's king, and now the clocks are level as well. This could go anywhere. Even though the Valbar says it's completely winning for black, it is a 3-result game.
Yeah, 3 extra pawns for black, but that means nothing when you've only got 15 seconds left with such an open king. Okay, he hits the white queen, kicks her back. But still, no way to safety for black yet. And if Fabi can keep harassing that black queen, maybe swing the white rook back where it came from. There we go. Still asking questions. Hikaru, frustrated. Fabi is not lying down. He's not going down to defeat. And now the white rook can swing back to the g2 square. Massive threat.
And can you trade off the rooks and then bring your queen in for the attack?
Do it.
I mean, there are many checks that the queen can give, and Fabiano does it.
Yeah. How do you dodge all the checks that are incoming?
And Fabi, he's just relieved with the position. This is the best position he's had all game now. And now it is Hikaru who is on the defense, on the board, and on the clock.
Yeah, I don't think you can escape all the checks. The valuation bar says it's pretty much level now. Fabi can start grabbing pawns even if he wants to. And where's the black king going to hide? I don't see it.
King F's. Gotta be careful. Whoa.
It goes right in the open. I mean, that just gives white so many checks at this point. But Hikaru's trying to be tricky. He's going to run his king, go merry-go-round, and eventually will head to the h7 square. So I think Hikaru, he's trying to force Fabi into even more time trouble, and he getting moves off with just seconds on his clock.
Yep, diagonal checks are always a good way to start the game, and Fabi made that last move with 2 seconds left. He gives another check, but safety. There's safety for the black king. No more checks.
Oh, it's losing. Oh, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt.
Counter check.
That's going to hurt.
Wins the bishop.
Yeah. No. Oh, wait, he has bishop e3 though, right? Oh. And then check.
Oof.
And then bishop d5.
Yeah,
now
queen g3's mate.
Coming.
Oof.
Checkmate
is
coming.
That just
Oh,
over?
it's mating.
Wow.
Yikes.
Nakamura is the one who checkmates Fabiano Caruana. He wins the game.
Wow.
Hikaru Nakamura, after another big hustle, takes the lead in his match. And the finish, what a fantastic way to end this game 3. That was absolutely insane. We see Hikaru there. He can't believe it. He throws his hand, but he's done what needed to be done. He takes the lead in the match. I still don't understand that expression. I mean, he should be celebrating right now.
It's typical chess player behavior. When they don't play the optimal moves, they almost don't care about the result anymore. They're just so in their head about how can I play better the next game.
Oh, wow. The next game will be coming up, but what a round we've had. David, you've got to show us the big moment.
Yeah, it turned around so quickly. We thought Fabi was just getting back in the game. Black was 3 pawns up in this position, but actually White's counter-attacking chances are sufficient for the draw. Fabiano here forgot about his own king. He forgot that he had this weak king too. Here, with an accurate move, bishop to e5, he blocks any potential checks, kicks away the black queen, and it's actually White's attack, which will force a draw, will force a repetition there. But instead, he went for a different move, trying to drop back with a checking motif here against the black king. He had forgotten a simple check, though, from the opponent. Nakamura pounced, queen b2 check, the white king stepped back, a double attack, hitting the white bishop and hitting the white king. When the white bishop steps back now, the black queen retreats. And the difference here, the white bishop has been forced to a bad square. No matter where you put the king, this check is going to be deadly. In fact, here, it is checkmate. What a turn of events. What a counterattack by Hikaru Nakamura.
Just amazing stuff there. Hikaru Nakamura gets his chance and he takes it. It looks like the players woke up today and chose violence.
They chose violence and they chose to win with black every single time. This has been the Chessable Masters in a nutshell.
Wow.
Just incredible stuff. 3 wins by the black pieces. Hikaru Nakamura leads that match 2-1. Fabiano Caruana has to win on demand to take it to playoffs, or we will have a grand final reset. All of that on the other side of this Twitch break. It might be as simple as Robert saying, just checkmate in 3.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, bang.
Hikaru has played perfect chess.
He's got that evil genius look. Just wondering, how should I play with my food here?
He's going for blood in this one.
So Hikaru needs to make a maximum of 99 moves from a few moves ago. He can do it. 71 seconds, plenty of time.
99 moves, chat.
He knows it. He's calculating, but he knows he's done it. What?
What?
What does he see that we don't?
Because the black rook can drop down with a check and go behind. Save the day. Whoa, these players are so good. I've got to say, drop that rook down, Hikaru, and you will not lose this game.
He does it.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
Oh my god!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in 1, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentators curse.
A 1-move checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match.
Oh, and what's happened there?
What happened?
We see a reaction. Magnus is mouse slipped.
Oh no!
Magnus mouse slipped, blundering into that queen. What an end! Wow, and this is their updated head-to-head after the action that we've seen today in this big grand final. Hikaru Nakamura has to beat Fabiano Caruana twice today to win the Chessable Masters. Fabi needs to win 1 of the 2 matches. Right now we are in set 1, and it is advantage Hikaru Nakamura as he leads. Fabi has to win the next game on demand. And I never thought I'd say this, but the good news is that Fabi's black.
Yeah, that's the nature of the Chessable Masters. All players seeming to win with the black pieces. That is not typical of high-level chess, but it is what it is here at the Chessable Masters.
Of course, at the high level, what they say, win with white, draw with black, but it's more like win with black and hold with white. You know what I mean? It's very strange here, of course. Like you said, it's the story of the Chessable Masters, and hopefully Fabi is able to strike back with the black pieces.
The one thing that's for certain, Hikaru will not be playing any moves like Rook G1 that he did with his last white game. He will not take any risks at all. It's all about drawing for Hikaru. He's going to be super solid in this next game.
Wow, the clocks are ticking. Hikaru is going to shut down the action while he does start with the white pieces. So will Fabiano Caruana be able to create a mess, try and get the chaos that he needs to strike? If not, we will have a grand final reset. What are we expecting? David, you said no more Rook G1s, no more of those G-pawns pushing down the board. Aggressive play by Hikaru. Well, it has paid off so far. What will he choose this time?
I still think it's going to be a King's Pawn opening. The players don't want to switch too far away from their usual repertoires, but this time he will choose more solid variation in the Spanish or in whichever kind of opening he elects. And yeah, Fabi, I think the onus is on him. The pressure is on him to really imbalance it. I don't think he should play 1e5. There we go. Sicilian, counter-attacking opening.
Oh, little Smith-Mora action. Okay, Chessable course, Mark Esserman. Okay, there's like 4 guys there's like 4 or 5 of them on Chessable right now, but the Smith-Mora by actually Mark Esserman is probably the greatest one. It's very thick and it's very dense. I actually recommend in your settings on the side, you actually put it on all moves instead of the one that's regular, because all moves is so many moves and it's a lot of things that you are going to forget. So make sure you change it from the moves that they give you to all moves. That's on the side on the options tab for you people that actually know inside of the course what I'm talking about.
But you know what's interesting about this opening?
Yeah.
Of course, it's sacrifice a pawn for white, you get compensation. But Fabiano did not make the main reply. His move A6 on his previous turn, it had Hikaru thinking because it's not the #1 choice. And Fabiano has said this in many interviews that sometimes it's better to play the 4th choice of the engine, as long as it doesn't completely collapse your position, because that means your opponent is less likely to expect it and to prepare for it. So Fabiano, he's up a pawn in a must-win game. We're not saying his position is better, but I think this is the type of position, the type of opening you want when you need to score a victory.
Yeah, I think if you gave me 100 guesses, how would Hikaru Nakamura face the Sicilian in a situation where he only needs a draw, I would not have guessed the Smith-Morra gambit.
Yeah.
And wow, white's just a pawn down. But in return, you do have very quick development, James, and nice access to squares.
Absolutely. The more aggressive lines are obviously bishops to c4, and you go back to b3, and you castle. You just don't want d5 to happen. But bishop e2, I'm curious to see what he does, as strong as Hikaru is. Bishop e2 is just not the main stuff, but you also play, I mean, you actually castle and play queen e2 and rook d1 very quickly, but he's actually playing it a completely different way. I've never seen it played this way. Smith-Morra, but I mean, hey, Hikaru is like, 2,800, right? It's 2,800, right? So we have to see how he's going to play this. Queen b3, yeah, he off the head. He's straight off the head here, and it's probably cool to see how he does this here. He's going to put pressure on the d6 pawn with the rook d1, but black actually kind of sidesteps this very easily by queen to c7 and just saying, literally, I am up a pawn, right? You didn't play this right, I'm up a pawn, and we're going to take this to the house.
Yeah, for example, white might attack this pawn. The black queen will just sidestep any potential pressure along the d-file. And I guess the question is whether white is in time with a move like rook to c1. If black castles then to jump in, this type of tactic, just to show there is some pressure along the c-file. It's all about time here. It's all about tempi. If black is in time to consolidate, he's just going to be a pawn up. If white is in time to strike, you gain the pawn back, sometimes with interest later on. So white very active here, but Hikaru, he's asking big questions to Fabi at such an early stage. Fabiano, despite the fact he's played quite quickly up to this point, he will still be reeling from that shock of the last game and this opening.
Yeah, I still think, though, the opening is a success, the type of opening for Fabiano, because a draw is the same as a loss at this point. He needs to win, and now he has a position. He is up a pawn. This isn't just some easy position for Hikaru to play where any move keeps the position level. You see that the eval bar remains about 50-50 at this point, but I do think that Hikaru at some point might need to prove that he has enough compensation for that pawn. He's doing a great job thus far, but as far as openings go, you can't ask for better from Fabiano Caruana's perspective. This isn't just symmetrical, it isn't dry, the queens are still on the board. There are chances here.
Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked by Hikaru's choice. There are dozens of ways you can get a safe position out of the opening with white in any line, but this one, you are pawned down. The stakes are pretty high now. You must back yourself. You must have so much self-confidence in order to enter a line like this in this match situation with, the title on the line. But, yeah, if anyone can, it is Hikaru Nakamura. Now I'm expecting him to bring his rooks to the center. First, he can attack this black queen. There is one escape square. Or is Fabi going to counterattack? Nope, he does escape. And the white rooks now will centralize with some pressure. Black's light squared bishop, especially unhappy about these last couple of moves, these developments.
It's honestly very difficult I mean, the engine says it's equal here, but I think this is just with super precise engine type play, right? And the thing is, you can't move the knight from c3 because e4 is actually hanging in many lines. I mean, actually, maybe you could go knight d5 now, and with the idea of knight c7. But after we trade on d5, you really don't want the pawn there as much. I mean, it does have some merit. Like knight d5, knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, right? So takes, and then obviously when the knight moves, then we could go rook c1, and you get the c-file, and there's some pressure there. And there's something, rook c1, and then we have some pressure. It's really annoying here, but we are down this pawn, and the thing about the Smith-Morra is you have to keep up the pressure quickly, and you have to be aggressive. I mean, anything that is passive moves like h3, a3, I mean, you can play them, but you are going to have to rely on a mistake from black here, giving the pawn back, because black's just up a pawn. And if you're playing passive, it's not going to work, and black will convert this pawn somewhere down the line.
I really like it, James. Just throw the knight in. Why not create some threats? The alternative would be just to shuffle the rook across and hope to create threats later on the next few turns. But that's what Hikaru is pondering right now. He has a few tempting moves, a few candidate moves, and he's got a lot of time on the clock, but still a pawn down. And that's the key factor if nothing happens over the next few turns.
He's been playing so aggressively from the start of this grand final. Hikaru Nakamura just throwing down his pieces towards the king. He hasn't cared about material. He hasn't cared as much about development in the first two games, but here, the compensation is very clear. Do you think this is part of his match strategy, just going for it from the very start, maximizing his chances in every single game?
Yeah, but I don't think that's wise when all you need is a draw. But at the same time, he does it for the fans. He was saying yesterday when he beat Magnus, he's like, it's content, it's going to be good talking points. But I do think his position is fine here. I just don't necessarily understand why he chose this style of play against Fabiano, because look what's happening. Hikaru is the one in the think tank. He is down a minute and a half on the clock. He is down a pawn on the board. He doesn't have the clearest plans. Yes, you could put a rook on d1. You could put a rook on c1. Black is going to castle, then try to kick his bishop out of b6 at some point, maybe move the queen out the way. So I just feel like the long-term plan isn't that straightforward for Hikaru. He is down material. He's now down time. So I don't quite comprehend what he's doing.
He sacrificed a pawn, so time is really of the essence. He needs to do something immediately, and the idea is that James and David have been talking about jump in with that knight to that central square. And big questions to Fabi. I'm surprised that he's taken about 3 minutes right now. What is the alternative that he's thinking about? Is he thinking about just getting the rooks to the center, getting them into the game before he strikes with the knight?
Yeah, normally the best players in the world, they do spend the most time on the clock when it is either calculation or planning. So either there's a long-term plan, starting with this move, starting with lining up the white rook with the black queen, or he was calculating that more direct attempt. Maybe he was spent all his time looking for the knight jumping into the center, realized actually black had decent answers there, pieces come off the board, it wasn't enough to justify the pawn deficit, and he decided, okay, a slower approach is needed, but still, it is a part of a bigger plan, and often you see these top players, they spend 3-4 minutes on one move, and then the next few come in a quick flurry. So, yeah, nice moves by Hikaru. Black is still tied up, so black needs to unravel before the pawn becomes relevant.
That queen and bishop that Fabi has, it should be the other way around. You want that light squared bishop into the game. You want it on that central e6 square targeting white's queen. But that is the biggest development problem here, right? For black, that misplaced queen on d7. James, how does Fabi proceed to connect and find the harmony in his pieces?
I'm actually looking at, I was trying to get queen e6 to work, or even queen e8 as some way. I mean, it's very ugly. It is kind of ugly. I don't like the moves here. Queen e6, maybe knight d5 there. It's very possible. Yeah, the engine goes up, right? Knight d5 looks kind of annoying. I can't take. So queen e8 was the other alternative, but then knight d5 anyway. Threatening knight c7, so I have to take the knight, and then I have to like move the knight, which we kind of looked at this briefly. Of in the c file's open, we have to move the knight maybe to b8, correct? And yeah, you have the 7th rank, but what do you do with it? In fact, that's cool and all. Oh, you got the 7th rank, but I can kick you away, and I'm actually my next threat. Actually, in fact, I can do something like King's Indian. Like, well, first off, look at the pieces all on the back rank. It looks very strange, but I can play f5, f4, and then I can actually play knight d7, knight f6. Right, and my queen is actually set up in a Dutch type setup. So now my queen can now go over to the H file or the G file at some point and actually start attacking you with this nice attack. So queen E8 actually is an idea, I think. Whoa, knight H4.
Yeah, speaking of an attack, there are big threats on the board already, David.
Yeah, big threats. Not only can you jump your knight into f5, where it most likely will thrive, sometimes you can even consider jumping into another square, the g6 square. For example, if black were to play a slow move, you could consider jumping in here, attacking this black rook. The knight is not up for capture because of a pin along this diagonal. So a couple of things to worry about there, but either way, a dual-purpose move, a nice idea from Hikaru to jump in. And sometimes here in the position, there are tactics. This knight is slightly loose. But if black tries to jump out the way, for example, attacking this knight, then it just ends up in a bunch of exchanges. And this pawn suddenly would be taken, I'm not sure, by the white knight or by the white rook. And white is very, very active. So complicated position. What do we think of this one?
Yeah, I don't think that Fabiano wants those series of trades. It's too forcing. It allows Hikaru to have an easy plan. I like the move bishop d8. I'm not sure if it works right at this moment, but I'm trying to flush that bishop out of b6. It's really bothering me over there. And these knight f5 ideas that would thrive if not for the fact that the knight might be a little bit loose on that square. There could be tactics revolve around knight takes e4 for black, removing the guard of this knight. It's dangerous, but this is the type of play you need for Fabiano. You need to live on the edge a bit if you're trying to score a win.
Yeah, I love this move, Robert, from a strategic point of view as well. Just if these two bishops disappear, the black knight has access to a beautiful outpost in the center of the board. So a nice way to unravel. You go back in order to go forward later. But will Fabi choose that move? That's the question.
And how critical is that? Because it does look like if Fabi gives Hikaru just a couple of moves, the attack on the king side could be quite dangerous with the knight jumping in. So is this the moment that Fabi needs to neutralize that pressure by offering trades?
Yeah. Big moment, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does spend 3-4 minutes. He's already spent 2 minutes on this one turn. Yeah, the top players, again, they know how to apportion their time. They know when to pause, when to tank, and when to speed up. And this feels like a good moment for
Our chat wants an Armageddon, though, clearly. I don't blame them, but what do you guys think? I mean, do you think that means Fabi has to win this game to take it to Armageddon?
Do I think he's going to win this game? At the moment, no. But do I think that the fans want Armageddon? Yeah, that's pretty clear. Does Hikaru? Absolutely not. So you're going against your streamer. What are you doing, chat? I guess that's what all chats do, right? They like pretend to be on the streamer's side, but then really are trying to rile them up and troll them. That's how it works?
Yeah, it's all about the content. James, you have to answer that one.
Well, first off, okay, I was just about to say Queen E8 was the move first. Queen E8 was going to be the move. If Knight G6, you have Bishop E6, a little in-between move there. So very nice. We did get out of the way here, and I think Armageddon is very possible. I think Armageddon is very possible. Chat wants it. I think it's nice, and we are up a pawn here, but it does take, like, you have to win. He has to win here, and it does. I mean, if it's going to be any game, it's definitely going to be this one. It's a lot going on. Sicilian is the way to go for these sharp positions. He's up a pawn right here. This is a sharp game, and Hikaru's going to try to take it to him here. But Bishop E6 is definitely coming here. Maybe I can even move the knight in many cases too as well. Hit the knight on H4. So there's some stuff.
Yeah,
there's some ideas.
Chat shouldn't forget as well, we could still have an Armageddon later, even if Hikaru wins this game.
That's true.
Plenty of action still ahead. And
that's true.
James, you're a streamer. How kind of important is that audience playing to the crowd? It feels like Nakamura, he's doing that in this game.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of times the energy, right? In fact, right now in Hikaru's chat, I'm sure they're saying, right, spam this prime, spam your prime to get Hikaru low on time, or Fabi low on time, right? That's what they say. He's going for it anyway. Bishop E6, knight takes E7, has to be the move here, unless he got something, he's about to play something crazy here. No, there's nothing. You have to take on E7, right?
Maybe block with Bishop C4, block with the light squared bishop.
Crazy.
This is a crazy position.
This is ridiculous. Bishop C4?
I love it.
What the heck is this?
That was super strong, David.
Man,
Bishop C4.
Crazy, dog.
Valuation bar says level, but at least it's on the radar. Of course, we should point out, safety first move, you take this bishop with check, and you don't lose your knight. But, okay, he did jump in with the bishop.
This is all forced.
Yeah, this is all forced. This would have been a pin and a win for white, because now this rook is actually trapped. It would have been grabbed next move by the white knight. He had to allow the bishop pair to disappear, Hikaru Nakamura, and wow, a flurry of quick moves here. The white knight jumping in. White has the bishop pair. Beautiful bishops here, but black still a pawn up. Big threat, though, knight to c7. How does Fabi deal with this one?
And you guys have been talking about exchange sacrifices. Is that something that Fabi is thinking about? Is there an option to actually capture that pawn on e4? Or is the queen running out of squares? So many questions here.
Yeah, that black queen just doesn't have enough squares in this variation. It's going to have to go into the corner, and that's not good news for Fabiano. So even if he's able to get some material for the sacrificed rook, it's just not a pleasant position to look at. So I think it's much more likely that in the live position, Fabiano drops that bishop back at long last to d8. There are complications here. The d6 pawn, it needed that bishop's defense. Maybe there are some trades that white can have, but I like the type of position that we're seeing here. Unless it fizzles out immediately, and I'll regret my words a little bit, I think that the dynamic play continues, and that gives Fabiano some chances. He might lose the game, and he plays bishop d8, but he still has chances. I keep saying this. It doesn't matter if he loses, because if draw is the alternative, that's the same as a loss.
Yeah, great defensive move. And again, black pieces retreating to the back rank. Black's queen, black's bishop in the last few moves, they have stepped back. But that is because it's necessary. You've done the hard work, you're up on material, so you just need to solidify your position. And that's a tip for everyone at home. I see so many players grab pawns and then just forget to kind of take a step back and shore up their defenses. They keep going forward, and they get hit by the enemy pieces. And Fabi, he knows that the material is where it counts. That's what he's banking on later in the game. So he's happy to just stave off the threats. And here we do see the engine suggesting only one move for white to keep the balance. The margins are getting smaller and smaller here, the margin for error for Hikaru, and knight takes knight. Knight takes f6 check is the only move. That's not obvious. That's not a move he wants to play.
And I feel like the engine's misleading here, because with proper play, very precise play, white can hold and remain relatively balanced. But David, you talked about this a long time ago, that if the dark square bishops get traded, that knight on c6, it will have a landing spot on d4, and that's a big problem, because you can't kick out a knight on a dark square with your light square bishop. So what Hikaru has just done, by the way, is he's avoided this. He does not want to see that knight land on d4. He brought his bishop to d5, and he's putting pressure. Maybe he'll capture that knight on c6, and maybe that's his hope. But I think black is first. You can trade bishops and then jump to d4 with your knight.
Yeah, beautiful square for the black knight. And suddenly, yes, you're giving back a pawn. Yes, this pawn might drop, but you have the superior minor piece. And look how dangerous this knight might be if it continues jumping in. That would be a check and a fork. I think momentum Fabi, and great chances to win this game. Still not over, of course. Still Hikaru with sufficient resources if he's accurate, but that's the key. White is the one maybe on the back foot in that variation. I love it. Just trade off these bishops and get access to those dart squares.
Absolutely. He needs to, and also watch his time too as well. He has a lot of time right now. They both do, but definitely have to watch the time. I am up the pawn. He wants to be accurate here. We have an open f file. I mean, we have stuff here. White can end up playing something like f3 to make sure everything's nice and stable later. But I mean, what a game here. I am up a pawn as black here, but it's now doubled, which is kind of annoying. And we have a backward pawn on d6, so we do have to be accurate, but we have lots of moves. Again, rook b8 though. That one was not on the radar.
Deep move there.
That is a very strange move by Fabi in a very critical moment, and immediately Hikaru says no more trades. You don't get access to that central square for the knight, retreats with the bishop. Hikaru's got the bishop pair, an open position, and this is proper compensation for that extra pawn.
Yeah, also big threat on the board that Hikaru set up here. Bishop takes knight now. The light squared bishop capturing that knight would be a winning move because the black rook that did just move onto b8 would be undefended if black tries to recapture the white queen. That black rook, too much tension there. I don't like it. I think missed opportunity for Fabi.
And wonderful retreating move from Hikaru. It's not easy to find these types of retreats, but bringing the bishop back was a great choice by Hikaru. And I do want to say that if the colors were reversed, I am sure that Hikaru would have taken the bishop and put his knight on d4. I think he would have done so quickly as well. His intuition is just at the top of the game. And for Fabiano, I think he's overthinking it, that he was like, can I protect this pawn, keep my material? Maybe that will give me better chances. It was one of those moments, and it's weird to say this as a chess instructor, he should have thought less and just played. Just do it.
You mentioned Hikaru's intuition as being one of his strong points. Is that also one of the reasons that he's so good when he's playing on seconds? Because he can really rely on his intuition more than calculation.
Yeah, he also knows he can make bad moves if they're tricky, right? Like, he knows when to take those chances. Sometimes players are perfectionists, and that backfires for them. And I think with that last move by Fabiano, he should just taken that bishop, brought his knight in the game, and it would have given him better chances than he has now.
Yeah, and how quickly he just made that move. It was on his radar. Give him the option, and he will come back with the bishop. And Fabi, meanwhile, has also stepped up with the bishop to e7. But it just looks like now it's more difficult for black to create some play. That knight, it's not moving forward anytime soon.
Yeah, black is a pawn up, but also remember the extra pawn is also a doubled pawn on the g-file now. Yes, the black king is safe behind that wall of pawns, but black long-term is never creating a passed pawn. So how do you win this game? It's difficult. Like Tanya says, if you can't jump forward with the black knight, what is your plan? White just has the luxury of doubling up the rooks, putting pressure on, slowly improving. Black is a bit stuck.
Very strong improvements.
And James, he's just going to double up and start targeting that knight on c6. There is a very clear threat that Fabi has to deal with next.
Looking at 94, no, it doesn't work. He takes the queen, 92, king f1. Ooh, that hurts. Yikes.
Just to show James.
This is tough, man. This is a tough position.
Yeah, if you jump in with the knight, yes, there's tension between the queens, but the queens do disappear, and there's not enough time for that check that you mentioned because of king to f1. When you take the white queen, the black knight falls as well. White ends up with an extra bishop. And if, for example, in this position, you have to take the queen back, Hikaru, remember, he only needs a draw. Very minimum, he can eliminate this knight. And we go down to an opposite color bishop endgame. White is going to feast on a bunch of pawns, and it's actually black fighting for the draw. So Fabi cannot entertain the thought of opposite color bishops. Yes, it was opposite color bishops in the last game, but that was with heavy pieces on. Here, the queens would come off, rooks would come off, and to point out Tanya's threat there, this is monstrous, this threat. Otherwise, black would simply be losing that endgame if we do see a bunch of trades. Black's pieces can't coordinate. Looks great now suddenly for Hikaru. Just that one bishop trade. Missed opportunity, and things have turned.
Look at the time. I mean, he's getting lower. So 3 minutes now. And you think for another 2 minutes, he's in drastic time trouble.
Yeah, but he could have an R in this position, and it's still pretty bad to handle this. How do you get out of these pins along the c-file and the queen on e8 without avoiding any trades? That's going to be a tough one. And more trades, the better for Hikaru.
Yeah, no, it looks like Hikaru is not going to lose this game. And the good news, the only good news right now for Fabiano is even if he loses this game, or if he doesn't win, it's a draw, he gets a reset. There will be a 2-game match between these two players if Hikaru wins this best of 4. So for Fabiano, I'm already thinking, do I just give up this match and then try to gather my bearings to get ready for the next one? I don't think he should do so in this position, but at some moment, you just don't want to stare at this position anymore and get yourself set for the reset.
Yeah, if Hikaru Nakamura wins this, we will have a best of 2 reset with only 2 rapid games. And Fabi there shaking his head. That is a desperate move on the king side. It really doesn't improve his position, David.
Yeah, what an ugly move. Now that black dark squared bishop is basically a big pawn. It's never going to break out onto any active diagonal. Black's bishop is just locked behind its own pieces. The reason he played this, Fabiano, is to bring the black queen out. Actually, James, you mentioned this earlier. The black queen, as in a lot of openings, you mentioned the Dutch defense, does come out on the light squared diagonal. But it is desperate. Suddenly, black is just busted on the light squares, and white can continue with his plan. I think Hikaru won't hesitate much longer. He'll slide his rooks up, double them up on the c-file, and I don't see any counterplay at all. White's king, super safe. Black's pieces can't attack it, simply.
It's very, very hard to play this position here. I'm up a pawn, but then I have a backward pawn and a double pawn. And white has all his pieces are great. And then Fabi's just trying the best that he can. Make some complications, which is totally understandable. G4, now what's the plan? Maybe queen h5 and then hope for the best. Like, what else do you even do? I'm not even attacking anything after that. I can't get the rook into play. It can't go to h6. You can look at some rook f3 possibilities. That's cool, but like, it's a cool looking move. It doesn't actually even attack anything if I go rook f3. Maybe a queen h5, abandon the whole queen side after he gets his pawn back on c6, maybe even go up a pawn, taking on a6, and then doubling the rooks on the f-file. That's really all I can see here.
As you say, James, queen h5 could happen, but unfortunately queen h5 and you're not alive because there's simply nothing to attack.
Nothing to attack.
White can just gobble up pawns, and look at these guys. They'll start marching very shortly to make a new queen. One-way traffic here. Maybe the best hope is to go into an endgame, but if you need to win, that one is pretty forlorn as well. Okay, wow, Fabiano, he was hoping for that capture perhaps, and Hikaru says, no, I'm not even going to take you yet. I'm going to create some threats instead. Just, I guess black is tied up. Why rush?
Yeah, but I think I liked Hikaru's ability to trade the pieces off. Now the black queen can slide out to g6, and if you start trying to swap everything off on c6, I'll bring my rook towards the king side, maybe rook to f8 at the end. I know it doesn't look good for black. It objectively is not that good for black, but it's not that bad. And e4 is loose. Maybe I can attack a sacrifice at some moment. So black needs to win this game. Keeping the pieces on the board should help that quest.
Yeah. Keeping the queens on is a good first step, so maybe a small missed opportunity for Hikaru as well to find the most decisive reply, find the most decisive way to win. But, okay, 5 minutes 40 against 3 minutes still. Fabiano is the one under pressure.
That bishop on e7 is just such a bad piece. You really want to try and get it to trade the white bishop so that you can create some threats on the king side. But that's a faraway dream. He does go for the idea of trying to double up on the f-file, just avoiding as many trades as possible to keep his chances alive. But currently, Hikaru Nakamura up on the clock and with a dominating position. He's down a pawn, but all the pieces, compare each and every piece that white has with the black pieces, and you know who stands better here.
Yep, domination. You have a bind on the central squares, especially the light squares. I think that's why Hikaru was reluctant to part with his light squared bishop, even if he wins the pawn back, because it's such a beautiful piece. But yeah, what now? That's the question, James.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. I'm actually just trying to create something on the king side with this queen and rook over here. But like, I'm just looking at, I'm running through all the lines, double the rooks, rook f3. But then what do you do after that? Maybe like rook f3, rook h3, queen h5. But that is just way too far away, and it's also very desperate. And like, you know, I mean, it doesn't even all the way work. Like, it's too many things. Too many moves that are available to Hikaru for this. It's very difficult. I'm also in time trouble. It's definitely hard for Fabi right now.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, Hikaru, it's his move. How does he up the pressure? How does he do something productive while Fabi struggles for a plan?
That's a good question. G3 is too weak. We could just take. You know, see, this is what our whole thing was about. Just trade everything down. He's going to go rook f8.
Yeah, Robert, you said you didn't like what White was doing. I'm stunned to agree.
Yes, I think Hikaru's starting to agree. The fact that he's spending all this time means that he's like, well, why did I make this choice? He could have swapped off pieces. There is no black attack without pieces on the board. But if that second rook lands on f8, and especially if the dark square bishops get traded, if you could imagine black's dark square bishop jumping over the rook to g5, swapping off these bishops, that is bad news for White with the second rook coming over to f8. So at least there is some chance here for Fabiano, and if the e4 pawn falls, if somehow Hikaru loses sight of that, then Black will start rolling his pawns up the board and will have some serious chances. So you could tell Hikaru is spending a lot of time here, over 2 minutes spent on this turn. He may actually finish this move down on the clock.
Yeah, wow. And
good observation.
Talked about that missed opportunity for Fabi trading off those dark square bishops at a opportune moment. Suddenly, it is Hikaru spending that time, and he decides to go for the trade. So actually a variation we showed quite a while ago on the board. We didn't expect this one to be as profitable for Hikaru as we thought. Now, dodge the rook trade. Fabi, you need pieces on if you want to attack, if you want to win. But Hikaru, he has conquered the queen side, that's for sure. Fabi needs to switch his focus, and there we go, on the other flank now.
Now the question is, what do we even do? Okay, cool, perfect. Everything's here. We got it. Like, yeah, great job. But now, like, what do we even do for the attack is the hard part now.
I mean, the main thing that you've got to do is try and trade off those dark squared bishop. That's the only way that you get the attack going on that. But how do you do that? You need that bishop on the g5 square to offer a trade. Maybe step back with the rook and open up that diagonal so that the bishop can move forward.
Or rook f3, bishop g5.
Nice.
Let's show it. And here there is a threat on the central pawn. So one move I would expect from Hikaru would be perhaps to drop the queen back. And yeah, I was looking at this direction, maybe pushing this pawn. When in doubt, push Harry the h-pawn. Okay, this move on the board. But James, you're mentioning rook to f3.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I think he runs away to d2, believe it or not. The king's just going to run to the hills, get up out of there, have a nice day, right?
Such a nice idea, though. I love it.
It's such a nice idea, right? But he just runs away.
He just runs. But the idea Tanya mentioned, just drop the rook back, and the idea is to trade off these dark square bishops. I like this one too.
You might not have enough time, right, David? Because White can start offering a rook trade on that last rank. You have to be careful about the central e-pawn, which holds the position together, though.
Yeah, it's all about that pawn right now. And okay, Fabiano very quickly decided, Harry to the rescue. He's going to push both of these pawns just to try and create some type of nuisance against the White king.
That's the way to do it.
Takes a while, but might work.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
It's coming.
Whoa.
It's coming, and
Whoa.
clocks are level
Whoa.
now. So again, a complete mess on the board. That's the good news for Fabi. Hikaru trying to get activity on the 7th rank, but I don't see the queen joining the party. The rook can't step back and keep everything under control, defend that bishop.
It has to, unless you're feeling very, very brave and throw some pawns forward towards the White king. And there we go, the rook steps back. But now, is Black in time to attack that White king? Can Hikaru somehow shut down all action towards that side of the board? It's unclear. To be honest, I would be nervous if I'm Hikaru right now. Partly because of the clock, but partly because momentum-wise, again, it's turned. It looked like one-way traffic. Now, suddenly, he's looking at his king. He's sweating.
Yeah, and Black is just trying to push that pawn in front of the queen, in front of the White king. Like, just open up that flank. So Hikaru right now is thinking, do I stop Black from doing that by pushing my own pawn? But that could create some vulnerable light squares. A big moment for Hikaru. He is now down under 2 minutes. Their queens, rooks, all sorts of pieces staring at the White king. This is actually quite dangerous territory.
Yeah, it's like the attack just came out of nowhere. We were struggling to find a plan for Fabi, but Fabi doing fabulous things here, and now it is Hikaru who is down on the clock, still worried about the pawn storm on the king side, which actually could be very dangerous when you're playing on seconds.
Yeah, when you have no time, that's how you get checkmated. Even if your position is objectively good, you fall for some tricks, you see ghosts, you get scared. So right now, you can see Hikaru Nakamura, he's leaning in, he's thinking, do I push my g-pawn up one square? No, he brings his queen over. That allows Black to push his pawn.
Yeah, it allows the pawn to push on. Also, the pawn in the center of the board, no longer defended by the White queen. Maybe he has some ideas there, but this one, super complicated. Fabi, how will you react? You need to attack. You need to do it now. And
he just pushes the pawn, g3.
You
gotta push it. Yeah, you don't even have a
Gotta do
choice.
it.
And he's running out of time here, but he's still calculating, obviously. Okay, g3.
But he shouldn't be calculating. No, I know calculation over everything,
Right.
but this is one of those moments where you just have to go and trust your intuition.
Yep, you're correct.
It's coming. I can feel it. G3 will be on the board. Fabi, don't burn the clock so much. Make a move. You're going to need those seconds.
Let's bring it up. What does Stockfish, what does the computer say? Is it only one move here? Will he find it? Black needs to keep the game going. And, okay, you can also take the pawn in the center, but he goes for the best move. Suddenly, white questions to answer. How does Hikaru save his king?
This is the best move for the match. If you take that pawn in the center, the white queen would have slid over and forced a queen trade. Fabi needs the queens on the board to win, and right now, Hikaru is about to go under a minute on the clock. His king is the one that's more open. Those rooks are staring down the F line. I'm getting worried for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah. When Hikaru's shaking his head, he likes his position. But when he's this serious, you know that things are not going according to his plan. And he tries to block down the king side, but H3, put the other pawn forward.
I was about to say the H3. Look at that. Oh,
Keep it
Tanya,
coming. Keep it
push
coming.
both of them. Look at them pawns up there on H3. You see the little pawn box there?
Go with
That's
the flow.
nice.
Push those pawns. Don't think, Fabi. This is instinct. All of us have the same instinct. Throw pawns towards the enemy king. Fabi's too much in his own head. 1 minute. You can't do this against Hikaru. Okay, he takes the pawn, but now the white king might actually find safety in the corner. There we go. That black pawn is a double agent. It actually helps keep the white king safe.
But you got to get H3 in. David, now or never. You have to make that move to try and create a weakness on the king side.
Yep, he, again, should not hesitate, Fabi. What else is there? Go for checkmate. You have to.
Yeah, the big problem is that white rook on the 7th rank is tying the black rook down. If that rook were to leave, the bishop is loose. He plays H3. He spent too long. And look at Hikaru. He just quickly brings his own rook up the board. And I guess trades on G2, queen's coming off. That only helps Hikaru's chance. He only needs a draw to win the match.
There's nothing. Wow.
Also,
There's
look at the
absolutely
clocks.
nothing.
Look at the clocks.
Oh, 25 seconds for Fabiano Caruana. But that is not the only problem. The bishop on E7 is hanging. He moves the queen, defends that bishop.
But now no more checkmate, no more attack. That black queen is on the wrong circuit. It's deflected away, and white has a move or two to consolidate around his king. Still not easy. Let's ignore the evaluation bar. It's still difficult from a human point of view, but Hikaru blocks it. Good decision. What do we think?
Well, the eval bar approves, and that's the amazing thing about Hikaru. He plays these moves on seconds, and it turns out they absolutely work for him.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff there.
Yeah, defensive wizard, and like again, when you get down on time, I mean, it's just like it's so bad. It's ridiculous. You get down on time, his defense is impeccable. Then the calculations start coming out. You blunder because you're in time trouble. It's really hard playing Hikaru.
Oh God.
Yeah.
And that bishop, the dark squared bishop in white's position is such a key defender in these positions because otherwise black could have snapped up that F pawn, but the bishop keeping everything under control. And wow, this is game over now.
Yeah, he said trade it all off.
Yeah, look at Fabi, devastated, all the pieces off the board. Maybe he can hold this one with a draw if he's having a very lucky day, but no, you're facing Hikaru and a draw is enough anyway. Game over. We're going down to that reset. We're getting more chess, guys.
Wow. Well, the best that Fabi can do is a draw in this position, and Hikaru is the one who forces it with checks along the diagonal. And with that, Hikaru takes set 1 in today, the grand final. He does win it, but that levels the match. And that means we are going to have a grand final reset with 2 games. It's going to be a best of 2. Wow, what a performance that was by Hikaru Nakamura there. David, some very critical moments in this one.
Some very critical moments, a really high-quality game between these two great fighters. And I just want to say, Fabiano, maybe the one slip he had after conducting a pretty impressive attack was here. He captured this pawn, allowing the white king to hide safely in the corner. If instead he had pushed this pawn forward, it would have been total chaos, a big mess, and he would have had more than his fair share of the chances. However, later, it was Nakamura who finished this one off in nice style. If we fast forward to this position a bit later on, the white king still super safe in the corner. It was this blow, this tactic that traded off all the pieces and won the game. Rook takes bishop, a temporary sacrifice, relying on this skewer at the end. After everything disappeared, we saw Nakamura several pawns up and he won the queen endgame.
Fantastic alertness there by Hikaru at the very end, just wrapping things up. And with that, he wins the first match of the grand final. What a scoreline we've got. 4 decisive games. Incredible chess and action. This means that we get a grand final reset, which will be a best of 2. Now, I know for the fans, the Armageddon didn't happen in this one, but it might happen in the best of 2 that is coming up on the other side of this Twitch break.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com.
WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
On Sunday, it is going to be time for the FIDE World Championship. It will be round one between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Ding Liren is the first Chinese player to fight for the World Championship. Earlier in the week, I spoke to Ding about his journey to the World Championship.
It's been a long journey since last July when I first heard I will play the World Championship.
Looking ahead, it's going to be a big fight. How would you describe Jan as an opponent?
Well, I have played against him many times. The results is pretty much equal, although I was slightly worse. Yeah, I think he had changed a little bit of his playing style in recent years, because before he's a very aggressive player, but now he's more well-rounded with a very good preparation. Yeah, since he had been played the last World Championship, so he has the experience. Also, he had won 2 candidates, and his teams are pretty fixed, or I should use another words. He's a very well-rounded player, I can say. We will see each other during the whole month.
Have you been able to find time to just enjoy the moment, to have some fun, to unwind?
I started to spend weekends. I started to have some rest days. Because before, I think for chess players, the rest day and the work day, there won't be too much difference between rest day and work day. But now I try to rest on the rest day, on weekends.
Just mentally preparing yourself for these different situations during a match, is that an important part of the preparation?
Yeah, because the preparation, the chess preparation is easy to do because you know how to prepare the opening and what will be his reply after my move. But the preparation out of the board is not so easy, or it's hard to say how to do it. And you can do it many different ways. You can read a book, you can take a walk, or even drink some wine. But my way to prepare mentally is what I said before, is to take a rest on the weekend.
Are you excited, Ding, to start on this very big, very new chapter of fighting for the World Championship match?
Yes, I'm excited.
We're so excited to see. Sorry, go on.
I hope I can I can show best of myself during the tournament. But now I cannot imagine what happens if I become the world champion. I only imagine if I win the world champion, that my picture will be hung on many chess clubs. And it will be a big pressure for me.
What do you feel will be the key factors in a matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding? What is the most important aspect of this match for you?
I think to see the chances at a critical moment. And because from the last tournament, especially in the 6th game, we can see that Yang capitalized he missed his chances and then capitalized, and it becomes crucial. So I guess during the World Championship there will be some, especially in time trouble, the players will be very nervous, and sometimes the heart rate will reach very high. So you can keep calm and to see the chances if it appears, then I think you will have the pretty good results.
And we wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Safe travel. Such a big moment in Ding Liren's chess career, and there we see his accomplishments. He finished runners-up in the FIDE 2022 candidates, and with Magnus Carlsen deciding not to fight for the World Championship title, Ding Liren will be playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It is the fight between world number 2 Jan against world number 3 Ding. Robert, what are the strengths here for Ding? What does he need to do to get by in this one?
I feel like Ding is subtly aggressive as a chess player. You often see him play pretty solid lines. He can outplay his opponents like he did against Hikaru Nakamura in the last one of the candidates. But if you provoke him, he will definitely strike. So he has much more bite that his chess immediately meets the eye.
Yeah.
I think he's very universal as a player. I mean, he's played many different openings. Actually, I remember looking at a lot of his games because he played King's Indian a lot. A lot of lines that I was like, oh, wow, Ding played this line. I would check it because he was playing it, you know. So Ding, and he's also one of the few people to hit 2,800. People forget that. People forget that Ding was 2,800, right? So only a few people ever hit that, right? So he's definitely a very strong and underrated player that people just kind of brush off and don't realize how strong he actually really is.
Yeah, Ding also had a 100-game unbeaten streak. So if he can bring that form to the table, it's going to be hard for Nepo.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very exciting match, and at the end of the month, we will have a new world champion. Well, today, we will also have a new Chessable Masters champion. This is the 4th edition of the Chessable Masters. Traditionally, a player hasn't won it twice. In 2020, the first year, it was Magnus Carlsen who took it. In 21, it was Wesley So, and the current reigning Chessable Masters champion is Ding Liren, who won it in 2022. Today, it's either going to be Hikaru Nakamura or Fabiano Caruana. They will play a best of 2, just 2 rapid games. If it's a tie, then we will have the Armageddon. But with Hikaru taking that first match, is it advantage Hikaru with the momentum?
Well, as Fabiano Caruana's sweatshirt says, never too much. There's never too much Hikaru. And all of his fans out there are hoping that his win in that grand final, he'll be able to reset and come back with a win. But I feel like Fabiano could take this an entirely new match, even though that one just happened.
Yeah. I mean, look at our players. It definitely looks like Hikaru is feeling a lot more chill and in control right now. We've got a body language expert. James, you're with us. Tell us.
In fact, you can see, body language. That was funny. Actually, I do study a lot of body language. But actually, Fabi biting his nails there is showing he's a little bit nervous. He's a little bit nervous. But I think he's comfortable, but I can tell he's under a little bit of pressure. I mean, he just lost the match there. It's a 2-game match and short time controls, and these two-game matches, I mean, Hikaru is very good with this. This is now or never. You have to do this right now. Hikaru's comfortable. He's feeling good, and you can tell. You can see that Hikaru's very comfortable, bopping a little bit, looking up, doing his usual stuff as he's very comfortable here. Fabi just has to get it together here, and maybe he'll be able to win the match.
Wow. And it is go time. Both players will just have one white. Fabi starts with his white. He chooses the English opening. David, what do you make of this opening choice by Fabi?
Yeah, decent start, solid start. This is very topical, very popular among the top players right now. It's a branch of the 4 knights variation here, and White does give away this square in the center, this outpost, the d4 square that Black has hopped into immediately, but White also has the very strong Botvinnik setup in the center. So it's very difficult for Hikaru to go for pawn breaks. And if Fabi can contain any activity, then White does, of course, have a space advantage with all of those far advanced pawns. Very balanced stuff. I personally slightly prefer White's chances in this opening, but Black, of course, rock solid for now.
Definitely love the space. I mean, it's a space thing. I mean, of course, I'm a King's Indian player. I like playing King's Indian, so we do give up space to be able to, strike and be aggressive here, which you can still do that. I mean, yes, you have space, but Black has pawn breaks, c5, a5, right? c6, d5 at some point. Move the knight, play f5. So lots of pawn breaks, but also white has one too. Especially if we take with the pawn here, we can actually open up the f file and play d4 at some point. Maybe bishop e2 and open the f file. Big fan of taking with the pawn in this situation.
Yeah, he's clearly weighing it up. Fabi now, okay, he takes with the queen instead, not damaging his structure. Taking with the pawn would have given great central control, right, James?
Correct.
But instead, more flexible. And white, if he gets time to move his bishop castle, then he can actually choose from some pawn breaks himself.
We see a new style from Fabiano Caruana. The last match was a roller coaster. Both sides had their chances, but it was hectic from the very start. Here we see a calm position. All 8 pawns are on the boards for each side. So I feel like for Fabiano, he's reeling a little bit from that last match. He's saying, let's just keep this calm. Maybe I'll get a slight plus. If Hikaru plays super well, makes a draw, so be it. I'll get the black pieces, the 2-game match, and maybe we will see Armageddon.
Yeah. What a treat that would be, Armageddon. Meanwhile, Fabi just pushing a pawn, getting ready to fianchetto his bishop. Very solid stuff. And James, you mentioned some pawn breaks, some ideas of pawn pushes for black, but how effective are they in reality?
Correct. In reality, they are not that effective right now. The problem is, the pawns are all strong. Every one of them are all defended by another pawn. So if you happen to capture or get a pawn break in, I think probably the biggest one would be d5. But we have that really on lock, especially after the bishop comes to g2, which looks like an intention of Fabi's here. By playing g3, you want to fianchetto the bishop. Play f4 at some point, maybe even castle f4, f5, and launch a very big kingside attack by g4 and g5 as well. Sort of like a King's Indian in reverse here, but definitely very slow game, lots of maneuvering, and et cetera here.
Yeah, I've got to say, I don't see it immediately for Nakamura. For example, he pushes his c-pawn forward. This pawn break can be locked down, as you mentioned there, James. Now, indirectly, you control this square too many times. That square is covered by 4 white pieces. If you include pawns, it's only defended 3 times for black. I don't think you have time to prepare it properly either. If the bishop comes out, white castles. If you break in the center, this will drop the central pawn. This one opens up, but anytime this opens up, I do like the prospect of this white bishop on the long diagonal. He offers a trade of queens instead of breaking with pawns. And the question now for Fabi, to take or not to take?
That is the question. To take or not to take? That is the question. No, I'm just not trading queens here. What about you, Robert?
Well, Fabiano answered it, and he answered the same way as you. So we have Caruana over here playing queen to d2. I like it. He is saying, let's keep the queens on the board. Let's leave a little bit more life in the position. There's no reason to liquidate just yet. And with all the ideas that James was highlighting with pawn to f4, castling kingside, get your king to h2, things like that, white can strike later.
Yeah, I really like it. And actually, this black queen isn't necessarily well placed. Yes, she offered a queen trade, but she might have to step back, retreat later on anyway. So the loss of time that was incurred by Fabi there, not too important. Hikaru trying to strike out, and Fabi says, no, I'm going to block it up. Your black rook in the corner is not breaking free. No open files for you. Nice play by Fabiano here. He's giving away the dark squares, however. That's the one downside long-term behind white's strategy. And, whoa, a capture. Anti-positional, you've got to think, Robert.
Yeah, you paused and looked at me because I was just raising my eyebrows. This is a very shocking move from Hikaru because he has permanently handed Fabiano key squares. There will be no pawn breaks coming from black's side, and that pawn on b7, that is a target that white is going to go after. You put a rook on b1 in line with the queen there and the pawn behind it. And d5 ideas out the window. You no longer have a pawn on c6. And white has this clamp on c4 and e4 saying no pawn breaks for you. I really did not like that move. It may be okay objectively, but I think practically speaking, it gives white a free hand to have all the fun.
Completely agree. I'm not really sure what Hikaru is trying here. Maybe he'll plant his bishop on this square and relocate his knight round to a decent outpost. We've got to say, okay, this has actually happened on the board, but it's all about Fabiano here. He's going to have access to the semi-open B file, putting pressure there forever, we should reiterate. And meanwhile, these pawn breaks, especially the f4 pawn break, will be in the air later. So yes, black's going to have a decent piece. For example, if we whiz ahead to a position like this one, but one strong piece here, the black knight, isn't really enough, you would think, to balance the position. It feels like white all the way here.
Absolutely, lots of space. I love it. B file open. Of course, we actually can move our king off of this diagonal. Of course, he's hitting the A pawn right now, so that's actually very annoying. One thing that Hikaru knows how to do is be very annoying, right? So queen takes A3 is a thing, and if you play A4, there might be a knight B6 in some cases, and now we're just hitting the pawn once again, making you defend it. It's very annoying to face him, right? There's a weakness. Maybe you just go rook A1, but then It's not the move I want to play. I don't want to play a4 either because knight b6 does attack the pawn, and I have to defend it once again. So there's some questions here that need to be answered.
Yeah, big questions. And it's all about a simple pawn. That lonely pawn on a3 is causing Caruana a headache right now. I think he's going to defend it with his queen. Oh, wow, he defends it with the rook instead.
Oh, a4, rook b4. That's cute. That's cute.
Yeah, now the black queen will move in the next couple of turns, and the black knight will replace it on this square, gaining time against white's rook, but solid stuff from Fabiano. Do we think Hikaru will lash out at some point as well on the other side of the board, maybe with f5 himself? It looks unlikely, but otherwise, black is just going to be passive for the rest of the game.
There are some players who are really good at just defending passively. And it's not fun, but some players just know that objectively the position is fine. They just have to do pretty much nothing. If you play that f5 move that David asked about, that is going through Hikaru's head. He's like, can I actually gain some space for myself, push my pawn to f5? But white, I think, can immediately snap that off. And then you see the bishops come in contact with each other. The knight for white has d5 and e4 to look at. The pawn on b7 still a target in the position, and I feel like black isn't really getting an attack, and they have compromised some key squares. So f5, I know why you want to play it. I just think that it might make black's defensive task even harder.
Yep, I agree. Now definitely isn't the moment, and Hikaru, okay, head in hands. What else is he going to come up with? The queen is occupying the square the knight wants to use, but if you slide her back forward, then she will end up on a very passive square. And we will see for sure at some point in the next few turns the white king move and this pawn start to motor down the board. Okay, he just gets ready for anything to open up in the center. But now notice how black has no pawn breaks. The rook will no longer support that move.
Yes, and with that move, Hikaru Nakamura also does threaten to fall back with the knight, retreat only to go forward. We have been talking about dark squared weaknesses, and Hikaru finds another path to the center of the board. A little knight maneuver there. As you were pointing out, this is such an important match for Fabiano Caruana, especially game for him because he starts with the white pieces. He can't let it go out of control. He says, let alone out of control, I'm going for an attack, hinting at an f4 break. Will Hikaru be in time with that knight maneuver, or will Fabi strike first in the center?
Oof. I like Fabi's choice. He's at least hinting. He's not necessarily going to strike out, but he's hinting that he will push pawns. And Fabi will be reeling. He'll be angry. He wants to push forward, of course. But yeah, Tanya, you're right. Will Nakamura just calmly maneuver around? I wouldn't be capable here. I would be lashing out. I would be wanting to do something, create threats for black. But maybe you're right. Maybe we show this knight maneuver on the board.
Yeah,
very
definitely.
Sophisticated.
F4, oh yeah, definitely looking like F4 is going to be nice here for Fabi. So if you go knight F8, then F4, knight E6, F5, knight D4, F6, knight takes, queen G5.
And checkmate coming, James.
And we live, baby boy. Absolutely. Get him off the board, please. Correct. So there's a mate here. So I'm just about to push this pawn all the way through because we don't care about anything else, right? Mate ends the game. So F4, F5, F6 is the plan.
Yeah, you've basically showed off very instructively what white's plan is. Just 1, 2, 3, checkmate.
That's it. There you go. Very simple, guys.
But calculation over everything. You showed it there.
Come on, man.
And yeah, Nakamura is going to be calculating that variation, realizing that actually black is in a bit of a hurry right now. You cannot allow this pawn to step forward too much further. Otherwise, the black king will start to sweat. Nice move by Fabiano.
Wow. He's looking at all of that because that is the plan, to get the knight to the center of the game. But as James, you pointed out, the attack just seems faster. All you need is a pawn and a queen to give checkmate. Who cares about a rook? And it looks like, wow, Hikaru burning the clock there a little bit, getting close to 2 minutes. Fabi, I see the eval bar. It says it's pretty level, but Hikaru says, I'm ready for the attack. Bring it on, falls back with the knight. How is he countering f4?
I think he's going to play f6 after, Frango be tripping there, absolutely. Never play f6, right? But f4, f6, actually. And then there's an f5, and maybe g4, g5 there. So we still have this attack that we can do, but f4, I think, is still very playable here. And f6 is kind of annoying. But then, okay, you want knight e6? Cool, so we'll lock it up. Play f5, no more knight e6. Now we want g4, g5. I mean, I have rook g1 coming. Bishop, I think Robert's shaking his head like...
Not at you. I'm just looking at this position because I agree with you. I'm like, looking at this, if this is a blitz game, we say white wins this like 80% of the time.
Correct.
Because
easy.
The attack plays itself. You just throw your pawns at the board, bring that rook lift, and you go. So, James, I'm loving the look of this for Fabi. It reminds me of game 1 in the grand final. He ended up losing that game, but he was in control. He stole a pawn. I think Fabi, he's just in command right now.
Definitely.
he just needs to play f4 and pass the move back to Hikaru, saying the pressure's on you. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for your king. I'm going to attack whatever you do. And yeah, he's in his own head, Fabiano. Do you remember the last game where he had some very natural attacking moves? He had pretty much no options. Yes, it was a difficult position, but he didn't trust his instinct. He spent 1-2 minutes on moves, and it kind of came back to bite him later on.
You might go for this, actually. So f4, right? f4, take it. I mean, that's kind of tough. Maybe we go in between. No, you know that in between move doesn't work. So he takes on f4, right? After f4 takes, g takes, then knight e6. The idea here is now after f5, I check first. King back. Now f6, g5 doesn't work anymore. So now I can go knight d4. And then rook moves somewhere, and then like it's different. Then I can play f6. I mean, this is still different. I get the knight. At least I get the knight to d4. And I can move the rook back, but at least I can get the knight to d4, and it kind of neutralizes you a little bit. I got some squares here, but he went f6.
Yeah, he went f6, and now your move, James. I love it. Not just to start a pawn storm, not just to kind of throw these pawns forward, but also just to completely kill this black knight. Where's this knight coming out to now? And it's on the board. The knight has to go back, hanging its head in shame, back where it came from. He's lost 2 moves, 2 very important moves, Nakamura, and very simple play. Throw this pawn forward. He's done it, Fabi. He's coming for that king, and I've got to say, love White's position. I don't love White's bishop, but the rest of his position, perfect.
Usually when you get a position like this, Black has some sort of counterplay, either a pawn break on the flank or in the center. Black has neither of those options from a very early stage of this game when Hikaru took that pawn on b5. That was several moves ago. So we're looking at this position. We see White with a free hand on the king side, and Hikaru, he's staring at this position. It's good that he has 9 minutes on the clock, because if he had, say, 3 minutes on the clock, I think he just gets steamrolled on the king side. White's pawn just start pushing. There's a rook left. That rook on b3 may slide backwards and then towards the king side and deliver the death knell. So I just feel like this is a big problem for Hikaru. He needs some sort of active plan, and where is that going to come from?
Yeah. Hikaru in the last 2 moves has done nothing. Meanwhile, Fabi's pawn storm has started on the king side with a clear threat towards that black king. This is going to be big trouble for Hikaru. He still needs to find time to get that knight into the game. By now, it should have arrived to that central square. Far away from that, are we expecting the h-pawn as well to go down the board, open up the g-file? Is it really that simple? Open up the g-file, double up the rook and queen, go for the g7 square.
Yeah, you said it, Tanya. Simple. And I'm not saying it's a simple win. Far from it. I'm saying the plan is simple. And in rapid chess, that's what you want, right? From a human point of view, let's ignore the evaluation bar. It's clear what Fabi wants. What does Hikaru want? We're really uncertain here in the studio. And that's why he spent a long time. OK, he moves his rook up.
Nice.
Rook lift.
Rook lift. Do you even rook lift?
But I like it, James, because he wants to try and trade, David, the rooks on b6. That white rook defends the entire queen side. Get rid of it. So Fabi creating his chances there.
Yeah, Hikaru trying to trade off those rooks. Actually, exchanges definitely help because White is the one trying to attack. If you know your opponent's coming for you, get pieces off the board. It will make your king safer long term. So nice move from Hikaru.
Yeah.
It's a very good move. In fact, a lot of these plans, and I give you guys, I'd love to give everyone in the chat Chessable courses to actually go and grab, actually, from these authors here. Simon Williams, actually, this position is literally, looks exactly like a Botvinnik English. The knight on c3, the pawns on c4, d3, e4, bishop on g2. In fact, there's many plans that they cover in the model game sections of that course. This is called the Botvinnik English. Actually, sorry, it's called the Iron English by Simon Williams. You actually do have a lot of these plans are very similar, right? You do put the bishop, or you play f4, f5, you play g5. You want to go for this king side attack. But after this rook a6 move with rook b6 coming here, it is kind of annoying. I'm not even going to lie. I do actually, I'm thinking about sacking the a3 pawn by like actually just removing the rook from b3 and going back around because I do want to keep it, but the fact is he does have a passed pawn. So like I want to go rook b1 and after rook b6 or rook b1 and after he takes it, yeah, engine goes, eval bar is like, yeah, you're giving up this pawn. But now I just want to go rook g1 and I'm just going for an all-out mate here. Bishop f3, go g5, right? Yeah, you can have the pawn, but I mean, you stole the pawn here. You had to not waste time, but you had to take it. It cost time. You had to take it. Your queen is away from the king side. So I actually do have some real chances here for checkmate.
Yeah, I love it, James. And here, Fabiano rightly is spending a lot of time. If he does decide to sacrifice a pawn just to keep rooks on the board, then he has to be sure, move by move, that it is worth it. For example, if he starts the attack now, if he plays rook to g1, This is Hikaru's idea. He will trade these rooks off after a rook capture. I'm not sure which way he'll take, let's say with the knight, and suddenly the attack might be less potent. Yes, you can push this pawn forward, but black's rook will be ready to defend, and you have to, again, be sure that you're breaking through. So, okay, actually, he's gone for a knight retreat. Rook trade imminent. There we go. They're off the board. And is this knight going this direction, perhaps, towards the black king?
Nice.
Exactly where he's going.
Yeah.
Bringing another piece into the attack is Fabiano Caruana. It may backfire. He may lose his queenside, and that could cost him. But he wants to bring that knight right over to the kingside, bring it as an attacker rather than sitting idly by on the queenside. So I think, practically speaking, it makes a lot of sense. But Hikaru, he's perked up a bit here. He's saying, you're not going to checkmate me, and if you don't, I actually have some chances down on the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah, he could now start bringing the queen and the knight to that square, targeting not only the a3 weakness, but also the d3 weakness that white has to deal with. Well, Hikaru is creating a lot of threats. Surprisingly, goes back with the queen, doesn't enter towards Fabi's side of the board. Queen c5, is this a move that surprises you?
Yes. If you wanted your queen on this square, why didn't you capture with the black knight on the last move? Very strange stuff, you've got to say. But maybe his idea is to open up lines. Does he want to push the black b pawn forward? Of course, he's attacking white's pawn in the corner there as well. I'm surprised, I've got to say, by Nakamura's calmness. I would be panicking. I would be freaking out, looking at all those white pawns marching towards the black king. But he's a great defender. We all know that. And he believes in black's defensive resources. He's going to have to show it, though, yeah. On the board now.
He has to show. I mean, he's an excellent defender, one of the greatest we've ever seen. Sometimes, like, how did you defend that? Because it's Hikaru. He just does, right? So I think he does believe in his defensive chances here, which I kind of believe it, too, as well, because there is a rook e7, and you kind of can even go king f8 in some cases. Even, you know, Petrosian king walk to c7 in some time. So it is possible. But, I mean, man, it's very difficult, and also time. I mean, we have time, so it's not like we're low on time. But, yep, he's going for it, and here we go. And here we go. We go into the jungle, Robert. You ready? You ready here?
I'm ready. You're ready. I'm not sure if Fabiano Caruana's ready. He's just throwing all his pieces up the board here. But I was saying it could backfire. And I think Fabiano's going to regret not closing down the queen side. He gave up a pawn thinking he has an attack. But earlier on, he probably could have kept his pawn, kept his knight in the game. But instead, he shifted gears. And he really wants to win. But I don't know about this. And the eval bar says, no, no, no. This is all good for Hikaru.
You've got to jump up with the knight now, right? You have a big threat with the knight coming to h5. Hikaru has one move to try and get his pieces into defense. How are you fighting the idea of the knight and queen joining the attack? Knight coming in, trade on g5, attack on the g file.
I love it. I love that idea.
Still looks scary from a kind of aesthetic point of view for Hikaru. Yeah, Caruana here will not trade. He's going to run away with his queen. But where? That's the question. This game's going to end in one of two ways. Either black's going to win the endgame, he's got an extra pawn, he's got the kind of long-term advantages with better pieces, or white's going to checkmate. It's one of those two. It's not going to end in a draw, this one. I'm counting it now.
And David, the queens are coming. It is coming to the king's side, either on the g file, lining up with the king, or one step ahead, attacking that e8 rook. So the attack on the king's side, it's building up. How dangerous is it going to be?
Very. Surely. Black's queen now heading back. Does she want to go the whole way around? Takes her 2 or 3 moves to go and defend her king. The knights are coming. The pawns are rolling. This one looks so scary.
It's definitely scary here, but I still don't see the kill shot. This is so hard. Like, yeah, he gets back. Like, he gets back. Unbelievable defense. It's like ridiculous. Like, somebody check him. How does he do this, right? The defense is really, really impeccable.
And it's just that intuition as well. He took that pawn on a3 without thinking too long about it, then immediately brings his queen back. He made like 6 queen moves in a row, and they're all good moves. So what Fabiano needs to do is blast open the king side and attack. But as we see, based on the evaluation bar and Hikaru Nakamura locked in and reading this position, black is actually objectively better because you don't have that many pieces for white to deliver checkmate.
Yeah, you were talking about 6 queen moves. On the way, that queen picked up a pawn and then went back to defense. So some really nice queen play there by Hikaru. Fabi, again, taking a lot of time in this critical moment. Well, he's taken about a minute right now. He needs to bring the rook and the queen to join that knight with the attack. He starts with the rook. Are we expecting the queen to jump as well on the g file?
The white queen needs to join at some point. I think the reason White's attack is not breaking through is because look at the white bishop. It cannot break through past its own pawns. It cannot join the attack in any way. So White is essentially playing without that piece. If White had a dark squared bishop instead of light squared bishop, I think actually this attack would be decisive. But unfortunately for Fabi, his own piece gets in the way. You want to pick up this white bishop and kind of throw it off the board at this point. But yeah, it just takes too long. And remember that black a-pawn, potential game winner. If he survives the next few moves, Nakamura, he's going to win this game.
Wow, yeah, it just looks like Fabi's attack is a few moves too short. You want to pick up that bishop, as James is saying, as David is saying, and put it on that e6 square if you can, and that would be great compensation. Hikaru, meanwhile, keeping everything defended. Speaking of the bishop, is it eyeing to get to that square where the knight is? Or does he just simply want to double up the queen and the rook on the g-file on the next move?
Hard to say.
It was a little bit of both. In fact, I actually wanted to put the bishop where the knight is. I actually wanted to go bishop h5, but I was trying to get it to work. Calculation is tough. You need a lot of time to actually work these things out. I wanted to go bishop h5, bishop g6, sack the bishop and put the queen
on
h5.
the way, James.
Exactly. Exactly right. Knight takes g7, something like that in there. But it's just like my pieces are trampling over each other. The bishop, knight, and the queen just don't coordinate the way that we want it to right now, and we're having problems with that. So it's very difficult. And there's rook g8 on the board. Wow, he played rook g8. Yeah. And then queen d2 played. So what's the idea here?
I don't think there is one for White. Sadly, no. I mean, you just don't have a breakthrough. Because if you're, let's say Black pushes the a-pawn and White plays g6, just to show what this looks like. Black is not taking that pawn. That opens up your own king. You could even potentially leave the pawn there in some variations or push it forward to h6. And there's no breakthrough. If that bishop was on e3 rather than f3, White wins instantly. We just go sack the bishop for the pawn. We deliver checkmate. But you can't bring more pieces into the attack of that pawn. And that means that Black has closed the king side for good. Attention goes to the queen side. That would be game.
Yeah, I just love the fact that Hikaru is so calm. He puts his rook on a terrible square. But it's a necessary square. He's completely defended his king. And if there's no breakthrough, then this pawn, of course, will win the game long term. Just he knows when to kind of switch pace, switch gears.
I can't even go.
So strong.
I was going to try knight g3, bishop h5, bishop g6, but then I have to go knight g. I have so many moves to make. Knight g3, like queen d, play bishop d1 here, but knight g3, queen d1, then bishop h5, then bishop g6, then queen h5. That's like 5 moves. Yeah. You may not make it that long here. It feels like he's in defensive mode now.
Yeah, when you're trying to attack and you have to make a retreating move with the bishop like that, you know the attack has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Bishop d1 isn't headed towards black king.
Yeah, bishop d1 is no fun. That's the right. And yeah, Hikaru, it's not clear how he actually goes and wins this game yet. He doesn't want to rush with the black a-pawn because it might just fall off the board. It doesn't want to advance on its own. You first need to bring your pieces out. I think maybe that's the hurdle for Hikaru to overcome, how to combine the pushing of that pawn with his defense. He needs to keep kind of one eye on the king, one eye on that pawn, and that could be the potential practical issue for Hikaru here. Meanwhile, Fabi, he might just put that bishop, he's going to maneuver it, kind of zigzag it round to the a2 square in front of that black pass pawn. That bishop will act as a blocker and watch out for the diagonal opening up. First, he improves the queen, Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow.
How is he so calm? How does he just go on this little queen dance, picks up a pawn, places his rook on the right square for the defense? Hikaru, an incredible attacker as well as a defender. He's just doing everything right in today's match. Where do you beat this guy? How do you beat this guy?
Well, I think for Fabiano, it was game 1 in the grand final. He was up a pawn. There was not really any compensation for Hikaru. Then in the time trouble, it got away from him. So for Fabiano, I mean, he had his chances, and Hikaru just started playing better and better since that game. And in games 3 and 4, well, Fabiano, you know, he lost those in the grand final. Here in the first game of the reset, he has chances to survive. So let's not count Fabiano out because the a-pawn isn't moving so quickly. We actually see the eval bar. It's hovering back towards the middle. Of course, black with the advantage, but it's going a little bit back towards the middle. And how is Hikaru actually going to promote that pawn? Because his rook is tied down to the defense on the king side.
Yeah. The thing is, Caruana might just be reduced to waiting at some point. Okay, no, just as I call it, he leaps forward with his queen. But what is that threatening? I don't see it.
Hikaru had the exact same expression. He's like, I don't see it either, David.
What is that? What are you doing?
Feels like the wrong side of the board.
It doesn't threaten anything. I mean, it doesn't do anything.
Maybe just he's trying to scare the opponent. That's where over the board and online chess differ. This is kind of a long move. And over the board chess, you push your queen over to your opponent's side, you look at them in the eye, you say, okay, that's a scary move for you to face. online chess, you look around, you're like, wait, what are you doing? Nothing.
Right. Well, I mean, he actually is hitting the pawn. I guess that's the only thing he's doing. Maybe he wants to take the pawn here. But can you actually take this pawn? I mean, I also have knight c5, like, with tempo, right?
It's going to happen, I think, James. That black knight is going to start hopping forward at some point in the near future.
That might be what he's.
Although knight c5 may backfire because we may need to analyze this a bit because that knight. Whoa!
Yeah, I know. Robert.
G6. He pushed a pawn in front of his own king.
Yeah, Hikaru don't care about nothing.
That's the best move.
What the?
He's so good. He's so good at thinking on the fly. Things change. This was never on his radar last move while the white queen was in the center. As soon as the opponent plays an odd-looking move, his radar, he's immediately sensing, okay, I've got to punish you. And suddenly he's playing on the opposite flank to where that white queen has just run to.
Yeah.
Nice move.
But he's been on the defense. David, how many players in the elite world would have this move even on their radar, where your king is weak, it's under attack for the last 10 moves, and you're the one who's opening up that side because you immediately realize that one of white's key pieces has gone to the other side, the queen side, and is it Hikaru now who's on the attack?
Yeah, you ask how many players in the elite world. It's only the players in the elite world that come up with that one. And now look at the white knight. It's been forced to retreat. Oh, not a move Fabiano wants to play. And actually, the black queen is coming towards that white king. White has lost a second pawn.
Oh my God, queen h4. It's coming in.
This one is brutal. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is still not saying it's winning.
I think that the white king can slide over right now before it's checked, and then the white rook will slide to its starting square. This actually could turn around. Hikaru made that move with emphasis. You saw him kind of sit up in his chair, but if the king slides and the rook gets h1, that black king could actually be in some danger. So I'm not so sure about that last move. He played it quite quickly, but Hikaru, he is feeling the position, although Fabi did bring the king over.
Great move. Suddenly, yeah, 3-result games still in store for us. If Hikaru doesn't switch up, he needs to go from defense to attack and now back to defense. He's won 2 pawns, but is it enough? White still has threats. And also watch out for this queen dropping back, switching focus, switching angles, and in towards the black king.
Yeah. And we saw Hikaru there. I think he just realized that this move, King G2 by Fabiano, is such a strong move. And now again, he has to switch up the gear and look at a way to hide his own king. This is becoming a bit of a race to each other's king. No one would have thought that that would be the turn that this game would take. Well, what do? Do you bring up your own king right now? Do you hide it on the G file? How do you counter rook h1?
I'm just happy that Hikaru and Fabiano are playing this because I don't know, because that king, both kings look like they're in grave danger, wide open. So finding the correct move here when they're both about to dip under 3 minutes, it's not easy. I think we're going to see that eval bar seesaw a bit.
Yeah, the players don't have access to that evaluation bar, so they have no idea what the evaluation is. And actually, Hikaru, after this last move, maybe he's panicking inside. Suddenly he's down around 2.5 minutes as well. We know that he's a favourite if the clock ticks down, but this is not the type of position you can play on instinct. It's pure calculation.
And this is anybody's game. It's very precise, very precision is required here. I mean, I can take on g6, and if I do that, then my knight gets to f5. Pieces get active. Rook can go to h1. Queen comes back to d2. There are really, really big problems, actually, for both sides. I mean, my king's weak, too, on g2. So, I mean, there's a problem. But I think black's a little bit weaker here, even though the eval bar practical chances definitely are for both sides. Wow, taking rook h1. What is he going to play, rook g5 or h4?
So brave.
No, definitely not h4. Wow, he can. Knight f5, h3, king g3. What is going on, bro?
Calculation
Madness on the board. What's
right
happening? And Hikaru Nakamura is playing with fire, picks up the h5 pawn. Fabi, in return, also picks it up with his knight. The h file is open. Are we expecting Fabi's queen to actually come back to that d2 square and enter the attack from the other side of the board?
Yes, we are. And I think that this position, where now Hikaru down to 2 minutes, this is scary. There may only be a move or two that keep black better. I wonder if we can bring up the suggestion, because this is looking quite worrisome for the black king in the corner. And rook h1 being the threat. We see queen d8 and queen g5 both give black a huge advantage, but the third best move actually cuts into that edge, and that would give white some chances.
Wow, the first move, we've got to say, queen to d8. I don't think that's going to be played.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like it's forcing the white queen back where it came from and back to threaten checkmate in one move. But the idea here is to swing the black queen back with tempo. Any queen trades favour black. Wow. Extremely difficult there. The second move I could imagine being played by Hikaru Nakamura. But the idea after this rook slide, maybe that is more difficult. It looks like a deadly move here, a deadly check. But, OK, he goes for something else. He goes for another option, moving his rook instead. And suddenly this is turning. Evaluation bar back to the centre. Black's king coming under fire. Also, watch out for this pawn dropping in the near future.
Yeah.
What do you do here? Okay.
That was a bad move, according to our eval bar. And Fabi calmly and coolly just retreats with the knight first, the a4 pawn hanging on one side of the board, the rook threatening to give a check on the other side of the board.
Yeah. Multiple flanks you have to worry about here. Black slides his queen back, but again, are you going to be able to keep your king safe? Who's going to be able to keep their king safe? So many questions to answer. This one's in the balance. Anything could happen. Fabi with 30 seconds more. That could be vital later on.
Wow, knight f5 is a huge blunder.
Yeah.
Huge blunder on the spot. Get him off the board. Knight f5, queen takes f5. Instant win. Maybe you have rook f1, then knight f5. Or rook check. I mean, but you got to move, and it has to be soon here.
Yeah, Fabiano, he has let his clock run too low on several occasions, and he just has to play with the flow of the position. His position is objectively worse. I think he feels that, but he's just trying to give himself some counterplay. He gives a quick check, the king slides over, and what's the follow-up?
Yeah, not easy suddenly. The white queen is stuck in limbo. She kind of wants to retreat, switch sides, but she also needs to keep an eye on that black a-pawn, which could decide the game later. Fabi, it's actually hard for him right now. I like Nakamura's rook. That black rook is ready, it's flexible, it can jump across to trade off any time. And Fabi just setting up, just posting up his pieces in the black half, but a mysterious one. No threat that I can see.
He's taken control of the f5 square. We were just talking about how the knight can't jump there, David, and he's just reinforced the defense. So he really wants to get the knight or the rook to that f5 square. And now Hikaru uses this chance to defend his own a-pawn, bringing the knight into the attack. Are we expecting a jump on that f5 square that we've been pointing out?
There's a big threat. Knight takes pawn. That black knight is attacking the white d-pawn, the base of white's pawn chain. And then the black knight is hopping over towards the white king. I don't know if you have time to jump forward with white's pieces. Fabi needs to step back, maybe start retreating. Oh, OK, he hits the black queen first, forces the queen away.
You have one check, but is that just a check with no follow-up?
Yeah, the white queen can step up to the top of the board, the top corner, and hit the black king. But I think that can be blocked by black's bishop or queen.
Yeah, it looks like suddenly Hikaru's everything under control. The a4 pawn is defended. White could have taken that before. All of black's pawns are defended, and white has this weakness on d3 that's about to be captured. Fabiano, he makes a move to protect that pawn, but he is down under 30 seconds, and look at how quickly Hikaru plays.
Yeah, he's really stepped up another gear. He's upped his speed, and that black knight is hopping towards that white king. A check is incoming. Still 2 pawns up as well for black. I think Hikaru has this one almost in the bag, and the white king shifts.
The knight is coming. It's coming. We've been talking about the black knight landing on the dark squares, and it has found its way. The pawns also still live. Knight d4, hitting that rook, hitting that bishop on e2.
Yikes.
The attack is on. Fabi in big trouble.
Yeah, it looked like white was getting the attacking chances, but Hikaru again turns things in his favor. He's the one attacking now, and surely it feels like there's a breakthrough. The white king defenseless, the white queen too far away. She was distracted, and it never got back in the game. What is the next step for Hikaru right now?
That's a great question, right? Oh, he played bishop d7? Wow, what a move.
Strange move.
Very strange. I mean, what was better than that? I mean, probably anything, or felt like anything. Queen f8, queen f6.
Well, Fabiano just doesn't have time, so he had to react instantly. But bishop d1, not a bad move, because it's not clear where black's attack is going to come from. Let's not forget about the 8th rank, that if the black queen gives a check and leaps forward, there will be a last rank check against the black king. So he steps up with his king there, and that's a great move.
Yeah, nice move. Once you spot the opponent's plans, you can react in advance, take away their threats before they even happen, and Fabi will be disappointed by that one. The black king is super safe now. Any knight checks the white can flick in will just be captured off the board. And Fabi does the same, just getting out of the line of checks before they happen preemptively.
And look at the clock. Fabi's down to 5 seconds.
What was that king move?
He goes back, picks up the pawn.
He's playing on seconds.
Okay.
Oh, my God. He wants to double up on the f-file.
But the bishop can slide back home, and the rook is going to team up, but wow, Hikaru's just zigzagging with his pieces.
Whoa, and the knight's broken in. The knight has broken through. That white rook attacked, pawns attacked, stepping backwards.
Knight h3 check, yeah. And what? There's no check?
Knight f2.
Knight f2, okay.
You win a bishop.
Oh, takes, but then queen d8?
Oh, gosh.
Where is the checkmate? It feels like black is winning. Black's
He's got
queen
13
can jump
seconds.
in. The rook sidesteps, lining up.
Oh, my goodness. This is crazy. Queen f4.
What a move.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Shutting down the attack, offering a queen trade. You can't take it. The endgame is dead lost.
And knight f2 check. The rook is pinned on h2. That means that white can't take it, and after the trades, it's over. You see the piece comes off the board after queen f2 check. I think Fabiano is just resigning, and he has.
And he does, and the fist pump from Hikaru. Hikaru celebrates there. What a game. time. What moves in time scramble? That was some amazing chess we saw in the last few seconds.
It was just unbelievable skill from Hikaru Nakamura. He breathed a sigh of relief. He is pumped, and he just did such amazing work with such little time on his clock.
Yeah. And he should be pumped because he needs just a draw in the next game to win the Chessable Masters. What a round this was. So much attack, so much to learn from. David, take it away.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he kept control when it mattered, and he deserved to take the win in the end. This position, we were talking about twists and turns. Fabiano had set up some defenses around the king, but those were simply an illusion. Here, Hikaru jumped forward with the black queen. Remember, black is also a pawn up, so any queen trades will favor him. For example, these pawns stepping forward, winning the game. But after Fabi dodged the queen trade, this was the killer blow. Knight in with a check, making full use of this pin. The king had to move, a rook trade, and the final quiet killer move, knight takes bishop, making use of the fact that queen takes knight deflects away the white queen from the defense, and this check wins the white knight. The king steps back, black gets greedy and wins the game. Hikaru takes the point.
That is next level defense. Are you kidding me? I mean, with that time, right? He had no time, basically. I mean, every time Fabi got in time trouble, too, he was still so accurate, defended like an absolute beast, and now he's 1/2 point away from clinching the whole thing.
Hikaru Nakamura knows when to go on the attack, he knows when to go on the defense, and he does it to perfection. And this is our scoreline. Fabiano Caruana has to strike, and he has to strike big. He needs to win the next game with the black pieces to level the score, to take it to the Armageddon. This is a big moment in the Chessable Masters. The game that's coming up, do not miss that. We'll be right back.
Fabiano Caruana famously had a 7 out of 7 start at the 2014 Singful Cup. He also challenged Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Chess Championship title. How does a player get there, you might ask? For Fabiano Caruana, it is feared opening preparation. He is a theoretician like no other. In this 2016 game from the London Chess Classic, Fabiano Caruana demonstrated how deep his opening preparation can go. With the white piece against Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru sacrifices a knight temporarily with knight takes g4. After Fabiano takes this knight on g4 with his bishop, Hikaru looks to win back the piece with e5, hitting the queen and the knight with his pawn. But Fabiano Caruana was a man on a mission. He says, you're not going to get your piece back. I'm going to sacrifice my queen on f6. And after the bishop took the queen, he puts his knight on d5. The queen slides back because under attack as the bishop to d8. And he plays knight f5, getting 2 pieces for the queen, but with a dominating positional advantage. He went out to win this nice game, and just a great demonstration of his excellent and deep opening preparation.
Oh, man on a mission. That is what Fabi is right now. These are the most played openings in the Chessable Masters. And we see the Sicilian and Roy Lopez at the top there. Wow. Well, these are the most played openings, but Robert, are you expecting any one of them in the next game?
I think we will not see the Spanish in this game. We will have to see a Sicilian. That's what Fabiano played when he needed a victory in the 4th game of the grand final. So I think he'll have to do more of the same, but I do not expect Hikaru Nakamura to repeat the Smith-Morra. That was a little bit too adventurous.
Yeah, I completely agree. You cannot go for anything too solid if you're Fabiano Caruana. No Roy Lopez. You have to gamble. It has to be a Sicilian. How will Nakamura react? The Smith-Morra was a brave choice. Fortune favors the brave, but he doesn't need to be brave anymore. 1/2 point would clinch it.
We're definitely about to get some exciting chess. I mean, he has to win, so he's going to bring out, you got to take risks. You have to at this point. For me to send this to Armageddon, we're going to have to take some risk here. Let's see what Fabi does.
Yeah, it's literally go big or go home. And there is the golden ticket to the Champions Chess Tour final. Hikaru's won 4 games. I don't even know how many of them have been with the black pieces.
Crazy.
But white for Fabi in the next one. He does start with the black pieces as well. What are we expecting?
It sounds like it's a good thing just based on the history, but I think we're just experiencing some recency bias. Having the white pieces is the advantage here. I know it doesn't seem that way, but for Hikaru Nakamura, he just has to play solid chess. Not play for a draw. That's how you often get in bad positions, but I think he should play something a little more solid than a pawn sacrifice.
Looks like Hikaru Nakamura has been on top of his game today. He came into the grand final having to beat Fabi twice. He did it once, and now he does lead in the grand final reset. Hikaru Nakamura starts with the white pieces, and he needs just a draw to win the Chessable Masters. We've got another Sicilian on the board.
And a key moment, he goes for it again, giving up a pawn again, the Smith-Morra. James.
Well, hey, look, we're going to put it in the words of Hikaru. He literally don't care. He just don't care. I mean, he played solid. He went for a Smith-Morra here. With the Bishop E2 line again, repeating the same line, that was hilarious to me. I'm not even going to lie.
Yeah, and Fabi's the first one to switch it up. We did not see this last time. The Black Knight landing on this E7 square. It looks a bit clumsy, but it will move again to free the Black dark square bishop. Black is a pawn up after all. So good start for the game for Fabi.
Yeah, in the first game, Fabi used his queenside rook pawn. Just put that up a square instead of developing his pieces. Now he's prioritizing the minor piece development. As David just said, that knight on E7, it sits in front of the bishop, the queen, the king. It looks awkward. And wow, Hikaru trying to Hikaru's playing like he's the one who needs to win.
Exactly. I was just going to say, who needs to play for a win in this match right now? What is going on?
Yeah, H4 is a nice move because the idea here is knight to G6. A lot of times bishop G5 and F6 is theory. Then when you move the bishop, it's knight G6. But H4, he understands the theory, which is very nice. When you understand the theory, or not even just the theory, what your opponent wants to do, then where does the knight want to go? To G6. So you actually do want to, be annoying to it. But I think Black can maybe even just play D5.
Yeah, I think that would be the principled move. It would follow conventional chess wisdom. White is playing on the flank, so Black should strike back in the center. And I'm sure Hikaru studied that before. Otherwise, you wouldn't play such a move so quickly, H4. But what could be wrong here? Maybe the reason Fabiano's hesitating is we could see a bunch of exchanges in the center, and maybe White has a way to win the pawn back. I don't see it yet, but trades might end in a draw eventually. Really, really creative stuff from Hikaru. Must be engine approved. AlphaZero would love it, but yeah, to us, is it too brave? That's the question.
I think Fabi should love it. I know I keep saying this, but he needs to win the game. So he may lose it, but that's the same as a draw. So for Fabiano Caruana, you see this kind of awkward play on the king side, strike in the center and try to play from there. But what Fabiano doesn't want is to trade too many pieces. So that's what he's undoubtedly worried about. If he plays D5, will we see some trades there? Will it make White's life easier? I don't think so, because that pawn on H4, maybe in some variations, would hope that it could be pushed back.
Yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb, this pawn, if we do see exchanges. So, wow, Fabi just steps one square instead. I am not so sure about that one. It looks a bit timid and doesn't deal with the issue of that Black Knight sitting in front of the Black King. You need to get it out of the way somehow. That's why I wanted to open up the center, create some squares for that knight. But this move feels a bit here, there, and everywhere. Feels like it's just a step in the wrong direction.
Correct. The problem is, where do I put my pieces is what I'm asking. where do I put the pieces? Or at least this knight on E7. I mean, or then I have to figure out where I put the bishop as well. I mean, it was actually Hikaru had a situation like this against Wesley So in the CGC, and I mean, Hikaru got crushed. He played a modern, and it was a very, very, very bad modern. I think you might remember that game, Hess, right, where he just got crushed here. But he was just playing, just try to, his pieces never got out, and Wesley was able to just have an excellent position here. This reminds me of that because the knight on E7 has no square. I mean, you can go to G6 and E5, but that's going to be a trade. I also grab a lot of space after H5 and maybe even play H6, and it's a very fun position as White here. Queen B3. I'm going to play Bishop E3 or F4, maybe even Bishop G5 to provoke a weakness, and castle queenside, believe it or not, here, and just really playing like I'm the one that needs to win at all costs.
Wow, just to show that, James, really creative stuff. I'm not really sure what Black wants to do here, but if White does get time, move the bishop, castle queenside, put the White king actually over here on the B1 square where you're super safe, and yeah, big attack for White. I really don't like the positioning, sorry, not that pawn, of this knight. And Fabi, that's why I don't like his last move. Here, if it were Black to play, if you just showed me this position for the first time, I might even play D5. But of course he won't do that. He's lost a move. He's lost a tempo with that pawn. Maybe he has to go round this way into the center, as you mentioned. But that's provocative stuff. And wow, we do see this position on the board. James, the prophet, you called it, castle's queenside.
Hey, I understand aggressive positions. Shout out to my grandfather, Tal, and Uncle Nesmedinov. Absolutely, of course, that's Rashid Nesmedinov, which was Tal's trainer, of course. If you don't know what that is, there's a great book, The Greatest Attacker in Chess, that talks about Rashid Nesmedinov, who was Tal's trainer. So very strong stuff, very aggressive chess. After 95, which could be played, especially what I want to do here with White is play H5, force you to play 95, trade on E5, play f4, and then really just go at you. Aggressive chess here, play f5, play e5, play everything 5, right? All my pieces are coming at you. It's a very, very ugly position, I think, for black already. My pawns, look at my bishops if it's black here. They both hit brick walls. I have not developed, and white has connected the rooks already. I'm taking white in every position.
It looks like black's down like 4 turns.
Yeah.
Like, you're up a pawn, but you've developed none of your pieces. White's already castled, the queen is out. All 4 minor pieces are working together for Hikaru Nakamura. So I know I was critical of the opening, but something that Fabiano has done in the last few moves has already changed my mind. I love Hikaru Nakamura's position, and I feel like Fabi doesn't have a plan.
And that could be because Fabiano Caruana hasn't been expecting the Smith Mora from Hikaru going into this opening from the Sicilians sacrificing a pawn. Do you think that has been a factor? Just the shock factor of Hikaru going for this 2d4, sacrificing the pawn and going for the king. Fabi probably just prepared something completely different from that.
Yeah, but they say fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? This is the second time he's played it. So for Fabiano, I know he didn't have a lot of time during the breaks, but he's come to expect it, and he's doing fine, right? The evaluation bar suggests that black is hanging right in there, but it feels like he's a little bit slow. He's playing a little bit timidly, but maybe that's just the way he needs to play in order to give himself some winning chances. He does not want to trade. He does not want to find his king being checkmated, so he hasn't committed his king to either side, but I do like Hikaru's position for sure.
This is all happening. I mean, knight takes c5. If he took it, he played f4. You can even play g4, bro. You can play everything 4 and everything 5. You can just do this blindfolded. I mean, this is a very aggressive and big position for white. There might even be e5, and after d5, sacking possibilities. You may not even be able to do it now, but after e5, then d5, you could play f5. I mean, this is ridiculous. There's so many ideas here right now. Fabi is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Even though the eval bar says that Fabi is doing fine, this is a nightmare. When you're in a must-win situation and your opponent is coming in with the pawn storm and the attack, you've got to deal with that. Often in these formats, the hardest thing to do is to defend, unless, of course, you're Hikaru Nakamura.
Ah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru does take a timeout and defend, just put his king closer to the corner. They do say when you castle queenside on the long side, your king is slightly more vulnerable, so why not tuck it away to safety? But, of course, in the spirit of the position, would be James's ideas of pushing one of these pawns. I trust you more than I trust myself here, James. Just throw pawns forward. I'm just looking at it. I'm like, OK, I can count black's a pawn up. But, of course, that is less relevant than white's activity. All of white's pieces playing a role. All of these black pieces still asleep. And, of course, black would be reluctant to castle long term because lines will open up.
He did. He just castled. King B1 and he just castled. I'm just about to play G4 and I'm gonna pre-move G5. I'm about to pre-move it. I don't care what you play.
I think I understand.
I knew he was gonna
I anticipated you pre-move. David's playing bullet over here.
Playing bullet.
I do think I understand what Fabiano is doing. He's castled and he's actually welcoming the attack. He doesn't want to get checkmated, but he's saying if you push your pawns too far, maybe I will have a chance to strike back. I like this move from Hikaru. He shut down black from playing that same move. That light square bishop is stuck at home. But that said, the evaluation bar took a little bit of a dip here, suggesting that Fabiano should not be too unhappy to see it played.
Yeah, he's got to block it up. Fabiano, lines were opening in white's favour, so he locks down the position, and here comes the pawn storm. I would be terrified in Fabiano's shoes. Look at that black king. It's a target. Knights and queens are a king's best friend, but there are no knights and queens on that half of the board. They're never going to be. So you need counterplay quickly. You need to distract Hikaru before it's too late. How you do that, that's another question.
Can we get the engine? I just want to see, what is the engine play? Okay, it was bishop d7. I just wanted to know what do you do here? Okay, so you just play bishop d7. Because, I mean, white's coming at you. This is a very, very strong attack for white. It's very scary, and the margin of error is very, very small here for black. I mean, one slight inaccuracy, and you're probably being mated. Right, especially after white can play rook g1. I mean, white's for choice. You have f5. You have so many moves here. It just seems so nice for white. Now, if black can maybe, I don't know, b5, you might just throw it out there. Literally, even though 3 pieces can take it, b5 might be a move just because you're being aggressive. b5, if you take it with anything, I play rook b8. I don't care what you take it with, I'm going to play rook b8.
Yeah, well, he's got to do all he can because Fabiano Caruana is in a must-win situation here. b5 coming up. Is it time for Hikaru to actually strike on the other side? g5, it looks like a pawn sacrifice, but can he start thinking about these ideas to open up the h and the g file immediately?
It's certainly on his radar. It's just about how much you finesse it. How much do you kind of prepare this advance here? Black, I think, has to take you. Otherwise, lines will open up towards the Black King. The question is, if you continue pushing, can Black lock things down? This would be a typical kind of sacrifice. You want to push your pawn forward, but at the very end, Black's king is the blockader itself, and there are still no fully open lines towards it. So I don't see any checkmate yet, but so tempting. It looks like this attack is very promising. The one downside I would say for Hikaru is his queen is on the wrong side of the board. The queen would love to be kind of over here on the G3 square, for example, on the right side, attacking. And here it's just badly placed.
I was going to say the same exact thing as you, David, and it also gives Black a tempo, because right now Black is in danger of getting checkmated, but your idea to jokingly against James's pre-move to bring that knight over to a5, I think that's actually a viable option here, because then you bring your rook to c8, you bring your knight into c4, and suddenly Black's pieces are in the attack, and you may have to take, if you're a Hikaru, take that knight off of c4 if it gets there, and that removes one of your important attacking pieces. So I think that Fabiano,
you have lost your absolute. What is he doing?
Hikaru doesn't need to win this. He just needs to draw, and he's taking pawns in front of his own king.
Yeah, he won Armageddon. It's for content. That's for content. He throwing for content. That's what he say. I'm throwing for content, chat. That's throwing for content, 100%.
He's just helping Black.
100%.
This open line helps Black get to that white king.
Yeah,
this is not a human move. You don't take on b7. This makes absolutely no sense. The eval bar hates it. Queen b7, your king is on the b file. How do you pick up the pawn that's playing the defense role for your king?
Tanya said it's not human. It's half everything else.
Exactly. She was right. He is half human, right? The other half we don't know yet, especially after this move. What the heck is that?
What is that? What is that? Queen b7? Everyone's shocked in the studio.
Yeah, that is yes, the Sarah one.
Look at him sitting here like this too, like yeah, Queen B7, like flexing really hard here. Yeah, I played it.
You don't sacrifice. You don't sacrifice a pawn on move 2 only to grab this pawn like 15 moves later, right? This just looks horrible. It looks so inconsistent. You're playing for the attack with white. Suddenly you switch to get greedy. It's level material, but the white king is a bigger target than the Black king now.
This makes no sense. James,
hey, man, this is great.
You're going hysterical right now. I mean, I just don't understand it. You're about to win the Chessable Masters, right? This is the championship game. Man. You're playing with the white pieces. You're up a game, and you pick up the poison pawn.
It's great content. It's great content. He's like, it's for content. Chat, I did it for you. That's what he's going to do in his recap, on YouTube. Yeah, I did it for content, chat. It's for you guys.
But I think over the board, he just wasn't feeling his position because he was thinking about pushing his G-pawn. He realized he couldn't do it just yet. He saw that Fabio would be able to counter on the queen side, but this is just really a surprising move. And I think for Fabiano, he's looking at this like, are you serious? Like, I didn't even calculate this possibility because it looked impossible. And Fabio can just shift his rook one square over, like bring your rook over, then go after the queen, and then bring your pieces to the B file. Go for checkmate of your own. He's surprised to have this option, but after rook B8, the white queen is one square to A6. I'm already looking at rook B4, and I'm just trying to bring my queen to B8. I have D4 pawn push to fork your pieces over here. I don't know about this. Just feels straightforward for Black in so many different ways.
I mean, you also have knight b4 in many ways, and then queen a5, threatening stuff like almost knight a2 there. Like knight b4, where does the queen even go first off? Where do you even put the queen? Queen a7? Then I can play rook a8? What is this? You've lost your mind, but white's winning? You gotta be kidding me. Queen b6, okay. Then I go queen c8, maybe queen something.
Still looks scary.
I mean, this is very scary. Bishop d8, rook a2. I mean, this is exactly what you want in every Sicilian.
Yeah, this looks so scary. This position is on the board. I love Robert's rook b4, multi-purpose move.
Beautiful.
Knight b4, also extremely tempting, gaining time against the white queen, opening up even more lines if she takes a pawn. But maybe there's something even stronger. What is Fabi thinking about here? The good news is he has 8.5 minutes and so many tempting options. And you could think about this bishop move, maybe even open up lines. I want to get my bishop on this diagonal. Yeah.
And just suggest f6, yeah, f6, knight
also
b4, wow, knight b4, and what's the other one?
At least
b4, wow, they all there. Like, all the moves are there, f6, knight b4, choose one, pick one, they all are great.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of these two, just so natural, just attacking, creating threats on every turn, and he needs that now for the momentum, Fabi. Whoa.
What did he just do? How did he just pick up that b7 pawn?
We weren't even looking at it.
It's more shocking than that mate in one that he just walked into. That is a blind side. You miss something like that. This is voluntarily going into a position where you're just going to be fighting for your life now.
I think it's because he's half man, half zombie. He came back from the dead in the loser's bracket. Now he's here. He said, you can't kill me because I've already lost my life. But this, he might have lost his mind because I can't get over queen takes b7. That's just not a move that like 99.999% of GMs would play. And if he gets away with it, I mean, what can't he get away with at this point?
You're right. Yeah, he either want Armageddon and he throwing for content. He want all of that. I mean, this is just, you handed the attack right back to Black here. Black is for choice here. Maybe he wants to do this and give, he wants Fabi to think. I mean, because he is thinking. I mean, he's down 2 minutes here, right? But of course, I mean, this is a deadly attack. It's very scary. I mean, you've been doing this in the classical game ever, right? So knight to b4. I mean, rook b4, f6. All these moves are great moves here. But Fabi is losing a lot of time. I do see him eating up clock right now.
James, you don't do this in any game ever. Let alone classical, rapid, it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering, is this coming from some sort of an extra confidence that Hikaru's feeling right now? Like any position, he can win.
No, this is extraterrestrial. In fact, this is what this is. This is not, something's wrong. Something's definitely, he is definitely going crazy here for that move. But I mean, hey, queen b7, he's like, yo, you're going to have to prove it. And Fabi is definitely in a position to prove it right now. There's so many moves that Black can make.
But he needs to make one of them, and he's going into a big think. Everything looks good for Black, but Fabi cannot afford to burn the clock. If Hikaru plays like this and wins it, I mean, I don't even know what to say. It'll be insane.
Yeah, we have to ask him, like, hey, bro, what were you thinking? I wasn't. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I got it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, if you gave this position to Fabi at the beginning of the day, before any of these games started, he would have immediately found a way to try and punish Hikaru. But I think it's the lack of confidence after Fabi. He's lost 4 of the last 5 games.
I like this move.
Yeah, he's actually trying to trap this white queen. That white queen struggling for squares. There's some big threats on the board. Look at this X-ray vision of the black rook towards the white king. How is white going to defend this? Looks horrible.
Big question, but I'm just wondering, why is Fabi not looking more excited about this opportunity that he has? You've got to be realizing with Black right now that this is your big moment, right? You're not only eyeing the white king, but also the queen. And I look at Fabi, and do you think he feels how strong the position is?
He knows he's playing a beast.
Yeah,
he knows he's lost 4 of those last 5 games.
Yeah.
It's the confidence issue.
Right. Correct. It's the confidence issue. But he does have a very good position. I mean, there's some nasty threats here, like rook a8, queen d4, rook a2, my guy, then queen c2, and then bring the other rook over there. And just like, I mean, this is some nasty stuff here. There are some sick tactics that are about to happen.
Yeah, for example, let's say white completely ignores the queenside. I don't think he should, but let's say I push a pawn. What is the punishment? How do you either trap this queen or break through to the white king?
Rook a8 first.
Okay, hit me. I will.
Queen d4, you gotta go, maybe queen b6, or and then rook a2.
Oof, James.
Knight a2, queen c2.
Where's
go
the
over,
knockout?
Rook a8. Get him off the board. Get him off. Man, I'm out, bro.
Puzzle rush king.
I'm leaving. Like, I'm gone, bro. This is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. It's a family channel. Get that off the screen, David. Thank you.
Let's get it off the screen. That's one of many threats for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, no, this position is really difficult for Hikaru to play, and now he's deep in the think tank. He was playing some of those moves quickly. He took on b7, took on a7, but unfortunately, when you grab pawns, you open files. So it's not just a blunder. Fabi's not giving away pieces. He was up a pawn, now he's down one, but he's happy to see those pawns gone. There is a huge attack brewing, and for Hikaru, he's spending about 2 minutes on this turn already. I think he'll have to spend 20 more, and he doesn't have that kind of time just to survive.
He should have spent that time before he picked up the b7 pawn. Now it is big trouble. Is it time for Hikaru to sidestep with that rook, get that rook to defend the c file? This threat that James pointed out looks terrifying. And once the rook comes to the a file, it is going to be a reality. Is Hikaru considering the move rook c1?
He must be. He's thinking about something. He's calculating. That's Hikaru calculation phase 3. And yeah, he must be trying to work out a defense here. Maybe only now he's realizing how dangerous it really is. We are talking about one of the best defenders in the history of the game, though. We've seen him do it so many times. Every single game, we compliment his calculation skills, his defensive skills, sorry. And can he do it again? That's the big question. Can he work his magic and hold this one?
A golden opportunity here for Fabiano Caruana as Hikaru voluntarily walks into a very dangerous position on the queen side. The king under fire, the queen under fire, and we see Hikaru trying to work out a defense here. It's not going to be an easy task, but he's riding high on the confidence. What are we expecting from Hikaru right now?
I don't know. I have no idea. What does the engine say? We're gonna have to put the only way that this is like. What does it say? Because this is insane to me.
Yeah, we need those.
We're gonna have to Rook C1, Rook D2, and Queen D4 immediately. Queen D4 immediately, I definitely consider. Because, like, you know, that now I need a tempo with Rook AA. But Rook C1, really?
Yeah, Rook C1 was the first move that came to my mind once you came up with this attack idea. Just bring that Rook to the defense, James.
And then so now Rook A8 is it's nothing, huh?
Rook A8, then, whoa, there might be
maybe
some
like
tactics.
a knight D5 or something. What the
James
heck
flexing,
is this?
hitting the queen, hitting this bishop. It's chaos, but White is doing well here.
Chaos. So you can't play Rook A8. So Rook C1 is a nasty move, huh? That's annoying.
But David, you made this point earlier. The white queen's almost trapped. So black, instead of going forward, can go back with the knight. And where exactly is that queen going?
Come on, Robert.
That's a great question. A6, is that the only square?
But then you can even trade queens and play D4 and win a piece.
Come on, Robert. Don't do it to him, Robert.
This looks brutal. This is what must be forcing Hikaru to pause right now. Maybe he missed this line because that is the most natural defense. If we go back to the first position, Rook C1, not only is it the best move, but it's also the most natural. The problem is if you lose a piece, you stop calculating. You look for options. And he finds the third best move, but it does give black a huge advantage after, I think, just before it disappeared there. The best move, queen to B7, the computer said, and lining up for checkmate. Huge threats.
Very logical.
Right, very logical, right?
On the board. On the board.
It's a free attack, right?
Armageddon, right?
Like,
we going to Armageddon, Jeff.
Normally, you got to pay like half your salary to get an attack.
Right.
This is free 99.
Free 99. I'll take that all day and twice on Sundays, baby. Wow, Queen B7.
Panel vote right now. Armageddon, yes or no?
Oh, 100%.
100%.
Armageddon. 100%.
I'll say 90%. That's a conservative estimate.
100% Armageddon, boys.
Wow.
100%.
Wow, 5 minutes for Hikaru to defend this. Look at the pressure on the White King. There's only one defender, really, for the White King, that knight. And that other black rook is going to swing over from F8. It's doing nothing next to its king. Swing it over, sacrifice. OK, the White Queen's now stepped back as a defender, but there must be a breakthrough.
Yeah, like what happens on Queen D2? That's actually a very nice move. That's a really annoying one. Maybe just bring another piece, like you said, Arena Rook over.
When in doubt, move first, think later. Just bring another piece in, Fabi. It looks like that is a logical follow-up. Is there something more direct? Maybe that's the question.
I tried to get D4 to work, but he just takes the bishop. That's nothing there.
Nice defensive move, this last one from Hikaru. Just very calm, stepping the White Queen back. She's spent, well, wasted, I should say, so many tempi, but at least she's holding things together for now.
I like James' suggestion. He said D4. I love it. So I think this actually could be a kind of a knockout blow.
Really?
Because what you need is more pieces in the attack if you are black. James' point is after D4, you can't take with the queen. The queen is needed to defend the B2 pawn, as black already has the rook and queen teaming up for checkmate. If you take with the bishop, that light square bishop that's been blocked by its own pawns goes to C6. And I'm going bishop E4 check.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Hitting the rook when I move. Whoa.
Ooh-wee. How is he surviving this?
Maybe you're not surviving it. I take your bishop, you take back, and if my king goes in the corner, we all know what's about to happen. There's going to be a devastating discovered check.
On the board, he finds it.
Great move, Fabio.
I'm a Jedi.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
I'm a Jedi for real. Sometimes I forget that. Okay, that was crazy. D4, bishop C6 on the board. Crazy, bro.
Is this game over? Bishop E4, massive threat. Rook hanging on H1. There's no way to fight against both of them at the same time. He's got to either lose material or walk into a mating attack.
Looks good, right?
That's nasty.
And Hikaru, I'm just waiting for the head shake. It started there. It's going to come even more in the next few seconds when he realizes the damage that's been done. Double threat.
And you don't even have to do anything as black because, yes, you are down a couple pawns, but you have this vicious attack. Your next move could be bring your rook over to a D8, that rook next to your king to pin the bishop to the queen. White has too much to look out for, and I feel like Fabi has many different winning moves.
Yeah, this last move was so instructive. It pretty much proves the point that we were talking about earlier. Pawns mean nothing when you're going for the attack. Opening up lines, throwing away pawns is actually the best way forward. And Fabi, he gave away 2 pawns. The White Queen got greedy taking them. He gave away another pawn. And yeah, this is beautiful.
I mean, he started so well for Hikaru. I thought this was just a clean sweep. I mean, literally with the G5. I mean, he had everything in the position, and he gave it all the way with Queen B7. Of course, we're going to hear about it in the recap here about why. Definitely why he went for it, but that man, he gave him so much material. He just gave him so much.
He just blitzed out B3 immediately on the board. But it looks like there has to be a knockout blow right now.
We're all looking. I can see us all. I can feel us all like leaning in, just like Hikaru is. Where is the knockout for black? All of the black pieces are working hard, doing great stuff. And, okay, bishop check, the computer confirms, is a killer blow. +5 for black.
Sheesh.
But maybe it's the follow-up that's more difficult.
Yeah, correct. That's the follow-up. So bishop e4 check, where does he go? Let's put that in.
He can't afford to really recapture on e4 and allow the queen into the attack, because that would be absolutely deadly if after bishop e4 you do trade the bishop, the queen jumps in with a check, and then you can just sacrifice on d4. Let's say king b2, hit that bishop on d4, get that queen to c2. If that's not mate, nothing is.
This is definitely mate, Tanya. I can confirm on the next move. And, yeah, how do you guard against this?
Yes, gross. And bishop e4 on the board. Is king b2 there? He played king b2.
King b2.
So now do we... I mean, knight a2 is tempting, bro.
Screaming to be played, but that rook on h3, James, that is a key defender.
Yeah, that's why he played that. Wow, what a sick move.
Yeah, maybe it's something else. I'm looking in other directions. Is it something to do with this pin?
Maybe knight c2 with bishop a3 threats.
Knight c2.
That doesn't work either. Knight e4. Whoa.
Looks so strong, but there must be something. What is Fabi's move here? It's a winning advantage. He's got 3.5 minutes.
This? Okay, huh.
Watch it be some quiet moves. You know, like we're looking for the direct checkmate. Whoa! He went bishop c2.
That makes sense.
Hitting this rook.
Oh, hitting b3 again.
Yeah.
Oh,
and now
he sacks on a2 and then just picks it up with a bishop.
If the rook moves, bang, knight takes a2, as you say, Tanya. Knight takes.
God.
And then bishop takes b3.
It's James' idea, but the bishop joins the attack.
Wow.
X-ray vision, you will deliver checkmate in the next few moves. There's actually some really cool tactics here. We'll wait to see if it happens on the board, but wow, Hikaru Nakamura, he will have missed this last one. It was not obvious, but nice spot by Fabi, and the evaluation bar keeps going in black's direction.
COE, my guy, calculation over everything. My man's is calculating. A human calculator, given these type of positions, he finds the right moves. Bishop c2 is a very, very strong move. So many options. And he made that move quite quickly, too, as well, to show you the power of how strong Fabi really is in calculation. But Bishop c2, there's a lot of other moves you probably could have made or wanted to make. Bishop c2 is a very nice one.
Yeah, that's a hard move to play.
Correct.
Because every other move, sacrifices were available. They looked good, but this was the best move. And wow, what a shot. And you see Hikaru Nakamura, he's taking his time here because he recognized that the next move will be a sacrifice and his king will not be able to withstand the pressure.
So he wanted to throw for content. He wanted to go to Armageddon. He wanted to.
This just feels so self-inflicted, as you're saying. I don't know if it was for content or what, but when you're playing against the world number 7, when you're playing against Fabiano, you don't play queen b7. That is ultimate disrespect.
And there's so much at stake. It's not just this tournament, but whoever wins this qualifies for the playoffs at the end of the year. I mean, yeah, he's putting everything at risk just because of the greed. That one pawn he grabbed, and this is the result. It's all backfired.
Man, queen b7. Well, Chad, is very instructive to know. Bishop f3. Whoa. Oh, he's hitting the queen. Okay, got it.
It's the queen, so there's still an attack. You can't take on d1. You can't take on a2. You still have to spend one more move moving that queen. Robert, where do you place it?
I'm going queen a6, and then I'm going to sacrifice my queen for
a3.
Yeah,
baby, come on,
you know it's coming. You know it's coming.
This is my brother. Don't we look just alike?
You know it's coming here.
We look just alike, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Bro.
I'm going
Show that on the board,
queen
David.
a6, and I don't even know what you're going to do, but I'm going to go queen a3, sacrificing my queen, and then when my knight goes to d3, it's mate.
Oh, my
boy.
God.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, you guys got to show us the mate.
Come on, boy.
You got to show this one, David. Is it
We're having too much fun.
Right, we
somewhere here, I'm guessing.
Something like this. Knight b4, knight c6.
I don't see
it.
Or like rook b6.
Oh, he's going for it either way. Let's let it play out. This move is a killer threat. We can confirm it is winning if it's allowed.
Okay,
is he going to go for it?
Go.
Is he going to find it?
Come on, sure.
Come on, Fabi.
It's winning.
He's smiling. He totally sees it. Oh my God, he's gonna go for this. Queen sacrifice on the board is about to happen. Fabi just making sure it works. This is amazing stuff. We're gonna have it. Hikaru spots it. Fabi spots it. Any second now.
My goodness.
There it is.
You know what? We didn't need to see the checkmate as long as Fabi does.
As long as Fabi sees it.
Because the king takes. Oh, he can't take it.
Why you ain't take it?
Because knight d3, king a4, rook b4, and then rook a8 was checkmate.
Oh, the bishop's not f3 anymore.
Man. Take the queen.
But now it's over.
Dang, man.
Now the black rook just moves into the corner. You're threatening a queen sacrifice anyway.
Yeah.
And Hikaru just nothing to do. It's going to be checkmate. You can resign.
Oh.
He should have taken the queen, showed us the
Should have taken the queen,
That
bro.
was content.
He should have taken I mean, he wanted to make content, right? Queen b7 was a content move. He wanted to make content, and he didn't take the queen. All right, well.
But this one is just bulldozed, right?
Yeah.
You just bring your rook to 8. You're going to try to sacrifice your queen for checkmate. And I don't think there's anything Fabiano has to worry about, but I like that he's spending his time. He just takes the rook. He knows he's winning, but he is doing the right thing. He has plenty of time remaining clock, and he wins the game.
Yeah, Hikaru resigns. Wow.
Wow.
It is over for now because this means that we will have an Armageddon.
Wow.
What a game this was, but for the most part, absolutely self-inflicted. That move, Queen B7, Robert, what on earth happened there?
It was even before that. I actually did not like the opening played by Hikaru, and you see them both on screen. We keep talking about momentum. Fabiano saw that. He smiled. He played a queen sacrifice. He wins the game. He should be feeling quite good.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely feeling great there. I mean, that's exhilarating to be able to play a game like that. And like, wow, thank you for the gift in a way. He got gifted that game. Queen B7, I mean, it felt like White had a very good attack here. Everything was going in White's favor. I mean, he just felt like you couldn't make a wrong move until he played Queen to B7. And Fabi jumped all over that, right? So now we're going to have an Armageddon. And now, I don't know, especially after that momentum, the way that he won that game, hey, it could be anybody's game. And it really is right now.
Yeah. This is just madness all day long at the Chessable Grand Final Reset. That game by Hikaru, flawless after a very mysterious move by Hikaru. Fabi just took it away. David, you take it away and show us the critical moment.
Yeah, Caruana struck, he won the game, and he won it in style. This would have been one of the most satisfying moves of Fabiano Caruana's career. It happened now. It was a queen sacrifice in this position. Of course, it's a dangerous attack for black. We mentioned this. All sorts of sacrifices in the air to open up this white king. Hikaru tried to defend by sliding his bishop back, attacking the queen, but boom, queen to A3 check, putting the queen on an undefended square, trying to lure the white king out. Unfortunately, Hikaru Nakamura didn't take this, retreating his king and resigning after bishop takes rook. He's going down on material, and the game ended here. But if he had taken this queen, a beautiful checkmate. First, the knight jumps forward, a discovered to check from the bishop. The king steps forward, another check, about to drop rook b4. The king has to continue its journey, and in the end, it's the other rook that does the work, that delivers the checkmate. You can throw a bishop in the way, but what a picturesque position. The king has gone on a journey, but it has been punished for doing so. Caruana, stylish, beautiful win.
Amazing stuff there. Well, chat, you asked for it, and you get it. You don't want to close your eyes. You don't want to miss a thing, because Armageddon is coming up after that comeback win by Fabiano Caruana. Queen B7, I'm still thinking about it, why Hikaru did it. You guys think about it as well, but be right back after this switch break, because we've got Armageddon. The Chessable Masters Grand Final Reset has gone down to the wire. We've got an Armageddon coming up. It is going to be a bidding Armageddon. The players will bid for time. The player who bids the lower time wins the bid, gets to choose the color, usually black, because black gets result odds, which means if it's a draw, black wins the match. In case of a win, white has to win on demand to take the match. the players will start with 15 minutes. Who gets white? And there is no increment. A big bidding Armageddon coming up. The countdown has started. It has come down to these final moments to decide the champion of the Chessable Masters. David, what happened in that last game? Self-destruct by Hikaru.
Yeah, he just felt invincible, and I can't blame him. Hikaru had won 4 of the previous 5 games. He was on a roll, he was on a hot streak, but if you play a move like that, if you get greedy, you will be punished by someone world-class like Fabiano. All I'll say is in Armageddon, it's about choosing black. Black has won 5 of the 6 games today.
Dang. Oh my God. So it is going to be about trying to get the black pieces. For that, you have to be the player with the lower bid. How low can you go in this one?
Yeah, that's, I've seen 9.29, something like that. Because, of course, we've seen in the past below 9 and like below 8 is very bad. It's been very bad. I think there was 1 or 2 games out of the Armageddons that won. Somebody won. I think it was Magnus or something, 758, something crazy like that. So definitely probably like 9.29, 9.17, somewhere around there in that range is probably the perfect amount.
Are we expecting both players to bid around the 9-minute margin?
I think if you're Hikaru, you can actually bid higher than he used to, because Fabiano Caruana is not the best bullet player that we have in this field. So if you're Hikaru, you anticipate that Fabiano might bid 10.5 minutes himself. He doesn't feel like he can go below that against Hikaru. So if Hikaru says, I don't really care what color I have as long as Fabiano doesn't have that much time, he may bid 10+ minutes himself and say, Fabi, you really going to bid that low? I'm going to flag you.
It's very smart.
We will be revealing the bids. We're waiting for the bids to come in. A big Armageddon coming up. This match has gone down to the wire, David. We were not expecting that at the start of the day. The chairs are empty.
Yeah, the chairs are empty. These players doing their last-minute preparations. They know this last game is going to be fast and furious. But I just want to say it's lived up to expectations. I didn't know what to expect coming into today. I thought maybe Fabi would clinch it in the first match, but Hikaru starting on fire. What a game that was, and yeah, what a game. What a finish we're going to have to this tournament.
Yeah, and Fabi winning that last game. Has the momentum once again shifted in this match?
I just feel like in Armageddon, there's no such thing as momentum. Who knows what to do? And you see Fabi probably locking in his bid there. There's just never too much fun here at the Chessable Masters. And Fabiano, he's playing a large role in that. He is down to his last game as his opponent, Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow. Fabiano Caruana has been in the winner's bracket from day one. He's been unstoppable until Hikaru showed up today. It has been an intense match. So much action. We're waiting for the bids to come in any second now. How critical is it, James, to get the black pieces in this one?
Oh, it's definitely critical. I mean, it's like you get 2 for 1 in a way. You're going to play 1 game, but if I draw, I win. That never happens in chess. If I win, I win. I mean, that's great, right? So, of course, you always have that double thing where, like, you have to take black in that situation. Yeah, you get less time, but, of course, especially if you play your repertoire, and especially Fabiano being well-prepared, Hikaru being well-prepared, you know your preparation very well, right? If I can get this draw, cool. If I can find, a sacrifice that leads to a absolute perpetual, I mean, all kind of things can happen in these games. And white has to go all out to win the game.
Hikaru needed just a draw in that last game. He lost that one. He was riding so high on confidence, David, and this is exactly what Fabi needed to go into the Armageddon to win that one, not just for scoreline, but for his own mindset.
Yeah, he needed it for the tournament, but of course, a bonus that for his mindset, he'll feel boosted now. And okay, we do see the players. Do they know the colors? I do wonder. Yeah. Will Fabi be able to carry that confidence into this Armageddon? Will he get the black pieces?
He looks very relaxed for someone who's just lost a championship game on his own. The clocks are ticking. In just a few moments, we will reveal the bids by these 2 players. What's going on? And then there we have it. 9 minutes. You called it, James, that it will be in that margin. And it is Hikaru Nakamura who wins the bid. Fabi bid 9 minutes, 58 seconds. Hikaru, 9 minutes, 6 seconds. Hikaru will take the black pieces.
Of course he will. I'm not surprised by these bids. I think it was smart bidding by both. Fabiano, he ventured under 10 minutes himself. He's showing that he can play with a time deficit, but that won't matter. He gets the 15 minutes. He gets a 6-minute lead in the clock. The white pieces, but a must-win game.
Yeah. 6 extra minutes on the clock for Fabiano. He has to win. It's must-win for Fabi. He has to do it, or else, in case of a draw, Hikaru takes the Chessable Masters. We are expecting the first moves any second now. He starts with the English openings, switching it up.
Yeah, switching it up. He has played this before already today, however, not this last move, getting ready to fianchetto the white light square bishop. Yesterday, Hikaru started with 9 minutes 17 against Magnus. Today, 11 seconds lower. Will that make a difference? Okay, pawns off in the center already, still a known position. It's basically a C3 Sicilian, James, with colors reversed.
Absolutely, I can definitely feel that here. And now he has the tempo. He has the extra tempo here, so it is slightly different. You still can play stuff like, I think, knight. I don't know if this is theory. I just know from C3 Sicilian wise, yeah, that's a move, and also knight A6 was a move too as well. But I like the choice from actually Hikaru taking on C4 there. Taking on C4 is more of like hoping that they take on D8 and you go into a game that maybe could easily, you have drawing chances there for black, which is exactly what Hikaru wants. We draw, we win. We win, we win. So he wants both of those. I'm sure Fabi wants to keep the queens on, as he does, queen A4.
Yeah, solid position for both sides. I will say White's queen has done a lot of work, a lot of dancing around already, so Fabi's lost a bit of time and Hikaru is happy to develop his pieces. It's a nice quick position for Hikaru, lots of easy natural moves, and I think that is a plus for black. Fabi maybe would have hoped to have forced Hikaru to think a bit more early in the game. Both sides of castle, though, and attention shifts to this middle game.
And there's no symmetry. That's the good news for Fabiano Caruana. He needs to win this game. So he doesn't just want a symmetrical structure, a boring endgame where Hikaru can play moves quickly. So that's the good news for Fabi. The bad news is that Hikaru's plan is also relatively straightforward in the early stages. Pieces are harmonious. I think both sides have their chances, but Fabi's going to have to pick up the pace.
Yeah, he really does. He needs to force Hikaru to sit and think. But so far, Hikaru's played all of these moves in about, well, just over 30 seconds. Now the white rooks will centralize, the black rooks will centralize, and neither side really has reason to be too unhappy. But remember, draw odds, huge kind of plus in Hikaru's court here. I don't see any problems. Look at all those black pieces. Perfect centralization.
Yeah, it's tough. That's definitely tough here. Black has everything he needs. I mean, everything is all developed. And you really want some chaos sometimes, but here there's like nothing. We're just gonna have to play this position the best as we can. Black is totally fine in every position right now.
Yeah, and quiet move from Fabi. He'll want to slow down the pace of the game, but okay, Hikaru reacts instantly, pinning the white knight. Bit of a mysterious move, but maybe trying to provoke white to start stepping forward with some pawns. Maybe just forcing Fabiano to tank, to think. What are our feelings about this position? Who would you choose here and why?
I'm not bothered by the provocation. Like, if you start pushing your pawns in front of your king for Fabi, that at least mixes the game up. You can't just keep the status quo. I do think that right now, Hikaru is doing well on the clock. He's doing well on the board. And Fabi, he's thinking a lot here. He is trying to be perfect, and perfect at times is the enemy of the good. He's a fantastic player. He needs to trust himself, make a move like pawn to h3, just kick that bishop out of there, and then save some time for later in the game.
Yeah, and already the time advantage, it started at almost 6 minutes. It's down to just over 4. Dang. Hikaru making up time super quickly here. Oof. Breakneck speed.
Yeah, he's moving instantly. Rook d2, perfect. Now we're going to double the rooks here. I mean, it's just equal, bro. It's just equal. Those are some of the worst positions when you, need to win. Like, you have to beat Hikaru in this position from here. This is tough.
It's very tough, James, but it is the Armageddon. It doesn't matter if you create something on the board as long as you can keep as many pieces on the board and keep that time advantage. You need to get Hikaru to fall low on the clock, but guess what? Hikaru's taken just 1 minute so far.
Yeah, and don't trade. Keep those pieces on the board. Every exchange guides black closer to that desired draw. And nice move from Fabi, just plonking his bishop in the center. It looks like a statue here, supported by a pawn, and now he'll be happy to drop back. Look at that black dark square bishop, sidelined on the edge of the board.
Yeah, it could get in some trouble over there. And I also like the newly opened light square diagonal. That pawn on c6, it was protected by another pawn. Now the bishop on g2 is a happy piece. So after c5, kicking the bishop out of there, protecting your pawn a7 by attacking. Move your bishop back to the corner. That knight on f3 can hop into e5 or h4 into f5. That knight on e2 will likely jump forward to the f4 square. All of a sudden, white's pieces are aiming in correct directions, and that bishop on a3, it's a wayward piece.
Yeah, really bad piece here, and Fabi even contemplating maybe trading off his beautiful bishop. I'm biased here. Okay, he does step it back. Whoa, he does trade it off. I thought he would trade it off for a knight. Suddenly, this feels very safe for black again, and black has a rock-solid structure. Black's problem piece, that bishop, swapped off What was that from Fabi, simply?
I don't understand, like, at all. You don't want to trade pieces when you need to win the game, and he just trades bishops, makes Black's life easier. That was extremely surprising. He could be tired. It's been a long day for him, but bishop b2 was clearly wrong.
I was going to say the same thing. I think he's probably maybe some fatigue or, like, just lots of emotions, and it's the last game, psychology, right? I mean, maybe, yeah, it just didn't make real much sense. Bishop a1 made a lot of sense. The bishop was actually very bad on a3. You actually keep it on a very long diagonal there. But, I mean, hey.
Oof, yeah, surprising stuff. Now Black has no problems at all.
Yeah.
If anything, I would pick Black here just because of the queenside majority. You look at the 3 versus 2 on the left side of the board, and long term, actually, Black can make a pass pawn there. It's harder for White to deal with because the kings are further away. This is later in the endgame. I don't see any reason for Fabiano to be optimistic, simply.
Yeah, Hikaru there gaining on the clock as well as Fabi goes into a think and then advances with that knight to f4, offering another trade. We often talk about how in the Armageddon, you need to keep more pieces on to force your player into a think. And the knights facing off. What are we expecting? White's knight to jump to the center of the board or accept the trade?
Got to be careful if you accept the trade. Suddenly things might open up in Black's favor. There's tension between the 2 bishops, but if you imagine the 2 bishops being plucked off the board, if they ever get traded, White's king will start to feel slightly uncomfortable. So Fabi, he needs to be careful if he does simplify this position.
I don't like the pace. For Fabi, he had a 6-minute lead on the clock. Now it's down under 3. You can just see Hikaru playing with confidence. His moves are very good, and he's not being challenged. Some of those trades that Fabi made, we already criticized them a bit, but I feel like he's just making Hikaru's task easier. I would just maybe move my knight to h5 and hope that Hikaru blunders checkmate in 1 for a second time in a row. It sounds like a joke, but like you just got to create some threats and try to keep pieces on the board and then try to make Hikaru think.
Yeah. And, OK, he brings a knight to the edge of the board, but maybe not the knight that you were expecting, Robert. There is a small threat of the white knight jumping into f5, that dream square that we talk about. But it can be easily rebuffed here. It can be easily covered, that post. The knights all look like they're on weird squares, I've got to say. But the black knights do have an element of control. So how do we think here Hikaru is going to neutralize any activity for white?
Yeah, it's a bit scary with Fabi's knight jumping onto that f5 square and threatening a mate in 1. And let's not forget, there is a potential pin on the long diagonal. The knight on e4 with the bishop on b7. Things can get a bit tricky. Is this a moment that Hikaru needs to slow down and be precise? Well, he just stops it. Nicely done.
A bit weakening, but it makes sense. Stopping the white knights from jumping forward. James, your instincts don't like that one.
Immediately, I was still looking at, obviously, knight h5, knight f5, or reversing knight f5, knight h5. They both don't work, but you do have to know that the idea is there. I just don't have enough pieces. In fact, if I can't do anything about it, it's justified. It makes sense. I can't go knight f5. I can't go knight h5. Sacking doesn't make any sense. I mean, the rook is not activated enough. I only have the queen there. The bishop is not activated enough. Yeah, I mean, but weirdly, as crazy as that is, it just works. And look at that, and the engine is like, you have lost your absolute. That's GG. What is this?
Is this a blunder from Fabiano? He's abandoned his first rank. The black rook can come down now, drop down with a check, hitting the white king. Maybe there's something even stronger. The engine confirms it. Black has a knockout blow. Wow, giving up his knight.
Whatever it was, Hikaru doesn't find it.
What was it?
Maybe, I don't know, sacrifice on g3. So many ideas in the air.
Oh, it was knight g3.
Yeah,
oh,
it was.
My goodness.
We have to show this on the board. There was a winning blow for Hikaru. Difficult and understandable that he didn't try to calculate this.
Shoot, take.
Yep, with no time. The king moves, and I guess the killer blow is the rook coming down to try to trap, checkmate this king. Not obvious.
Rook f2?
Rook f2. You're right, James. Very difficult to calculate.
Man, it's crazy.
Bishop takes bishop, and there's some tricks here. I don't know. It goes on. But this would have been very strong for black. Catching up with the game position, the black king has now parked itself in the corner. I like this, evading any potential checks. And watch out for this to happen again. The black rook could get active later in the game on the first rank. Hikaru's just playing safety first chess, though. Yeah. This is good practical play. He's not spending 3-4 minutes calculating that move, because if it didn't win, he would have burned all his remaining time. But now the game goes on.
There's also no increment. Yikes, bro.
Dude, that's not a nice-looking move at all. That is not a square where your rook belongs.
Yeah, look at Hikaru's face. He's like, what was that? And this just, honestly, it looks like Fabiano hasn't been in this game from the start. I mean, he played this English. All of a sudden, he had some chance to keep peace on the board. He didn't. That goes against the spirit of the position. But look, F3, and Hikaru is mad at himself because he just allowed the pawn to push forward, and that black knight has to drop back, and suddenly white can expand.
Well, not just expand, Robert, maybe sacrifice as well. Suddenly, this knight is kicked away, as you mentioned. If it steps back to the wrong square, I'm not sure which direction you should go, but suddenly there's ideas such as knight takes pawn, boom, breaking open towards the black king. This was so sneaky from Fabiano, and suddenly the white queen springs forward. Everything is falling for black, and the king drops back. You take this pawn. You've got 3 pawns, multiple threats in the air. Maybe winning for white even, and Fabiano's getting excited. How does Nakamura react to this?
Look at him hitting himself in the head.
He's reacting on the camera.
He definitely swinging on himself. In fact, a few times there, hitting his head, saying, well, you know, as he says on his channel, moron, right? It's a very bad move there. He just missed it, but also he's moving quickly and there's no increment. So you do have to remember that part too, that they're just moving quick, fast. There's no increment, because if you think and you need time to think here, you will not get any time back per move. Knight d6, and here we go.
I mean, knight takes g6 is just begging to be played right now. Fabiano sees it. He's figured out which knight to work with. And for the 65,000 plus of you watching on Twitch and YouTube, welcome to the Armageddon here in the grand final reset of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana, he had a terrible position, but now he can sacrifice his knight right in front of the black king. And Hikaru, he is upset with himself. I can't believe he walked into this one-move idea. He was playing too quickly, and there it is.
He goes for it, knight g6. The tables have done one more time in this match. It is an insane day of chess. Gives a check, but how do you continue the attack, David?
I'm not sure, actually. I would have taken with the other knight. Okay, he steps forward with his pawns. There's going to be an avalanche. All these pawns are going to be thrown forward towards that black king soon. The black king is naked. It has no clothes on, no defenders around it. But still, those 2 black knights have some chances of sneaking back, kicking away that white queen, which lacks squares. So anything could happen here. I would choose white if I was given this amount of time on the clock. Hikaru with 5 minutes, difficult to defend.
Yeah, with no increment as well. White threatening to advance that e-pawn further down the board, hitting more pieces, and then bringing the knight into the attack. Hikaru offers a trade. You never trade queens in this position. Falls back. Is he going to push the e-pawn now? Is that the idea?
Got to push something, or maybe sidestep with the white rook. The d-file has been abandoned now. White's rook can activate. Looks very natural to me. Maybe there's something even stronger.
Yeah, I'm looking at e5 because it looks like black has the square under control, but you actually can give up your pawn on that square because the queen is in forking distance of the second pawn. It's very complicated stuff here, but if black takes, can white not just take back? And after queen takes e5, maybe f4 here?
Ooh, a knight f3 doesn't work.
100%.
It's a bishop f3.
Double attack.
Oh, my goodness.
You win material. You win a piece. Okay, he plays a quieter move, maybe equally strong. The evaluation bar does drop, though. I think your move, Robert, was the way to go. And this is the current position. Black's knights are holding things together for now, but it is hanging by a thread for Hikaru Nakamura.
Look at that. I mean, when the last time you've seen 4 passed pawns, right? In fact, 5 on the whole board. Like, the C pawn passed, the E pawn passed, the F1, guess what? Passed. G and H? Passed. All of these pawns are passed pawns. So if we trade queens maybe at some point, well, he could also sacrifice and get some of it back if he needs to, but definitely complicated position and no increment.
Yeah. Switching focus, Fabi, with this queen slide, and black defending everything. Hikaru, he's the best defender, or one of the best defenders in chess history. Can he hold this one? Oof, Fabi, I love his chances. I love his position, but one slip and black will get the queens off, and that could be an end to his hopes.
And it's going to be so hard to also keep the pressure on the clock in this extremely complicated position. It is a clutch moment, but the very best in the world do bring out their very best in these moments when the pressure is high, expectation is high. Fabi cannot sacrifice on d6 anymore. How does he continue the pressure? How does he continue the attack here?
He needs to use the clock as a weapon. As James always says, it's the 17th piece. You have to use your extra time if you're Fabi. The position is very complicated, so he's trying to find the right move. He sees his queen is attacking a pawn over there. Should not be taken. He goes rook d4. Not a move I was expecting, and the engine hates it.
Oh, that's game over.
What?
Yeah.
What the
Doesn't
heck
even
was
stop.
that?
Nakamura's just trying to play on the clock. He's worrying about the 17th piece. He's focused on blitzing this game down, not losing on time. But it was loose for white. Maybe there was a way to punish that white rook hanging in the air like that on a central square, not guarded by pawns. Fabi, I think he needs to back up with his rook. Just retreat it. That white queen is stuck right now where she is defending purely.
Yeah, the problem here is I understand, why, he messed up with Rook E4, but I mean, like, he couldn't find a move anyway, whatever that was. He moved it back, but the problem is I can't move, right? Like, I can't push the pawns. They all are going to be hanging. I can't play the G-pawn because the knight hangs. I can't move the knight. Like, everything is strange. My pieces are not coordinated right, and I literally can't move any of the pawns without something dropping. So, I mean, you might even have to consider something like knight f5 just to get rid of the knight. But it's a very difficult position for Fabi. Maybe bishop h1 or f1. I can't move anything, right? Yeah. It's a very tough position.
The thing is, black can't move too much either, so that's why playing on the clock might have been so effective. You just kind of shuffle, play on your opponent's time, only try and strike when they're low, when they have no time to react. Now there's only 20 seconds in it. This one could go either way, and Hikaru, he's pushing. He's going for gold with the c-pawn. Is it just going to promote?
It's a great decision by Hikaru. Why not? You have a pass pawn pushing. Get his rook behind it while kicking the white queen out of the way. White does not have an attack. Black has enough pieces in front of the king. I love this decision by Hikaru. He also is about to be ahead in the clock. There is no increment, and Fabiano has to win, and Hikaru's position is better. Wow, after that blunder, what a resilient player he is to now have the advantage.
Great recovery skills and super speed from Hikaru Nakamura. Look at this, the knight coming forward. It's all momentum black, both on the board and the clock. Fabi reacting well. He jumps in with his queen. Not a great square. If Hikaru really wants, he can force the queens off the board. There we go.
That's it. Immediately he finds it. There is no square for the queen. They have to be traded off. And he jumps in with the knight, but it's too late. The c3 pawn is super strong. 2 squares away from queening. The other knight jumps into the attack. It is going to jump further. Hit the rook. The c pawn advances. Fabi in big trouble here.
And the head bob's back.
Oh, yeah, head bob, yeah. He might have rook e3. Does that work? Rook e3, c2, rook c3, rook c8, knight e7, right? So we do have, I think we can chase this pawn down.
Yep, some tricks.
Maybe just rook c1 now, then. Oh, he didn't even care about it. What the heck is...
Knight e3, c2? What does he have in mind?
Right. He just knows his position is on the verge of losing, so Fabi's just looking at the clock, he's looking at the board. He knows that hope is about to leave, and so he's just trying to do something, but knight d3 looks like just a knockout.
Yeah.
He's going to play it.
He's going to play it, and he's pausing just for a moment. It's on the board, and he stops the c2 pawn. Now the other knight jumps in. That pawn at the corner of the board will be picked up. It's not just a pawn. That knight will assist the c pawn down. You've got to move. You've got to slide your rook in front of the c pawn right now and try and capture it.
Yeah, but everything's falling, everything's collapsing. Maybe you pick up that strong black pass pawn, but your whole center collapses. White's pawns will start falling like flies. And Fabi only has a few minutes to deal with the wreckage of his position. Yeah, I think you're right, Tanya. Just, you have to gamble at this point. Go for that black pawn, but it's not going to work anyway. He retreats his knight, covering some squares. Now just start getting greedy. Start picking them off one by one. OK, black doesn't go for those white pawns yet. He improves his rook first of all. He wants to make a new queen, Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, the only way he loses this game is if those white pawns start rolling up the board. So he's like, let me attack your knight. That knight is trying to stop that passed pawn. So the knight is going to a defensive stance here, and he may try to bring his rook down for a trade. If he can get those rooks off the board on the second rank, then he is going to win quite easily. And you can see him thinking, how do I end this game here? He does not want to allow Fabi's pawns to make any progress.
Yeah, Fabi shook his head. He's been stoic the whole day, but there we did see a small head shake. Maybe that black knight is going to move just to unblock. There we go, gaining time against the white rook. The black rook now ready to jump in over the next couple of turns. Maybe it can even jump in the next move.
Now, yeah, rook d2 is strong. There it is. Yeah, and then bishop e4. Yikes.
Pin and you win. That white bishop is going to be overwhelmed.
Oh, knight e3. That's a piece. What is going on?
Black is winning a piece.
That's it. You pin it, you double up on it, and that's it. It's game over.
Yeah. Didn't even need to win the game, but he's getting a dub here. Hikaru Nakamura, he blundered in this one, and he's still winning.
Yeah, you see it on the faces now. Hikaru smiling, Fabi devastated. Nothing to do. Your white bishop falls, and the white pawn's unable to sprint forward fast enough.
Yeah, he knows it's game
resign?
over. How do you fight this? Your g2 bishop falls, the whole position collapses. This is very painful for white.
Yeah. Painful, harsh stuff. The small margins at this level do eventually pay off, and Hikaru was just too quick on the day. Fabi panicked at the wrong moment. He played so well, but OK, one more move. The bishop falls. How is he going to fight on? OK, another knight check, and this black pawn is going to completely paralyze the white pieces, and I think he's had enough.
Knows it. He's reaching out, and there it is.
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
Yeah, he wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner off the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru. He takes the Chessable Masters, and with that also punches his ticket to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour. What a performance by him all day long today.
Yeah, it's been up and down, but in the end, we had 7 wins out of 8 for Black.
Jeez, that is crazy.
Or was it 6 out of 7? It was a lot of wins for Black, but yeah, Hikaru Nakamura, he deserved it. He was too strong in the Armageddon.
Yeah, and we saw Fabiano there. It's such a difficult moment, and you feel so dejected, so close, and yet so far. You start the day, he's been in the winner's bracket, but it just looks like Hikaru was the one who was willing to take the risks, and it paid off.
Yeah, you enter a day like this when you have odds, right? Fabiano Caruana came through the winner's bracket. He could lose the first match and still keep going, but today was not his day. If it had been 2 days ago, if we had the same exact format, maybe Fabiano could have taken him down, but Hikaru was way too strong today. He earned himself this title.
What a big moment this is as Hikaru Nakamura. He beat Magnus Carlsen on his way of winning his first title at the Champions Chess Tour, and of course wins $30,000 and punches his ticket to the grand final. Also, congratulations to runners-up Fabiano Caruana, who did have really big moments in the tournament. He played a fantastic event, David.
Yeah, Fabi's on a hot streak in general in rapid chess, and he really showed it in this tournament. When you come up against Hikaru Nakamura, though, it can be difficult. And it was here that Hikaru clinched the win. We already talked about the game turning. It's all about this black c-pawn right now, but Hikaru realized he could eradicate all potential white counterplay in one swoop. He brought his queen across the whole way, trading off these queens, and as we saw in the endgame, this pawn was too strong. If we fast forward a few moves, the killer blow was in this position. The black knight is attacked. Most mere mortals would move it out of the way, and the game would continue, but Hikaru saw this was the moment to strike. He brought his rook down, pinning and winning. Bishop takes pawn now, making full use of the fact that this white bishop is paralyzed. And one final move to put the nail in. This knight move overwhelms the white bishop. Great game, great finish by Hikaru Nakamura, and a deserved tournament victor.
Very well said, David, because it started as a day that Hikaru needed to win 2 matches to win the championship. And this is how he did it. He won the first set, and then in the grand final reset, winning the first game. The second game, Fabiano Caruana, on a win on demand, managed to strike back. But then the Armageddon was just all Hikaru, and he managed to dominate that one. And we've got the champion of the Chessable Masters with us. Hikaru, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hikaru, that was some high-level chess. It was such an intense match. I have to ask you, what are you most pleased about? And there's a lot that you have to choose from.
I mean, the match started off terribly. I mean, in this first game, I should have lost. I think when I won this first game, that sort of turned the tide around. And I mean, the rest of the match was also very, very choppy. Or actually, sorry, I forgot I lost the second game. So no, it was the third game that winning really sort of settled everything down. Yeah, I mean, it was 2 very, very difficult matches. I seemed like this whole event, actually, it seemed the black pieces seemed to be preferable for the most part. So it was just difficult, but I found a way to get it done when it mattered.
Yeah. I think we had the stats, 7 out of 8 wins for the black pieces today, Hikaru. But that second game from the grand final reset, the moment you took that pawn on b7, what happened there? Because we were quite shocked with that decision.
Well, I mean, there's a simple answer. I'm not Stockfish, so I confused a move order. That's the simple answer. I mean, basically what happened in that game is that there was a very similar position that I looked at a couple of days ago, where if black has castled, e5, b5, bishop d3, bishop b1 is very good for white. But because Fabiano hadn't castled, I shouldn't have played this whole e5 move and everything else that followed. And I mean, when I played queen b7, it was already hard to play. I mean, maybe a computer could just say you're down a pawn and it doesn't matter, but at least for us humans, it's not possible to play like that. So that's just how it goes.
Well, Hikaru, huge congratulations, winning 2 matches in a row today on demand. No easy feat. But how did you do it? Because yesterday you also said after beating Magnus you had to find your motivation. Where did it come from?
Well, I mean, you just show up and you play. And I mean, I think the most important thing is that, I mean, I'm trying to think of a politically correct way to put this, but Fabiano and I both, once again, were not playing our best chess. You know, you can say whatever the reasons might be for that, but we both were a little bit off again today. And so I think that when Fabiano wasn't completely there, that gave me some confidence to basically like feel my way through the match. But I do think for sure, like Fabiano, I mean, he did not play his best. I definitely did not play my best. Maybe at the end I kind of started playing well, but I mean, both of us, just like our first match, it wasn't the best quality. And I think, you know, when you play against a great champion like Fabiano, when he brings his A game, you're very scared. I mean, he's one of the best ever, and I think that gave me some confidence.
Congratulations, man. You made it. That was a very, very commanding performance, especially at the end there, too, as well. So good stuff, man. When's your next tournament? What do you have coming up next? Besides, obviously, we have the content, you got to stream, and we got to do the recaps. But what's the next tournament?
I mean, I don't have any tournaments planned. I'll play a tournament in like May. I guess I have this event in the Norway Chess, but it's nice. Yeah, I mean, it's all what it is. You know, I do want to add something though, which is like for people who are wondering about this whole Smith Moore I played, I'm obviously going to do a recap later, but I came up with the idea to play it against Magnus. I was hoping to get like a 1 or 2 million view video. I could, you know, make a great title, like, you know, I beat the world champion with the Smith Moore Gambit, but Magnus didn't do it, so I ended up using it today. And I mean, I'm very pleased because I won the first game. I had a much better position. Again, I'm not 3,500, so I couldn't prove the advantage in the second game in the Smith Mora, but it was. I'm very pleased that I showed that, you know, you can play gambits. You don't have to play proper chess, and you can still have a great time and win games.
That's nice.
And Hikaru, congratulations. Yesterday, I asked about your choice of T-shirt, and I've got to ask again today. Any message behind that one?
No, I mean, there's no message behind it, but I thought it's like people were making the joke. I saw some joke that it was like Hikaru literally doesn't care Nakamura against, like, I'd rather be playing poker. It's like Magnus, I'd rather be playing poker Carlsen. So I figured I'd try to just be like Magnus and like showcase that I like poker just like him. We have similar tastes.
Wow. Hikaru, it's been such an awesome tournament, the Chessable Masters. Have you overall had fun playing here?
I mean, I've had fun the last 2 days. I mean, the first couple of days were very, very choppy. I mean, don't forget in the very first match against Fedoseev, I mean, I was down 2-1, and then in the fourth game, I won this huge game with the black pieces to tie the match. I mean, the Wesley match also could have gone either way. I mean, all the matches were very, very stressful. So the last 2 days were fun, but everything prior to that was just a slog. And I'm just glad that I made it through. And even though I don't think I played my best chess, I was, I guess, best when it really mattered.
And Hikaru, you made your way through the losers bracket. So I kind of want your honest take. What would you have given your chances of winning the event heading into your match against Magnus, and then once again heading into the match today against Fabiano?
Well, I mean, not to sort of belabor the obvious point, but it seems to me that a lot of these matches came down to who got the black pieces in the Armageddon game. I'm not sure if White even won a single Armageddon game. Maybe Fabiano or somebody did, but I feel like Black won like 90% or won or drew the games to advance in the Armageddon. So I think really this tournament, it comes down to who's best at, I guess, like best at game theory and guessing what the lowest time is going to be that you need. So I do think that that maybe is a slight thing that I dislike. It seems like Black won like every single Armageddon game.
Yeah, that was so much fun to watch. And Hikaru,
sorry. Robert asked a question. I'm losing my mind. You asked what percent I would give, right?
Yeah.
I would say that I gave myself maybe like a 20% chance of coming back. But you know, I think that the thing is, like, for Fabiano, it was all about the first match. And once the first match didn't go his way, I think the momentum was definitely in my favor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some amazing chess by you there, Hikaru. And we want to bring up the NFT trophy that you have won with this championship. Congratulations. And of course, the big ticket to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour. What does that mean for you?
Well, okay, the trophy's nice, but I'm confused. I get seated. I mean, I was reading the regulations the other day, and I actually didn't understand. I thought there was a gauntlet tournament to get into the finals. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. I was trying to read it. I didn't understand anything. But if I'm in the finals, it's obviously great. That means that I can chill and get back to my real job.
All right, well, we look forward to that. And congratulations, Hikaru. What a fantastic performance. And thank you for entertaining us with your chess.
Thank you so much.
Once again.
Appreciate
Hikaru
it.
Nakamura is the champion of the Chessable Masters. What a performance. He went down to the losers bracket, beat the world champion, comes back up, and takes it away in 2 sets. David, amazing stuff.
He's a beast.
Yeah.
He's just fantastic at speed chess, and he showed it today. Yeah, deserved winner, as I mentioned. Really impressive stuff.
James, your thought on that amazing performance?
I mean, he had a few stumbles, but I mean, again, when he gets warmed up, when Hikaru gets warmed up, it's a problem. You know what I mean? So he stumbled a little bit in there, right, as every player would. But he's very good at, you know, when I stumble, you get back up, and I'm warmed up, and he just crushed the rest of it and came through on top like he does in many events. I mean, it's ridiculous. He's just an absolute monster.
And to do that against a player like Fabiano Caruana. Fabi is one of the best in the world. He's had such a great performance in this tournament. Few would have predicted the day to end like this, Robert. It really went down to the wire.
You heard it from Hikaru himself. He did not predict the day to end like this. He gave himself 20% chances. He said he was in trouble during that first game when he was down a pawn with seemingly very little compensation, but he won when he had to. He showed that he is an absolute force. He took down Magnus yesterday. He took down Fabiano twice today. Very few people could say they've done that.
What an amazing day of chess we've had. And David, what do you think? How is this for Hikaru moving forward on the tour?
It's going to be a huge confidence boost, as Robert mentioned. Beating Magnus? Not many people can achieve that. Beating Fabi as well in 2 consecutive matches, also impressive. He now will be setting his sights on that grand final, trying to win the whole tour itself.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not a professional player, but he's just conquering everything. I'm going to win this, I'm going to win that, I'm winning this, I'm winning that, I'm a world champ, I'm an official world champ, and then maybe he'd be a world champion classical one day, too. Of course, who knows?
He's half man, half Chessable Masters champion. He answered that question for us. We don't have to wonder anymore.
So much at stake at every event of the Champions Chess Tour. It's been a fantastic Chessable Masters. We've seen drama, action on the board, off the board, brilliancies, mouse slips, blunders, maiden ones, everything that we're here for. It is intense chess action, and it ends with these tour standings, which is so critical to make it to the finals. We see that Hikaru Nakamura with that win at pole position with 250 points, and Magnus Carlsen also looking good with 225 points. Well, these two players have punched their tickets into the finals of the Champions Chess Tour, and these are the prizes, as we can see. Hikaru Nakamura with 50,000 earnings so far, and still a big tour left. So many events, Robert.
So many events remaining. Tour points also dictate who wins the end of season monetary prizes. But Fabiano Caruana, he slides into third. He started in Division 2 at the Everything's Masters. He wins second place here in Division 1. And I want to give a quick shout out to Alexei Sarana. He was in the 3rd division, but he keeps fighting. He started in Division 1, the Everything's Masters. There he is in 6th in the money rankings after playing in Division 3 here in Chessable Masters.
That's a lot of dollars. That's a lot of dollars on the screen. Make you want to level up your game. You know what I mean, David? You gonna hop in there, big dog? That's a lot of dollars up there, man.
I might have to. I've got to say, I love this new tour format. It's really opened up the chess world, supporting players at all levels, amateurs, pros, and yeah, hopefully inspiring the next generation to come through and play in the event.
100%.
Of course, we've got the next event also coming up. We already have 4 confirmed players, and 4 others will join in from the play-ins. Hikaru Nakamura, the champion, makes it through. Fabiano Caruana, runners-up of the event, and Magnus Carlsen, these top 3 places from Division 1 have qualified to the next event. And Nordebek Abdusattorov, winning that Division 2, will be in Division 1 of the next event, which starts from May 22nd. That's a big moment for Abdusattorov.
He earned it. He won all of his matches, including beating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave twice. He beat Anish Giri in the very first round of the competition. It was never easy for him, but the Uzbek teenager, he led his country to Olympiad gold. He's the former world rapid champion. He's a teenager, and now he is your Chessable Masters Division 2 winner.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, he's a teenager and he's a world champ, right? So that's crazy. Wait till 5-10 years from now. Where would this kid be? I mean, it amazes me how strong he is, right? Watch a lot of his games. I recommend you guys do the same at home. I mean, Abdusattorov is an absolute beast, and we're about to see him do some more work.
I'm going to make a bold prediction, guys. I think Abdusattorov is going to win Division 1, one of these events in the rest of the season.
Wow, the youngest ever world rapid champion, Nordebek Abdusattorov. David there with a hot take on that. Speaking of World Championships, we've got a big event coming up, guys. Round 1 in 2 days. I'm really excited about that. Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Ding. it's going to be a fun time for the chess world.
It certainly will be. You have the number 2 player in the world taking on the number 3 player in the world. No matter when that happens, everyone will be eating their popcorn, watching it, just waiting for the action. So I'm also excited. We'll be covering some of it ourselves. So it's going to be a fun month.
It actually starts at 5 Eastern time. 5 a.m. Eastern time. So, of course, if you're going to be up, wow, you know, I may not be up, but I might be up for those. But, of course, it's going to be very exciting, right? I got to watch every single game, check everything, right? Take off work, whatever you got to do. But this is going to be exciting, right? You got Nepo and Ding going at it.
Yeah, we're so spoiled. We've had so much chess, a feast of chess, and there's more to come. But first, we need to take a break. And, yeah, I'm going to be tuning into that match. I'm going to be watching you guys commentate. That's for sure.
That's going to be nice.
And is it really hard right now to pick a favorite in that match? World number 2, world number 3, such a close one?
I'll say Nepo.
Ooh,
Definitely.
you are picking a favorite.
Yeah, I'm picking a favorite. Nepo got the experience. I mean, if you have experience, right, he's done 1 world champ already. And, of course, I mean, you have nerves. I'm sure you got a lot of nerves. World championship, everybody watching you. This is his 2nd one, so he's used to it. Ding is definitely going to have to, you know, get that psyche and that mental part right for this first one for him.
Robert, how much of an advantage is that Nepo has played 1 match before?
I've heard from all of the previous challengers, you cannot replicate that experience. No matter how much you prepare, no matter how much you train, you are not in that arena facing off for a world championship title. So Nepo has that experience, but I think Ding Liren, he's ready. You spoke to him the other day. He seems like he is very happy to start playing.
Hang on, would be. It is every chess player's dream to be where Jan, Nepo, and Ding are. David, we'll have a new world champion by the end of the month. What does that mean for the chess world?
Well, we've got to look on the bright side. It is a bit sad. It's the end of an era. It's the end of Magnus's reign as classical champion. But these 2 players, they are phenomenal themselves, and I'm sure they'll be great representatives, whoever wins, of the chess world. So I just think it's great for chess, and long may it continue.
Yeah, it's all about chess without Magnus. But, I mean, Magnus may come back. You never know. That'd be crazy. And have 2 living world champs going at it. Yeah, I'm world champ. Yeah, no, I'm world champ. Like, going at it, that's going to be great for TV and for all chess.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is the strongest chess player in the world. Nobody's denying that, including Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. That does not mean we are not going to have a feast watching that matchup. You don't get to see players go 14 games in a row throughout a month. This is going to be super exciting stuff. And Ding Liren, Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of them will be the first world champion not named Magnus Carlsen in a decade.
I have a wild theory that we might see Magnus fight once again for the World Championship match. Yes or no, David?
No comment, maybe.
James, what do you think?
I think, yeah, at some point, you know, especially when he mentioned, he was like, yeah, I mean, if it's a format change, which, of course, I mean, FIDE may actually do a format change at some point. If he likes it, Magnus will come back. That's going to be wild.
Do you think we're going to see that, Robert?
I think we will see Magnus Carlsen play in the World Rapid and the World Blitz Championships. I'm taking the easy way out of this one. He will play in World Championship sanctioned events.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen, well, as of today, is the Classical World Champion, Rapid and Blitz World Champion. At the end of the month, it is going to be a new Classical World Champion, either Jan Nepomniachtchi or Ding Liren. Guys, I have to say, this is getting a bit emotional. It's been an amazing 5 days, and I'm feeling a bit sad right now.
Oh, bring it in, guys. Oh, my God. Bring it in, group chat. All right, guys. I love you at home. All you guys that watched too, chat. Love everybody that watched and tuned in. It was great. It was awesome.
Yeah, what a tournament we've had, chat. A fantastic, fun 5 days with the Chessable Masters. Thank you so much for joining and keeping the energy going. And, of course, a huge shout out to the team behind the scenes for making it all possible. And congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura. It's a goodbye from us. We will be back next tournament.
What does the T-shirt say there? I knocked out a pro?
Fabi's been sort of struggling with the shoulder injury.
Look at Hikaru's face. I really needed the bathroom the last
time. And that's a wrap.
It's winning for Black. Fabiano got in time trouble. And once that happened, he stumbled. That's a well-earned victory for Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
He's just relieved with the position. This is the best position he's had all game now.
He's so good at thinking on the fly. He's immediately sensing, okay, I've got to punish you.